I will not give up. I will stand for every woman, every little girl, every trans man. I will let my rage become your wings in every way that is in my power. I will use every bit of my privilege to fight for all of us. In West Hollywood, we were the first pro-choice city in America, and we have already laid the groundwork to work with the County of Los Angeles on a plan to help people access reproductive rights from other states. We will help elect pro-choice champions like Lindsay Horvat to the county supervisor position and elect other pro-choice women and candidates to office in November. It is crucial, and she and I are already working with the state legislature to make it easier to help low-income people from other states to come get the services they need right here in West Hollywood. We will fight to get pro-choice candidates in office, and we as a city are supporting Senator Tony Atkins' bill in codifying the right to abortion in our California state constitution. My spirit is determined, and we will fight for our country, for our equal rights, and for our liberty. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Councilmember Lindsay Horvat.
Today is a painful day in American history. This Supreme Court has decided that millions of people should be without reproductive health care access, putting our lives at risk, deepening political divisions in this country more than ever before. There is no easy way to heal the wounds that have been created today by this legal assault on the women, trans men, pregnant people of this country. Reproductive freedom, safe, affordable, accessible, culturally competent, gender-affirming, quality health care, including abortion, must be the law of the land, and we must demand our federal representatives immediately end the filibuster and pass legislation that protects this most sacred right. This decision places an even greater burden on people who are already at risk: women, trans men, the poor, immigrants, and people of color. It is the duty of our government to protect our most vulnerable, not to further endanger our lives and our safety. In particular, U.S. Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski have a moral obligation to stand up and fight more than ever before. They claim to be pro-choice, but their recent votes and resulting inaction speak otherwise. We must flood their phones, their emails, their offices, demanding that they honor their word and their responsibility. Without a doubt, California will be a safe haven for people in need of abortions and reproductive health care access. Los Angeles County will be the battleground for the fight to ensure that no one will be denied their right to privacy and their right to decide whether and when to become pregnant. And as the first declared pro-choice city in America, thanks to our former colleague Abby Land, who is here with us today, West Hollywood will continue to be at the heart of that all-important work. Generations of women have fought tirelessly to prevent this day from ever occurring. We cannot allow this moment to be the endpoint of our liberation. Too much is at stake, and too much has already been taken. As a Catholic pro-choice woman, my views on abortion are deeply personal. They are informed by my faith, my values, and my conscience, as well as science and lived experience. It is that lived experience which makes these views deeply personal and entirely my own to hold. Last fall, when I learned that I had become pregnant, a pregnancy I did not plan, by someone who chose to end our relationship the day that I became pregnant, or the day I found out I was pregnant. I was devastated, to say the least. What kept me safe was access to safe, affordable health care. What kept me alive was my circle of friends and support, living in a community that supports me, having a family that supports me, and knowing that I had resources. These views are personal that I hold, and they are my own. But as an elected official, I honor and recognize my responsibility, my obligation, my duty to ensure that everyone has the same safety, access to affordable, culturally competent, gender-affirming health care that I am provided in my own community and in my own personal life. It is my responsibility to fight for this access, not just talk about it, not just put it in bullet points on mailers or on a website, but to live out these values each and every day, which I am committed to doing, have been committed, and will continue committing to work to fight for these issues. I am grateful for the partnership of organizations like Planned Parenthood, which we have here in West Hollywood and throughout Los Angeles County, which work tirelessly to ensure that all people, regardless of where they live, regardless of their economic status, regardless of any other circumstances or hurdles, are provided the health care that they deserve. Planned Parenthood must be supported in this critical time, and every person throughout this country must never feel alone, must all feel supported no matter where they live, and know that they have a safe place here in Los Angeles County, here in West Hollywood, to access the health care that they deserve. Finally, I call on each of us to continue to support the work of organizations like Planned Parenthood, but also the organizations like Women's Reproductive Rights Assistance Project, which helps to fund the health care to make it affordable for every person throughout this country. Their work has been going on for decades, even during the time of Roe, because even with Roe, safe access to legal abortion has been at risk for people. Roe was supposed to be a floor, not a ceiling, and even that floor has been pulled out from underneath us. Indeed, Casey has been pulled out from underneath us, and that person who got me pregnant in some states today now has more rights than I do, and I did, to my own body and my own choices. This is absolutely unconscionable. We must work to fund and support these organizations who will take care of the women, of the pregnant people seeking access and support, no matter where they live in this country. And we will fight. We will be the battleground here in Los Angeles County and in West Hollywood. Thank you very much. I'd now like to welcome my colleague, Councilmember John D'Amico.
Good afternoon. I'm sure my colleagues have carefully and thoughtfully said probably everything worth saying, but I feel the need to also say a few things. And Lindsay, that was extraordinary. I mean, truly, Lindsay Horvat is truly extraordinary. So, the Supreme Court is clearly a dead religion. The Supremes are heretics. The Supreme Court justices are heretics of a newly dead religion. They cannot be trusted. Their gospel is lacking now. Redemption is impossible. Justice is unavailable. The Supreme Court cannot be trusted. Where are the saints? Where is safe territory? When will we be burned at the stakes of this heretical religion? Is getting shot when you're in third grade by an 18-year-old any different than being burned at the stake in 1117? It's not. You're still dead, and you're still dead forever. the Supreme Court is no longer a lodestar for me. It is a black hole where justice and progress are now sent to die. As a newly dead religion, the Supreme Court will find that most of us, as we used to, as gay marriage, before the time of gay marriage and before there were legal and safe abortions, we will live our lives and invent ways to live outside of the shadow of this dead religion. I am firmly a Supreme Court atheist, and I hope all of us can find a way to bring some new meaning to this newly dead religion. And I just want to say, here's something no one has ever said. Senator Susan Collins was taken advantage of by men. What a surprise. Thank you.
And now we'd like to welcome Mike Aguilera, representative from Congressman Adam Schiff's office.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Shine, Councilmember D'Amico, and Councilmember Horvat for your incredible leadership and for your strength and your amazing and beautiful gift of inspiration you provided us today. Thank you so much, and we stand behind you in every way that we can. My name is Mike Aguilera Gaudet, and today I bring a statement from Congressman Adam Schiff, the proud representative of this incredible pro-choice city in Washington, D.C. The Supreme Court decision to strike Roe v. Wade is a dangerous and divisive rollback of a half a century's progress and legal protections. This decision is also a betrayal of the commitments made by recent justices during their confirmation hearings, who indicated under oath they would uphold decades of legal precedent. It is a repudiation of some of our nation's most cherished values, from the right to privacy to the right of everyone to make their own healthcare decisions. The fact that this opinion does not come as a surprise does not make it any less traumatic for the millions of women now stripped of their access to safe and legal abortion. It does not make any less frightening for the millions of people now worried about whether their fundamental freedoms will be the next to fall. This decision did not happen in a vacuum. After waging an all-out assault against abortion access for decades, after committing shocking acts of constitutional disrespect by withholding the confirmation of a justice nominated by a Democratic president and jamming through a Republican nominee during an election campaign, after conspiring with state legislators across the country to put forth some of the most draconian criminal penalties imaginable, Republicans are now one step closer to their ultimate goal: a nationwide ban on abortion. Make no mistake, this court is not conservative. It is partisan, with a partisan and socially backward agenda. We have come too far and fought too hard to enshrine the right to choose for Republicans to roll back the clock. We must bring an end to this national nightmare and make sure that the American people know that Democrats have always been and will always be the party for women's fundamental rights. We must codify Roe and ensure women control their health care decisions now and for generations to come. Thank you.
Just a quick reminder that there will be a vigil tonight at 7 p.m. at West Hollywood Park. That's at 647 North San Vicente Boulevard, just south of Santa Monica Boulevard. I have two statements from council members who were not able to be here today, and then we'll open it up to Q&A. The first is from Mayor Lauren Meister, Meister. Although I am not surprised, I'm terribly disappointed that SCOTUS would overturn a case that was decided decades ago by its predecessors. Instead of moving forward, the Supreme Court has decided to go back to a time when women were second-class citizens, without the right to make personal choices about their own health care, their own bodies, or their own well-being. President Biden and Congress must make the right to choose the law of the land. Otherwise, one by one, civil rights will be taken away. The city of West Hollywood must send a very clear message to Washington, D.C. An attack on women is an attack on LGBTQ people, is an attack on people of color, is an attack on the Jewish community, is an attack on all of us. We cannot be silenced, and we will not be silenced. That was Mayor Lauren Meister. Councilmember John Erickson also sent comments. His comment is, today, like every day, I am at work at Planned Parenthood Los Angeles helping to ensure that everyone has access to safe and legal abortion. I'm sorry I can't be with you all today. I'm so proud of West Hollywood for always stepping up and thankful for my colleagues who represent America's first pro-choice city, both now and in the future. Today's Supreme Court ruling makes it clear the rights we fought for and won are at risk, and this is just the beginning. LGBT rights, contraception, interracial marriage are on the line. We will not go back. I urge you all to take action, vote, and only support those people that stand for our values. Fight like hell. We're going to open it up to questions and answers now from our council and from Representative Adam Schiff's office.
Over here, today it's abortion rights Roe v. Wade, and it was touched on earlier. How fearful, afraid are you that other freedoms, such as you mentioned, same-sex marriage, contraception, are now going to be up for debate in the Supreme Court?
Very fearful, because the reasoning that they used to overturn Roe and Casey was that the 14th Amendment didn't specifically speak to those rights, and unless we have those rights in the history of this nation and have to speak to liberty, then they don't exist, and that's why the right to abortion doesn't exist. And they specifically called out the right to contraception, gay marriage, and the right to private consensual sex, which is Lawrence v. Texas, the gay marriage cases, other cases having to do with contraception, and quite frankly, interracial marriage is on the line. None of those rights are specifically called out in the 14th Amendment, and the fact that they wrote that in the decision is a strong signal that we are all next.
So what happens next?
Well, we fight like hell. What happens next is we do everything that I spoke about, everything that Councilmember Horvat spoke about, everything that Councilmember D'Amico stated, continue to work with the federal government, our state government, to fight. We need to flood the offices of the senators and representatives with phone calls. I remember when Trump got into office in 2016, they wanted to take away the Obamacare, and their offices were flooded with phone calls nonstop, and they backed off. That's what we all have to do. We all have to stand together. The LGBTQ community needs to stand up. Men need to stand up. Women need to stand up. We all need to come together. Progressives and moderate Democrats need to come together and stand together, united, to fight this.
One last question. The President today mentioned that this will be on the November ballot.
Yes.
What do you do then as far as getting people out to vote and maybe making change?
I suggest that everybody contact their local Democratic club. Clear your schedules, sign up to make phone calls, sign up to text bank. If you have money, donate to pro-choice candidates, to LGBTQ candidates, to female candidates. It's time that this country and the decisions that are made are not just made by men. This is why we are in this position, especially when it comes to women's rights, especially when it comes to LGBTQ rights.
All right, so the city of West Hollywood there reacting to the Supreme Court ruling, basically stating that abortions are no longer protected at the federal level. And officials there at the city of Hollywood say that West Hollywood was the first city in the nation to declare itself as pro-choice. So obviously today is a major disappointment for them. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. After the break, we will bring you more reaction from across the nation. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday evening. I'm Shirley DeScorbath. A number of people from across the country are reacting to the major news today that the Supreme Court has overturned Roe versus Wade. Now, outside of the Supreme Court, we want to show you the shot. People from both sides are gathered out there. Some people are angry that the Supreme Court has overturned that case from 50 years ago, and others are happy. They are joyful. You see just a large crowd out there gathered holding up signs. But again, we are going to bring you reaction from across the country. Right now, we're going to take you to Minnesota, where lawmakers earlier today gathered to express their thoughts on this issue.
Who cannot afford their abortions. In 2019, we had 241 requests. 2020, 455 requests. 2021, over 1,000 requests. Today, we are sitting at nearly 700 requests, and it's just the middle of the year. And we just overturned Roe, so who knows what that's going to bring. In addition to paying for abortions, we help provide travel support and hotel stays because clinics are clustered on the eastern and metro areas of the state, and patients have to take time off of work to travel. We provide free Plan B deliveries because of the cost and stigma associated with Plan B limits people from getting the care that they need. These are real systemic barriers that people in power put in place to make it as difficult as possible to exercise our bodily autonomy through abortion access. The effects of these barriers have always fallen disproportionately on Black people, Indigenous people, people of color, queer folks, trans folks, disabled folks, people with low incomes. It is so powerful that today we are able to introduce the Minnesota Beyond Roe Leadership Agenda for Abortion Access. This is a moment of celebration, but also a moment of devastation and serious urgency. We are here at the end of Roe. We watch more and more states ban abortions across the country, and we know that spaces like these, filled with people who are dedicated to directly protecting and expanding abortion care, are going to become even more important. Reproductive justice is about building strong, vibrant communities around the idea that everyone, I mean everyone, deserves bodily autonomy and safe, accessible health care. As long as our justice is still fielding requests from people who, 1, cannot afford their abortion, 2, need support navigating unnecessary restrictions on abortion care, and 3, dodging post-Roe attacks, our work is not done. So I thank you for being here and look forward to working with you all.
Hi, everyone. I am Senator Lindsay Port. I am here today as one of the founders and co-chairs of the Reproductive Freedom Caucus. The work of supporting Minnesotans' decisions of if and when to start a family, to receive accurate medical information in both educational settings and during the healthcare process, and to access affordable reproductive care free from harassment and fear has been ongoing work in our communities across the state for decades. We started this caucus because it's time that the legislature makes it a priority at the Capitol to support the work that's already being done, as Shayla said, in our communities. Access to reproductive health care and so many connected issues are broadly supported by Minnesotans. And they are also more under attack than ever, as we saw today with the Supreme Court ruling regarding abortion. The ruling outright overturned Roe and explicitly put on the chopping block the right to contraception, same-sex relationships, and same-sex marriage by extremist judges that do not reflect the realities faced by Minnesotans, nor the broad beliefs of Minnesotans. Our caucus was formed as a commitment to support the work that's already being done in our communities to fight extremist policies and to boldly champion reproductive freedom for all Minnesotans. We proudly sign on to the post-Roe leadership agenda, and we will fight to enact all of the policies laid out. I am already the lead author in the Senate of the Patients' Right to Know Act and the Reproductive Freedom Defense Act, and Senator Jen McEwen, who couldn't be here today, is the lead Senate author of the PRO Act. We understand that the work in front of us is challenging, but we know that all across Minnesota, community members have been working on these issues for years, and we are excited to partner with them to make sure that in Minnesota, people can access the reproductive health care that they need in their communities, free from harassment, and without fear of violence. That work is ongoing, but we're not afraid of it. And we're standing here today committing to Minnesotans that we're ready to lead. I will also add that I am standing here as a senator, but I'm also standing here as a mother of 2 daughters. And as I left my house today, my youngest gave me a hug. And as she wrapped her little arms around me, all I could think about was, we failed her. As a society, we have made it our point to work to make tomorrow better for future generations, more free, more just, so that our children can more fully live their lives. That has been the experience of every generation in this country. And today, my daughters woke up with less rights than they had yesterday. They woke up with less rights than I did, than I had, and that their grandparents had. We have failed a generation in this moment. But I am committed, and I know that our caucus is committed to fighting, to not standing by and accepting that this is the reality for women, for people of color, for trans folks who need care. We are committed to continuing to fight. I appreciate you coming today.
Hi, everybody. My name is Athena Hollins. I am a representative of District 66B. And it's a somber day, but I am happy to be here with my amazing pro-choice colleagues and hardworking advocates from the community. I had a really hard time writing these remarks because I am so angry and it doesn't feel like anything is going to come out appropriately. The Supreme Court decision isn't about protecting anyone. It's about controlling women and making their decisions for them. It's a product of an old man system of governance. Anti-abortion laws will be used by bad people to terrorize, control, and further marginalize people with uteruses. People will die needlessly, suffer needlessly, and go to jail. Women will live in fear. 6 conservative justices are overstepping their judicial roles into legislative arena and are stripping us of our rights to make our own decisions for our own health.
That's right.
Let's call it what it is. Forced birth. States controlled by the GOP will force people to give birth or label them criminals. Across the nation right now, there are laws going into effect that criminalize abortion in all cases, without an exception for incest or rape. I want to be really clear about what that means. Rapists will force their victims to carry their children. Fathers will force their daughters to carry their incestual offspring. This is not hyperbole or exaggeration. As of 3 hours ago, it is a fact that in Missouri, victims of incest and rape are forbidden to control their own bodies and will go to jail if they try to. When we look at this decision, I think a lot of us are talking just about abortion, but Justice Thomas's concurrence makes it abundantly clear. They are going to try to take everything from us. They are coming for our birth control. They will recriminalize the LGBTQ community, a community of which I am a part of. They will not be satisfied until everyone is forced to live according to their values and no others. Because none of this is about protection of lives. It's about control. The Supreme Court does not care about our lives beyond controlling them. In the same week that they have eliminated our reproductive freedoms, they have made it even easier for our children to be shot in their schools. The United States has the highest maternal mortality rate among developed countries, and now will be one of a tiny sliver of countries where reproductive rights are not guaranteed. Like most issues of oppression, our communities of color will be the most harmed by this decision. For people of color, birth is a high-risk medical situation. In Minnesota, Black people are more than twice as likely as white people to die from pregnancy-related causes. Forcing people to give birth in an inequitable system like ours is unethical and immoral. This Supreme Court decision will definitely not end the practice of abortion. It will just make the decision available only for the privileged and rich. Unrestricted Minnesota and their expert partners and advocates from the community have done an incredible job of outlining the way forward with the release of this agenda. We need to repeal outdated and unnecessary abortion restrictions. We need to protect providers and patients. And we need to rise to the moment and expand access to abortion care. Minnesota will remain a safe place as long as we are able to center community and human rights in our politics. It is absolutely crucial that we continue electing leaders who will protect the rights of abortion for our citizens and will make Minnesota a sanctuary state for people across the United States who are seeking health care they deserve when their own state has failed them. Trusting women with their reproductive health decisions is fundamental to our understanding of human dignity, equality, and equity. The time to fight is now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I'm State Representative Kelly Morrison.
and I am proud to be here as one of the founders and co-chairs of the Reproductive Freedom Caucus to support our Minnesota Beyond Roe leadership agenda for abortion access. As the only physician in the House and the only obstetrician gynecologist in the legislature, it's been my obligation to be a clear and strong voice for protecting and expanding access to comprehensive reproductive health care, including abortion care. But we find ourselves in new and uncharted waters with today's Supreme Court ruling overturning Roe versus Wade. With laws being proposed and passed all over the country to limit or ban access to abortion, there is now extreme urgency to act here in Minnesota to protect patients and providers. Texas's SB 8 banned abortion 2 weeks after a missed period and deputizes private citizens to sue providers or anyone who in any way helps a pregnant person seek an abortion in that state. Other states are passing equally extreme laws. In Oklahoma, where a law was just passed that prohibits abortion anytime after conception. In Missouri, legislators are pushing a proposal to allow Missouri residents to sue anyone, anywhere who helps a Missouri resident end their pregnancy. And while abortion remains legal here in Minnesota, and that's important to emphasize for patients seeking care today, we will likely soon be surrounded by states outlawing abortion. I'm proud to have introduced several pieces of legislation that are included in our post-Roe agenda today. The PRO Act, or Protect Reproductive Options Act, establishes the fundamental right of Minnesotans to make individual decisions about reproductive health care, including contraception, abortion, and pregnancy, and prevents politicians from interfering with a person's fundamental right to make their own reproductive health care decisions. The Patient's Right to Know Act gives medical providers the right to provide medically accurate, evidence-based information to their patients without worrying about interference from politicians, and it protects patients from receiving medically inaccurate information. It would also repeal the ironically named Woman's Right to Know Act. The Reproductive Freedom Defense Act protects patients and providers who are sued and criminalized under restrictive abortion and reproductive health care policies in other states. I look forward to advancing this agenda and getting these bills passed in the next session. There is urgency in this work. Minnesotans are depending on us to protect and expand access to abortion care and to protect patients and providers here in Minnesota and those who seek care and refuge here. Abortion is a critical and intrinsic part of reproductive health care, and decisions about this care should be left to individuals and their medical providers. Abortion is health care. It must be protected in Minnesota for the health and safety of Minnesotans and those who may need to seek care here at this pivotal moment in our nation's history. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and I first want to thank everybody for being here, the legislators and the allies in this moment in history. I'm Senate DFL Leader Melissa Lopez Franzen, and I just want to start by saying that today's Supreme Court decision, radical, extremist decision, is an egregious attack on the fundamental rights of tens of millions of women across our state and our country. It's a radical decision directly contradicting the confirmation testimony of several Trump-appointed judges who misled U.S. senators into believing that they, as judges, considered Roe versus Wade settled law. Today's decision is the latest in extreme decisions from this court, as has been alluded to. To be clear, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned a constitutional freedom for millions of Americans today. We know that this day was coming following the initial leak of a draft from several weeks ago, but its arrival is still a dark day for our country. Already, South Dakota, right on our border, has banned abortion with their trigger law that went into effect immediately when Roe versus Wade was overturned, and other states will quickly follow. Abortion is health care, plain and simple. And thankfully, it remains legal here in the state of Minnesota. Today's decision, however, is a stark reminder that we cannot take this fundamental right for granted. The decision also paves the way for other rights and precedents to be stripped and overturned. Let us be clear, the results of this decision will disproportionately hurt, impact people of color, those living in poverty, and those from low-income households, and will lead to worse outcomes for millions of families. When today's official decision was only a leaked draft in May, the Senate DFL moved to bring 9 bills to the Senate floor to strengthen reproductive rights and healthcare access, fund programs for maternal health and children's health, and protect the fundamental right to privacy and healthcare decisions to Minnesotans because they deserve it, and the Republican majority voted them down. In fact, they said nothing. Each of these efforts were blocked. While today is a dark day, it strengthens our resolve to fight for Minnesotans' freedom to make their own decisions about their own bodies and a legislative agenda that protects people's health. We will fight back, make no mistake. Senate Republicans and other far-right politicians are clear about their intentions. Today's decision will embolden them to strip away the fundamental rights of other areas of our settled law. Democrats will not go back, and we will not back down. All of us are here will fight tooth and nail against any efforts to undermine privacy rights and healthcare freedom for all Minnesotans. And this is a very personal issue. We all have personal stories. I myself have gone through many miscarriages, several too painful to talk about. But what is more painful is to know that after I've had 2 healthy boys, that people after me will have more pain and suffer more because their rights were stripped away, because their health care and the compassion of care that they should have today has been overturned. We need a Democratic pro-choice majority in the Minnesota Senate, and we need to have it in the Minnesota House. And we need to keep our governor, who supports the fundamental right for women to choose what to do with their bodies. This is extremism at its core. And when government overreaches, the people decide. Thank you.
All right, so a number of Minnesota lawmakers and abortion supporters being very vocal there on how they feel regarding this Supreme Court abortion ruling. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox and bring you more on this news.
Coalition. I just want to take a minute to talk about what's next for the Unrestricted Minnesota Coalition. We started 3 years ago with the goal to repeal Minnesota's harmful restrictions on abortion care. But our work is so much more. Our coalition works to protect, expand, and destigmatize access to abortion care and all reproductive health care in Minnesota through public education, advocacy, and the law. Our vision is to achieve full reproductive justice, an organizing framework that was started by Black women where every person has the ability to decide if, when, and how to become a parent, raise healthy children in safe and thriving communities, and have gender freedom and bodily autonomy. We are led by a multiracial coalition of LGBTQ+ advocates, faith communities, clinicians, activists, doctors, abortion funds, lawyers, organizers, healthcare clinics, doulas, podcasts, and so many more. 3/4 of Minnesotans agree that when a person decides to have an abortion, it should be safe, legal, and free from punishment or judgment. This agenda that we have introduced today is in line with our community's want and need, and we need to advance reproductive justice in our state. We look forward to working with our caucus members and partners in all levels of society to expand abortion access now. Together, our movement will be marching in massive mobilization on July 17th. Our future March for Abortion Access is an action for everyone to show our leaders and our country what Minnesota really stands for in this historic moment. We invite you all to join us and to learn more about our work at unrestrictedminnesota.org. Thank you all.
All right, so obviously we are in a public health crisis, a racial and economic justice crisis, and a gender equity crisis, and we are very happy to take your questions now.
I have a quick question about the PRO Act specifically. Two different things could happen. One could be some sort of civil action against a provider or even an auntie or a navigator or whoever assisted. There also could be criminal actions if some state criminalizes and seeks to extradite, etc. What could the PRO Act do as the state of Minnesota to defend against both of those potential?
Kelly, do you want to speak to it?
I think you may be referring to the Reproductive Freedom Defense Act. Yeah, no, that's okay. And that was introduced in an effort to protect patients and providers from actions in other states. And this is new law. This kind of law that was passed with SB 8 has never been done before. So I think this will be an evolution. And I'm not a lawyer, but I'm told by my lawyer friends that there are a lot of unknowns. And so this will be probably an evolving issue. But this is our first effort in defending our patients and providers here in Minnesota.
Well, the governor would have to agree to extradite someone, so that's unlikely to happen under the current.
Correct.
Is there other things, like the state defend the people or do other things to protect them from out of state or
From criminalization out of state. Yeah, that is the intent, and I think the Attorney General has also indicated that he would weigh in on this as well.
Mm-hmm. Do we have other questions?
How are you guys preparing, for an influx of people coming to Minnesota and the challenges faced with that?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the first thing is we're working really hard to put out an agenda of what laws need to change, which obviously is not immediate. But we're also working with our partners who are part of the Unrestricted Minnesota Coalition, clinics and abortion funds and practical support organizations to raise awareness of their existence, drive fundraising efforts to support the abortion funds and practical support organizations in particular. They're going to need even more resources. Their requests are just going to become more overwhelming than they already are. And we're helping to provide a space for those groups to be in coordination with each other. And Shayla, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about some of the regional organizing that's already underway.
So
So yeah, what we've been working on is an ad hoc group. It's a direct service ad hoc group, and it's full of providers and funds around the region, setting up signal text so we know who has the next appointment, setting up different fund streams from Wisconsin to Minnesota, just so that, you know, folks in Wisconsin, if they have to come to Minnesota for their care, they're able to get additional funding from the Wisconsin funds. And so those are just a couple of different things that we've been working on. But yeah, mostly fundraising because people are going to need money. We're going to need money for hotels. I know there's a lot of folks who are like, oh, I'll open up my home. Not everybody wants to go in a stranger's home, you know? And people want to bring their children with or their partner. And there are a lot of like privacy and sensitivity issues. We don't really need rooms. We need money so we can pay for hotel rooms. Things like that. Spiral Collective, who's a local abortion practical support group, we just did a training last night on how to do transportation to and from clinics. Yeah, we're going to need more money for trainings because it's just volunteer based, and BIPOC people working for free to help folks. You know, we've already gone back. We don't need to go that far back. So.
Senator Lopez-Franson, could you talk about maximizing the political power of this issue and how potent it could be in November?
Well, I think the election coming up in November is a choice that people across the country have of who they want. At this point, after Roe versus Wade, the power has returned to the people, and it's going to be pivotal, and I would think this is the tipping scale. This decision is going to mobilize every American because it's not just about women, it's about families, it's about family planning, it's about privacy. And I think this issue is mobilizing every corner of our state, and it will mobilize, I think, more people to take more action into protecting that right to privacy and that fundamental right to reproductive care.
I just want to go back to that last question about expanding access here in Minnesota. Planned Parenthood is also doing work on this. They've successfully launched telehealth medication abortion in Minnesota, which serves patients across the state wherever they live. They have increased physician staffing in Minnesota so that they can see more patients in person. And they're recruiting and training new physicians in Iowa and Nebraska so that they can see patients there as long as the bans have not gone into effect in that area. They've also hired private navigators who can help individual patients access resources and the funds like Shayla's fund and support so that they can get an appointment. It is really the work of the coalition together to increase this capacity, to bring more attention to it, to raise the funds that are needed and get them to the organizations that can help patients receive care.
To your question, Eric Escala, this is Erin Murphy.
Oh, I see that.
Good to see you, sir. Anticipating this decision in the earlier part of this year, as our caucus members have been working to prepare for the election and to recruit candidates, we have seen an influx of candidates who are pro-choice running across the state of Minnesota. And in the places where we are competing in this next election, every candidate is a pro-choice candidate, and we are on a path to win a pro-choice majority. And to quote Leader Lopez-Franson, when we do, we're going to work with the majority in the House and with Governor Walz to codify Roe here in the state of Minnesota. And as I have been traveling across the state, this is an issue that is coming up all over the state of Minnesota. And as the recent polling tells us, the majority of Minnesotans do not support the overturning of Roe that the court did today. And I do believe this is going to be a very front and center issue in the election.
So would this be enough to get somebody who wasn't going to vote in the midterm to vote in the midterm?
Yes, it will.
Why do you say that?
Because people are showing up and talking about this issue. It is motivating them. In the past, I think we've always talked about this issue as a potential and as a threat, but now we know that the court has stripped away basic human rights from Minnesotans, and I believe they have sent the message that the fix to this is in the states and state legislatures, and they know with their vote they're going to set the course for their future and their rights, and they're going to show up in this election and vote.
Senator Murphy, could you stay there for a second? You talk about the polling, and so that I think you can find lots of districts across the state where
enacted by those same people. So we can surmise that there are people who are not voting that issue. We started to talk about that a little bit, but this took a theoretical threat and made it into a direct threat. Can you explain why you think that would be potent to perhaps get some of those voters to vote off of on that issue?
I do believe in the past, people have believed Supreme Court justices who have said Roe is settled law, that they wouldn't violate that precedent, and yet they have. And they have upturned 50 years of precedent, and they've upturned 50 years of our expectations to the rights of privacy, autonomy, and self-determination. I do believe that that will motivate voters in this next election in a real way, and I will look to my colleagues, especially from Gender Justice, to speak more profoundly to the polling.
Just from a community standpoint, I think a lot of folks have not understood the gravity to the power of the courts. And people have trusted that, you know, the Supreme Court wouldn't overturn this. And people's eyes and ears are open today, and they're looking for ways to actually plug in and become more politically active. So there's people that just vote and don't pay attention. But I think after this decision, just with the people that we're working with, people are asking more in-depth questions and wanting to get more information to make informed decisions. And so I believe that people are not just going to vote because of a familiar face, but they're going to vote because they're motivated by what happened today and understand that nothing is safe and that they need to take part in what's happening in our state. And this is an issue that impacts old folks, young folks, and I'll just say from my friends today that I've never seen post anything politically, they're like, Abina, what do I do today? And so people are paying attention and ready to take action, I think.
All right, so Minnesota lawmakers there and other supporters responding to the Supreme Court decision overruling Roe versus Wade. Now, the situation in Minnesota is a little different just because although the Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade, abortions will remain legal in the state of Minnesota, and this is because their state Supreme Court made a decision on a case back in the 90s that protected the rights to abortions. So they are anticipating that because of a number of states will likely ban abortions, people will travel to Minnesota to get abortions. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, and we will continue to bring you more updates and reaction from across the country. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're following the big news of the day, the Supreme Court's overturning the Roe versus Wade case from more than 50 years ago. Basically, they are giving the power back to the states, and this essentially will mean that a number of states, almost half, will be able to ban abortions across the country. Now, we want to show you this map here, and you will see it's different everywhere. So basically, the red states mean that abortions are already banned, and the blue states are the liberal states. Now, we already know that after the Supreme Court ruling, the states of Missouri and South Dakota immediately went ahead and banned abortions. Now we want to go ahead and bring you some reaction out of Arizona, and this is basically an anti-abortion press conference.
The United States Supreme Court rightly held that the Constitution does not contain any right to an abortion. I will quote from the majority opinion, quote, "The Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. Abortion presents a profound moral question. The Constitution does not prohibit the citizens of each state from regulating or prohibiting abortion. Roe and Casey arrogated that authority. The court overrules those decisions and returns that authority to the people and their elected representatives." Continuing to quote from the court's majority opinion, "Given that procuring an abortion is not a fundamental right, constitutional right, it follows that the states may regulate abortion for legitimate reasons, and when such regulations are challenged under the Constitution, courts cannot substitute their social and economic beliefs for the judgment of legislative bodies. Together, Roe and Casey represent an era that cannot be allowed to stand," end quote. Today, life wins. Roe will not see 50, and we are a better nation for it. The court's decision rights a deadly, decades-old wrong. Life is a human right, and we can no longer deny the humanity of the unborn child. Science reveals clearly that the developing baby is a separate and distinct human being who has the right to continue to progress and be born into life. Roe made Arizona's prohibition on Arizona unenforceable. That law should now be enforceable, prohibiting abortion in this state, except to save the life of the mother. This will not only save innocent human lives, but will protect women from the undeniable pain and emotional harms of abortion. Arizona's pro-life advocates are ready to serve women facing unplanned pregnancies and their unborn babies. To clarify some misconceptions about what the opinion means, overturning Roe does not make abortion illegal throughout the United States. It sends abortion law back to state jurisdiction so voters can have a say through their elected officials. This development shines a light on just how radical Roe was. Roe allowed abortion well past the point at which a preborn baby feels excruciating pain and up until the actual point of birth. That is something that only extreme abortion activists support. It is completely out of touch with where America and the rest of the world are on abortion. Only a handful of countries allow such inhumane late-term abortion, and they include China and North Korea. So allowing states to make their own abortion laws is still far less restrictive than most countries on the planet. Next to speak will be State Senator Nancy Bartow, who of course is the prime sponsor of many of the pro-life laws in our state over the last almost 2 decades. Welcome, Senator Bartow. Again, we'll take questions after Senator Bartow and our third speaker have spoken.
Thank you, Kathy. And happy birthday. I'm Senator Nancy Bartow, and I'm so pleased to be here. It's a surreal day. Many of us in this room have been waiting for this moment most of our adult lives. When I was counseling pregnant women on sidewalks 25 years ago, the end of Roe was a distant glimmer. But we're here. Life has won a great victory through prayer, unity, and 49 years of perseverance. I'm proud to be standing today beside some of the great fighters from the front lines. I've been proud to introduce and support dozens of pro-life bills protecting the most vulnerable in our state, like the recent ban on the discriminatory abortions based on potential genetic abnormalities. Until this day, every pro-life bill we passed was at risk of being struck down by the courts in the name of Roe. Indeed, several pro-life laws in Arizona never made it into effect for just that reason. And others took years to go into effect while they snaked through the courts, and more lives were lost. Let me be clear. While today marks the end of Roe and its federal legal protection of abortion until birth, the battle is not over. We're now on a new battleground. The states are on the front lines, and we, as state legislators, are the primary gatekeepers and policymakers on this new front. What we will do and determine to do will determine the future of abortion in our state. But starting today, we will no longer be held hostage by Roe as we fight to pass laws protecting our most vulnerable from the dangers of abortion. My policy goals are twofold: to make abortion both illegal and unthinkable, and to provide expectant mothers every support they need to choose life. This will go beyond legislation. Private and public solutions are vital. Arizona's pregnancy centers, represented by some of the leaders here today, uniquely address and support women and families on the ground with counseling, information, and material aids. We know the left and the radical abortion lobby will stop at nothing to make abortion legal in our state. We've already seen the violent lengths to which they will go. This is a movement of death. So none of this should surprise us. Victory will require the same amount of prayer, unity, and steadfast commitment that brought us to this day. We cannot stop until we've fully washed this stain of death from our country. Today, we really, truly celebrate and thank God. And tomorrow, we get back to work in the defense of every innocent life. Thank you.
Now speaking is Josh Chumley with Choices, CHUMLEY, and he is the Chief Advancement Officer at Choices.
We celebrate what the highest court in the land has ruled because it affirms value of life, not just the value of life for our babies, but for the value of life of our women and the men that are participating in this. You see, we're celebrating what's changed, but really our day-to-day at Choices only increases. It increases the value that we place on a woman's life. For 40 years, next March, Choices has served in the state of Arizona. It was one of 3 pregnancy centers in 1983. And while it has changed and evolved, we have served over 260,000 women to date. And I get to stand up here humbly representing over 9,000 people that are alive today because of the work that God has given Choices to do in our great state. May we be an example of Christ's love, because we believe in a greater love for this valley, a greater love for the state of Arizona. So while we celebrate, we also know there is much work to be done, and many people are involved. Every pregnancy resource center, every church, every believer in life and what Jesus has done for us on the cross. We get to celebrate that today, but knowing that he gives us strength to pursue the next higher calling. The higher calling is that women deserve better than what they've been given. The higher calling is that babies deserve a chance. We will continue to offer free pregnancy tests. We will continue to offer free ultrasounds. We will continue, as of 6 weeks ago, to offer the abortion pill reversal. We will continue. We will continue to offer our post-abortive program that served just 200 women just last year. We will continue because a greater love is what drives us, compassion leads us, and transformation inspires us at Choices Pregnancy Centers as we walk this out with you that believe in life. Thank you for supporting this, and we celebrate and we're ready to push forward. Thank you.
Okay, open for questions. Mike.
Good afternoon. Mark Phillips, ABC 15. Wanted to ask you, have you or will you go to the Attorney General and ask him to seek to end the, I guess it's the enforcement of the prohibiting the state from the pre-Roe law that was part of the 1972 Planned Parenthood case in Tucson? Are you going to ask him to try to have that removed so you can have the pre-Roe law enforced?
There are many legal questions to be answered. There's a question on whether the Attorney General has the enforcement power, whether he has the jurisdiction, or whether that goes to county attorneys in this state. But we anticipate that law enforcement will be willing to enforce the pre-Roe law. The law should be enforceable. Legal questions remain to determine whether that is today or whether that is in the days to come. But yes, the pre-Roe law should be enforceable. The pre-Roe law was only unenforceable because of the Roe versus Wade decision. Roe is gone. That means 133603 should be enforceable, and abortion is not allowed in our state except to prevent the life of the mother.
I would like to ask the Senator a question. Governor Ducey doesn't seem to hold that opinion. As late as today, he believes that the Mississippi law as written that was ruled on today is the law that Arizona will take place, that any sort of territorial law doesn't have an effect here now that we're a state. Your thoughts on that, and then one follow-up to that.
Well, what we do know, and thank you for the question, is that Governor Ducey signed Senate Bill 1164, which includes the language that ensures that the underlying pre-Roe law is still in effect under these circumstances. So it'll be the courts that determine this situation and not our governor or any other person with a differing opinion.
Okay, and my follow-up to you, you had mentioned future challenges. Do you see you stepping forth with a law that would prohibit the abortion pill in Arizona?
Well, there are a lot of potentialities coming. We don't know. I'm sure the issue is going to be discussed ad nauseum in the future by our state legislature and others across the country. But for now, no, there's no plan on that.
Let me clarify. Let me just clarify on that question. Arizona law already prohibits the delivery of the abortion pill by mail or by courier. If abortion is not legal in this state, then no method of abortion is legal in this state. So whether it's the abortion pill being dispensed or whether it's a surgical abortion. Unfortunately, women's lives are being put at risk by an abortion industry that is sending abortion pills from countries like India into this state. How we protect women in Arizona from the potential very harmful effects of abortion pills that are not regulated, that are sent from outside the state or outside the country, is a challenge in the days ahead. But women need to know that the abortion pill is not safe for women, and we have seen that over and over again.
Well, let me ask you a question.
And let me just clarify my misunderstanding on that. I was thinking you were talking about the what is it? The medication, abortion medication. Not abortion medication. The
Plan B.
Plan B.
Morning after pill.
We've been up all night a lot lately. I'm sorry. So that was my reference, frame of reference.
Well, let's start with that. Do you believe? Kathy and I have had this discussion over the last 30 years. There are people who believe that Plan B simply prevents ovulation, or other people who believe that Plan B prevents a fertilized egg from implanting. Do you believe that this decision outlaws Plan B in Arizona?
No, I do not.
Okay. Then let me ask the question about the abortion pill. The president said that as far as he's concerned, come on out to mic, Kathy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We always follow Howie. Yes.
You're the lawyer here. The president said as far as he's concerned, it's the FDA that decides what drugs are legal in this country, not any individual state law. Do you still believe that this state can keep women from getting, the term,
Abortion medication.
Abortion medication, delivered to them?
The Supreme Court today said that there's no constitutional right to an abortion in the United States Constitution. They returned the decision on whether abortion pills, surgical abortions, are legal in this state. It's a matter for state lawmakers like Senator Bartow. For those who may not be aware, the morning after pill, Plan B, is what a woman is to take within the first 3 or 5 days following sexual intercourse in order to prevent a pregnancy. The morning after pill can work in various ways. There are ways in which the morning after pill operates as an abortifacient, and so that is a concern. That is another one of the kind of legal uncertainties that I think will be determined in the days ahead. Other questions?
I do have a question. Future legislation, first of all, I want to ask about the territorial law. You think that that should be enforceable now? If that is the case, I imagine that'll get litigated. But if that is the case, would you push for, would Senator Bartow push for any further exceptions to that rule? Because right now that territorial law doesn't include the exceptions for rape and incest.
The question on the pre-roll law 13-3603, I anticipate we will have litigation in state court and federal court on that. We'll see how fast the pro-abortion industry can run to state courts to file that lawsuit. What happens next, I think, from a state legislative perspective, will determine what happens in the courts. So I think that remains to be determined. We'll need probably a state Supreme Court decision in which I anticipate they will say abortion is not in our state constitution. So I think we want to see how it plays out. We want to see what happens in the courts before we make any determinations or statements about potential exceptions in a future pro-life law.
And in the meantime, are you going to be pushing for, or would you be introducing any legislation to further restrict abortions from the 15-week ban where it is right now? While this plays out, while this litigates, as you know, it can take years.
Well, we'll have to watch what's happening in the courts and how quickly it does play out. Right now, I don't foresee anything happening.
Kathy, there's a specific right to privacy. I know you knew this question was coming. Built into the Arizona Constitution that does not exist in the U.S. Constitution. Roe was decided on the basis that there was a penumbra of privacy, even if it's not said there. We have a specific right of privacy in the Constitution. Do you believe that protects a woman's right to choose?
Not at all. The state constitution's right to privacy clause is related to privacy issues like search and seizure, those types of more of a federal Fourth Amendment constitutional right. So I think it's clear that let me just say this, the abortion industry has tried to raise the state constitutional right to privacy clause in the past, that somehow it gave a woman a right to an abortion. That has never been litigated, never been found in court, never been thought to be applied to the issue of abortion. So no, I do not think that our courts will find a right to an abortion in our state constitution. And if they do, they'll be making law, not interpreting it. Other questions? All right, then we thank you all for coming and have a great day. It's a great day for babies and their mothers in the state of Arizona. Policy. I will share.
All right, and those were some remarks from an anti-abortions group here in the state of Arizona. They are supporting this ruling that the Supreme Court came down with. For many, it was not a surprise. Obviously, this comes after that draft opinion leak that happened more than a month ago in May. We're going to take a short break here on LiveNOW from Fox and bring you more reaction from across the country. Shortly, we're going to bring you remarks from Planned Parenthood here in the state of Arizona, and we will also have a live report from Florida. That's up next. What was that? Ooh. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're following news from across the country here. Obviously, the big story today is the Supreme Court ruling on Roe versus Wade being overturned. Crowds are gathered outside of the Supreme Court, and those crowds are from both sides, abortion rights supporters and those who are against abortions. And you can see there are large crowds there, a number of them holding up signs. We've heard from both sides. Some people are frustrated and angry. And again, this does not come as a surprise because that opinion leak happened more than a month ago. But again, this is still shocking for many because this again overturns the case from 50 years ago. Now we're going to go to our station, our Fox 5 station in Washington, D.C., and get live coverage from them here on Live Now from Fox.
On our live stream when the decision came down.
And Katie, let's start by breaking down today's decisions.
Right off the top, the Supreme Court eviscerated the constitutional right to choose to have an abortion that was upheld 49 years ago in the Supreme Court's landmark decision Roe v. Wade in 1973. Today, Roe v. Wade is officially overturned, and the effect of that decision sends the issue of abortion back to the states. The Supreme Court does not overturn precedent often, and it does not do so lightly. In fact, Justice Samuel Alito, writing for the court's majority to overturn Roe v. Wade, said today that this is a very serious matter in deciding to overturn the landmark precedent, and it's not to be taken lightly. And I want to go ahead and clarify that there were 5 votes to overturn Roe v. Wade, led by Justice Samuel Alito, joined by Justice Thomas, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. So there were 5 votes to overturn Roe v. Wade, but this case was about a Mississippi abortion ban after 15 weeks of pregnancy, and the effect of today's decision upholds Mississippi's ban there in that case. But there were 6 votes to uphold that decision. Chief Justice Roberts decided to uphold the Mississippi law, but not go so far as to vote to overturn Roe v. Wade. But of course, the effect of today's decision eviscerates the constitutional right, overturns Roe v. Wade, and sends the issue of abortion back to the states.
So, Katie, when we had that draft opinion that was leaked about a month ago, and when the decision came down today, and I know you were very quick to look at that draft opinion and what we saw today, were there any demonstrable differences in what we saw then versus what we saw today as what is now the law of the land?
Well, the biggest difference is today we got to take a look at a dissent, and we got to take a look at the concurrences. Several justices wrote separately from the majority's opinion to write why they were either voting to overturn Roe v. Wade, or in the Chief's case, writing why he did not want to overturn Roe v. Wade or would not go so far as to overturn Roe v. Wade. And we also got to see the other side of the argument, which is what did not come out when that draft opinion was leaked. All 3 of the court's liberal justices, Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan, writing jointly in dissent today, and that is a rare occurrence for them to do that, saying, with sorrow for this court, but more for the many millions of American women who have today lost a fundamental constitutional protection, we dissent.
Katie, what do you make of Justice Alito in the collective argument of the majority, saying that this just applies to abortion rights, that this is not to be read into other civil rights cases like Obergefell that talk about same-sex marriage? And then in that same opinion, which is almost 200 pages long, you get from Justice Clarence Thomas saying, well, no, we should look at some of these cases.
The justices had different things to say about, Marina, what I think you point out will be the next part of this conversation, which is, does today's holding and reasoning potentially affect other cases that were decided under a similar rationale using a similar reasoning from the Supreme Court? And we're talking about Obergefell, same-sex marriage, or the right to make private sexual choices in your home in Lawrence v. Texas. And in those cases, as you said, Justice Alito said today's decision does not impact those cases, does not impact those rights. Justice Kavanaugh also wrote separately to point out that those cases are not affected. But Justice Justice Thomas actually invited the Supreme Court to reconsider the court's reasoning in those cases. And so that will be one of the next battlegrounds. Of course, the first battleground will go to the states deciding what and how they will regulate abortion. But the other part of this conversation is what today's decision means for those rights.
All right, Katie. And of course, we will be speaking with Katie throughout the afternoon. You'll be joining us again at 5:30 and then again later tonight with your live special in the courts at 7 o'clock. See you then.
In the meantime, as soon as that decision came down, demonstrations erupted across the district, both in favor and against the decision. This happened, and you saw this unfold on Fox 5. This is a live image of the Frederick Douglass Bridge in Southeast. Around 11 a.m., a man climbed the bridge. He's been there ever since. His name is Guido Reichstatter. He's been seen holding a flag and a large green banner while also using his phone. And just moments ago, we talked with him about why he decided to go up there in the first place.
Yeah, the reason I'm up here is to call the people of this country into nonviolent civil resistance, to occupy Washington, D.C., to compel the government to protect abortion rights.
All right, so once again, that is a live image. It's zoomed out, but you get a sense. Look on the bridge surface there, because you can see a little while ago they unfurled a cushion out there, presumably if he were to try to get down. It's an inflatable cushion out there, but he is still on that bridge. He has been there now for just about, I want to say, going on 6 hours. He says he plans to be up there for a couple of days. Now, traffic down below on the bridge came to a halt. That bridge remains closed. So the bottom line is over the next several hours, probably over the next several days, if he stands true to what he plans to do, you can expect some massive delays and backups in the area. In the meantime, our team coverage continues with the crowd outside the Supreme Court that's only grown throughout the day. Stephanie Ramirez has been out there alongside Katie Barlow when that decision came down. She's remained in place. Hey, Stephanie, tell me the difference from what you saw around 11 a.m. today versus what you're seeing now.
Well, Jim, first, I want to tell you that, but first I want to talk with a family that was kind enough to wait with us for a few minutes here. They have to get on the road to Philadelphia, coming from Tennessee, happened to stop in D.C. This was planned before, but happened to stop on the day of a monumental Supreme Court decision. I have Mom here, Holly, with us with your family. If you can just, reiterate for me the impact on you and your family. You were crying when you talked to me before.
Yeah. Like I said, we were traveling, and we got the news about an hour out, what had happened today. And it was gut-wrenching because as someone who's had a lot of health issues, reproductive-wise, I was able to make a conscious decision with my husband and with my doctor. And to imagine she having less rights than I will is crazy. Everyone has a right, but women's rights are being decreased, and it's not right.
Really, thank you so much. Thank you to the family. Safe travels to Philadelphia. And we're talking to folks coming from out of town here to witness what's going on, history outside the Supreme Court, also locals. Now, Jim, you had asked me, though, what the environment is like here. I can tell you, in the beginning, when the decision was made, there were pro-life supporters here who were celebrating outside the Supreme Court. Now, those folks have sort of spread out, but mostly now we're seeing behind us a lot of pro-abortion supporters. Not as big as we've seen after the Supreme Court leak about a month ago, but there is still nonetheless a lot of passion. We've talked to people crying, very emotional, upset. There's also some people celebrating. I have with me here Luke, who traveled from Delaware to be out here today. Luke, thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Tell me your thoughts on the decision today.
So I'm really overjoyed. I'm really happy that finally we're able to recognize that that the decision made years ago was unconstitutional, and there is nothing in the Constitution giving women the right to kill their baby. And so I'm very passionate, feel very strongly about that. I'm happy to be here.
Why this is so important to you?
Yeah. So I really feel that we need to love both the child and the mother and help the woman to get through the difficult situation that she's in. I am a huge supporter of women and the very difficult situations that they find themselves in. So I really think that we need to help both of them to overcome the difficult situation that the woman finds herself in so that they can both have a life together.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Just to show you guys the crowd out here. And also, Jim, we should mention a lot of security presence in the wake of the SCOTUS decision. D.C. police announcing that they have fully activated their department. We see snipers and police members on top of the Supreme Court building. and a lot of excitement here, some anger, frustrations. We're seeing a lot of verbal, loud clashes between the two different groups as well. That's the very latest outside of Supreme Court. Jim, I'll toss it back to you.
Yeah, and you know, I'm looking at the crowd behind you right now, Stephanie. You see the signs out there, and we'll check back in with you in just a little bit, but you get a sense of the varied opinion out there. And look, it's one thing to go outside of the Supreme Court. It's another to go online. We've been keeping our eye on social media all day long because clearly if there's one place where people have strong opinions, it's social media. Let's take a look at our tag board right now. Many of the tweets coming in right there. Let's show you one coming from Marcia Garber. It says, Roe v. Wade, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, unless, of course, you have a womb. Missy says, no uterus. No opinion. But look, I realize that you're seeing many different perspectives out there. Two happen to be on the same side, but trust us, social media, we have seen that all day long. It's been very active, and we're going to keep our eye on that and see what the pulse of the people continues to be.
Yeah, we've got nearly 2,000 votes tonight on our Fox 5 Live Insta poll. Did the U.S. Supreme Court make the right decision? And this pretty much echoes where things stand right now, essentially a 50-50 split. Depending on the minute, it sways one way or the other. Just barely a yes vote here, but again, pretty much down the line. Of course, you can vote on our website, fox5dc.com, or head to our news app. That's Fox 5 DC. Wherever you get your applications. And today's Supreme Court decision means abortion rights are now left up to individual states. Virginia will likely emerge as a critical battleground on this front. Our David Kaplan live tonight in Arlington with what this means for the Commonwealth and what's next. David?
Marina, some important context about today can really be found here in Virginia. The House of Delegates controlled by a narrow Republican majority. The Senate controlled by an even narrower Democratic majority. Now, Democrats ran the three key executive offices the last 8 years until voting in. Virginia did a Republican governor and Republican lieutenant governor, as well as Republican attorney general last fall. Now, during Democrat Ralph Northam's administration, abortion access increased in the Commonwealth. Today, Governor Youngkin and Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears both out with statements indicating they would like to pass legislation when the legislature reconvenes in January. Youngkin says to protect the life of unborn children. I talked to two Virginia women here today, one wondering aloud whether it's time to leave Virginia, the other believing the Supreme Court made the right decision, but sympathizing with those who are upset today.
Disappointing. This is actually the first sort of more purple state I've ever lived in, and I'm kind of regretting my decision to have moved here, given the fact that, you know, my fundamental rights are now, you know, up for question.
I'm happy that I think it's a good thing it's gone back to the states, but you can't ignore how deeply affects this a lot of individuals.
We also heard from Whole Women's Health today. They're one of the largest providers. They have clinics in Alexandria as well as Charlottesville. The CEO says that they have already seen an influx of people coming from out of state, women coming from out of state to get abortion care here in Virginia because of the way that Virginia's law is currently structured. She emphasizes tonight they're essentially doubling down, adding more resources here in Virginia, calling it a safe haven, especially now that there are more restrictions in more states and will be after this ruling today. She also added they're going to attempt to fight any attempts to change the laws here in Virginia. As for whether or not those laws could be changed, join me back here in our next half hour. We'll give you more context on that from a political science expert here in Virginia. Back to you.
Meantime, in Maryland, Montgomery County Executive Mark Eldridge barring county travel to states that ban abortions. Eldridge says this applies to travel funded by the county or an outside entity to 25 states. That includes West Virginia. In that letter, Eldridge wrote, quote, "Our county taxpayers expect the county's resources to uphold county values and Maryland state law," end quote. The county executive says exceptions will be made by him on a case-by-case basis.
50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk.
Shortly after that,
user or that, you know, whatever memorial, and then
All right, that was just a little bit live coverage from our Fox 5 station in Washington, D.C. We will bring you much more coming from the nation's capital. And after the short break, we will have a live report on local coverage in Florida. That's up next.
Yeah.
About 30 seconds, Randy. 30 seconds. Well, we're getting a reaction from a number of states and lawmakers from across the country, including in Florida. Joining us right now is Fox 35's Randy Hildreth. She is joining us live right now. Hey, Randy, how are you? Tell us what is going on down in Florida. What are you hearing after this Supreme Court ruling?
I'm in downtown Orlando at the Wren Theater. This is a location where Representative Ana Escamani is hosting a rally. The doors here open within the last 10 minutes or so, and just doing a quick scan of the room, I can tell you that there are close to 100 people here to participate with this rally, some bringing their own signs. Others are receiving signs like this that say "bans off of our bodies." On the other side, abortion is health care. Now, this is happening in Orlando, but across Florida, there have been a number of other protests today.
Representatives set up in Jacksonville, Miami, and Tampa today. Each news conference blasted the Supreme Court and the justice's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade.
Abortion bans strip us of our freedom to control our own bodies.
The 6-3 ruling hands the power back over to each state to determine abortion access. Governor Ron DeSantis tweeted in part, quote, "The prayers of millions have been answered." But Democrats like Representative Ana Escamani point to data that shows many may not feel that sentiment.
We must remember that Floridians overwhelmingly support access to a safe and legal abortion. In fact, majority of Americans do.
A survey by Florida Atlantic University found 67% of respondents, including most Republicans, believe abortion should be legal in most or all cases. Some state lawmakers say the fight will continue by way of voting.
This is not a time to shrink or surrender, and the antidote to despair is action.
And right before this rally, doors open here at the rally, I heard Representative Ana Escamani talking to volunteers, telling them to remind those who come that, again, the fight is not over for people who are upset by the justice's ruling in this case, overturning Roe versus Wade, and then reminding people again that abortion is still legal in Florida right now. Back to you.
All right, live reaction there from Fox 35's Randy Hildreth. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have much more for you after the break. Welcome back. Biden made remarks earlier on the Supreme Court ruling. He said it is a sad day for the country and the courts. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people that it had already recognized. They didn't limit it, they simply took it away. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans. But they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected a woman's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, the right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. As chairman and ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, as vice president and now as president of the United States, I've studied this case carefully. I've overseen more Supreme Court confirmations than anyone today, where this case was always discussed. I believe Roe v. Wade was the correct decision as a matter of constitutional law and application of the fundamental right to privacy and liberty in matters of family and personal autonomy. It was a decision on a complex matter that drew a careful balance between a woman's right to choose earlier in her pregnancy and the state's ability to regulate later in her pregnancy. A decision with broad national consensus that most Americans of faith and backgrounds found acceptable, and that had been the law of the land for most of the lifetime of Americans today. And it was a constitutional principle upheld by justices appointed by Democrat and Republican presidents alike. Roe v. Wade was a 7-2 decision, written by a justice appointed by a Republican president, Richard Nixon. In the 5 decades that followed Roe v. Wade, justices appointed by Republican presidents from Eisenhower, Nixon, and Reagan, George W. Bush, were among the justices who voted to uphold the principles set forth in Roe v. Wade. It was 3 justices named by one president, Donald Trump, who were the core of today's decision to upend the scales of justice and eliminate a fundamental right for women in this country. Make no mistake, this decision is a culmination of a deliberate effort over decades to upset the balance of our law. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans that had already been recognized. The court's decision to do so will have real and immediate consequences. State laws banning abortion are automatically taking effect today, jeopardizing the health of millions of women, some without exceptions. So extreme that women could be punished for protecting their health. So extreme that women and girls who are forced to bear their rapist's child, with the child a consequence. It just stuns me. So extreme that doctors will be criminalized for fulfilling their duty to care. Imagine having a young woman have to carry the child of incest as a consequence of incest. No option. Too often the case. The poor women are going to be hit the hardest. It's cruel. In fact, the court laid out state laws criminalizing abortion that go back to the 1800s as rationale. The court literally taking America back 150 years. This is a sad day for the country, in my view. But it doesn't mean the fight's over. Let me be very clear and unambiguous. The only way we can secure a woman's right to choose, and the balance that existed, is for Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade as federal law. No executive action from the president can do that. And if Congress, as it appears, lacks the votes to do that now, voters need to make their voices heard. This fall, we must elect more senators and representatives who will codify women's right to choose into federal law once again. Elect more state leaders to protect this right at the local level. We need to restore the protections of Roe as law of the land. We need to elect officials who will do that. This fall, Roe is on the ballot. Personal freedoms are on the ballot. The right to privacy, liberty, equality, they're all on the ballot. Until then, I will do all of my power to protect a woman's right in states where they will face the consequences of today's decision. While the court's decision cast a dark shadow over a large swath of the land, many states in this country still recognize a woman's right to choose. So, if a woman lives in a state that restricts abortion, the Supreme Court's decision does not prevent her from traveling from her home state to the state that allows it. It does not prevent a doctor in that state from treating her. As the Attorney General has made clear, women must remain free to travel safely to another state to seek care they need. My administration will defend that bedrock right. If any state or local official, high or low, tries to interfere with a woman's exercising her basic right to travel, I will do everything in my power to fight that deeply un-American attack. My administration will also protect a woman's access to medications that are approved by the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, like contraception, which is essential for preventative health care, mifepristone, which the FDA approved 20 years ago to safely end early pregnancies and is commonly used to treat miscarriages. Some states are saying that they'll try to ban or severely restrict access to these medications. But extremist governors and state legislators are looking to block the mail, or search a person's medicine cabinet or control a woman's actions by tracking data on her apps she uses are wrong and extreme and out of touch with the majority of Americans. The American Medical Association, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists wrote to me and Vice President Harris stressing that these laws are not based on evidence and asking us to act to protect access to care. They say by limiting access to these medicines, maternal mortality will climb in America. That's what they say. Today, I'm directing the Department of Health and Human Services to take steps to ensure these critical medications are available to the fullest extent possible. And the politicians cannot interfere in the decisions that should be made between a woman and her doctor. And my administration will remain vigilant as the implications of this decision play out. I've warned about how this decision risks the broader right to privacy for everyone. That's because Roe recognized the fundamental right to privacy that has served as a basis for so many more rights that we've come to take for granted, that are ingrained in the fabric of this country. The right to make the best decisions for your health. The right to use birth control, a married couple in the privacy of their bedroom, for God's sake. The right to marry the person you love. Now, Justice Thomas said as much today. He explicitly called to reconsider the right of marriage equality, the right of couples to make their choices on contraception. This is extreme and dangerous path the court is now taking us on. Let me close with 2 points. First, I call on everyone, no matter how deeply they care about this decision, to keep all protests peaceful. Peaceful, peaceful, peaceful. No intimidation. Violence is never acceptable. Threats and intimidation are not speech. We must stand against violence in any form, regardless of your rationale. Second, I know so many of us are frustrated and disillusioned that the court has taken something away that's so fundamental. I know so many women are now going to face incredibly difficult situations. I hear you. I support you. I stand with you. The consequences and the consensus of the American people, core principles of equality, liberty, dignity, and the stability of the rule of law demand that Roe should not have been overturned. With this decision, the conservative majority of the Supreme Court shows how extreme it is, how far removed they are from the majority of this country. They've made the United States an outlier among developed nations in the world. But this decision must not be the final word. My administration will use all of its appropriate lawful powers, but Congress must act. And with your vote, you can act. You can have the final word. This is not over. Thank you very much. More to say this in weeks to come. Thank you.
All right, reaction there from President Biden earlier today on the Supreme Court ruling. And earlier, we heard local reaction from down in Florida, specifically in Orlando. And now we want to take you to New York City, where our reporter is live. Actually, we're going to take a short 2-minute break, and we'll bring you more after this break.
Last year, so what was it?
I didn't think they did enough this offseason.
No, I mean, I came into this offseason, coming back, and I said, you know what?
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're continuing to get reaction from a number of cities from across the country on this Supreme Court ruling on Roe v. Wade. Moments ago, we got a live report from Orlando, Florida, and now we're going to get a live report from our Fox 5 station in New York City. Joining us now live is Richard Giacovocas with more on the local reaction there in New York City. Hey, Richard, what's going on?
Hi, Shirley. Well, to put it bluntly, these protesters are fed up and they are furious over this decision from the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, and they are coming out in numbers here in Union Square. A big key point of this rally is that a lot of these protesters are set to march at any moment now, where they will be trying to block traffic here. This is a big part of our city here in New York. Let me give you a look at the hundreds of people who have shown up here. National Mobilization for Reproductive Justice is coordinating a number of protests in the 4 cities across the country, New York City being one of them, calling on all supporters of reproductive rights to gather, to speak out, and then march. Civil disobedience is the theme here, as these protesters will sit down and attempt to block traffic. Well, we have also noticed that many of them here are holding up posters, each one of them containing an image of someone whose reproductive rights were denied, or of someone who has played a pivotal role in defending those rights. There are different generations all coming together in protest, and we'll hear from some of those protesters from just a short time ago.
They can't afford, that they might be sacrificing their health.
They're using our sound
all
lines, so
kinds
use
of reasons that this should not be happening.
And it's kind of ridiculous that 6 people can make that decision for the majority of people, when the majority of people have supported abortion overwhelmingly for the last 50 years. In fact, support for overturning Roe v. Wade has never gone above 36% in popular polls.
If you think that it stops here today, you are absolutely wrong. Men, as well as women, better stand up. Better stand up and help us, because it's about to get real.
Suburbs on Long Island, even in New Jersey, a number of rallies set for later tonight. It just shows just how much passion is behind this historic ruling, whatever side of the aisle you on. Most of these protesters are obviously against the decision, and those are the protests we're following tonight here in Union Square. We're live in New York City. Richard Giacovocas, we'll send it back to you, Shirley.
All right, thank you so much. Again, a live report from Richard Giacovocas. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, and we will bring you much more on the developments on this ruling.
Are we good? We all good there? Melissa?
Welcome back. We're hearing from a number of people from across the country, including Planned Parenthood locations. This one right now is from a Planned Parenthood in Arizona. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Democratic Party, and also the state senator for Legislative District 30. And today people are angry, and very rightfully so. I can't help but to think about the people who sound or look like me, black and brown people, women who are told to calm down when we get angry. Even when we are the people who will be affected by these types of decisions. And I have a message for everyone. We will not calm down. We are feeling angry. We're feeling hurt, we're feeling betrayed, and we are allowed to feel this way when the government is more concerned about regulating our bodies than our guns. And make no mistake, today is the day Republicans have worked for decades. Today, my mind and my heart is with all the women and families that Democrats worked so hard to support and to protect, who will now suffer at the hands of the Republican Party. But we're here today because we know that this decision, this intensely personal and private decision, should be left to an individual. And I am so proud to be joined by many of my colleagues, many leaders who will not be deterred by the cruelty coming from the Republican Party and their lawmakers in DC and legislators right here at the Capitol. Today, I want to make it extremely clear that the majority of Arizonans support the right to have safe and legal abortion. We want to make it clear that the majority of Arizonans support the right to have safe and legal abortion. Recent polling shows us that an overwhelming 87% of registered Arizona voters believe abortion services should be legal. This should not be a partisan issue, and yet it is, and so here we are. But voters are with us. The vast majority of Arizonans do not want the government interfering in their health decisions. Ultimately, families will suffer and people will die because of what these Republicans aided and abated by 6 out of torch. Far-right conservative judges have done this. People will die because Republicans are hell-bent on limiting our freedoms. They will stop at nothing to ban and bully and dehumanize anyone who does not look and behave the way that they want him to. That includes Governor Ducey, who signed a 15-week abortion bill just this session. And that includes Nancy Bartow, who wrote that bill. And that includes Carrie Lake and Karen Taylor Robson, who have promised to continue limiting our freedoms and access to abortion as they run to be the next governor. And that includes Blake Masters, Jim Lehman, and our own Attorney General Mark Brnovich, who would like to take their own extremist anti-abortion agenda to the House of the U.S. Senate, even setting their sight on all our federal nationwide abortion ban. But I have news for these folks. Arizonans are not with you, and they will not support your extreme agenda. They will not support your extreme agenda. And I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. These Republicans are not the pro-life party they claim to be. They are not the pro-life party they claim to be. They are pro-control and anti-freedom. And Arizonans want elected officials who are committed to protecting our freedoms and not tearing them down. And Arizona Democrats are ready to deliver. Arizonans are ready to elect pro-choice people Arizonans are going to elect pro-choice Democrats up and down the ballot, and we're going to elect Julie Gunnigal to the next Maricopa County attorney. We are going to elect Chris Mace to be our next attorney general. We are going to send Mark Kelly back to the Senate to fight for our rights, because that's what Arizonans deserve. And we're going to elect pro-choice Democrats to the House of this state legislature, and we're going to elect a governor to the state of Arizona. And it has been a day. I know it has been a day, and it's been weeks since the leak of this actual decision. But being here, and we're surrounded by these fierce leaders in the fight for reproductive justice, I am feeling my anger and my sadness turn into productive energy. Republicans are seeing how powerful we are when our people unite and fight for their communities and have their voices heard, which is exactly why this fringe yet powerful minority continues to attack our bodies, our public schools, our healthcare system, and our democracy. And while that fringe minority tirelessly fight to control us, I'm almost in awe, because that is just how scared they are of us. And they know that when people unite around shared values that lift up communities, we are more powerful than they will ever be. That is more clear than ever as we are here, united together, not just as the Arizona Democratic Party, but as members of the Arizona community. And together, we will stop at nothing to build an Arizona that empowers people, to build an Arizona with strong, fully funded schools, and an Arizona where you can have a good paying job to support a family, and an Arizona where health care is equitable and accessible, and an Arizona where a person can access safe and legal abortion services whenever they need them. That's what we're here committed to do. And with that, our next speaker is Senator Victoria Steele, who is our whip in the Arizona Senate.
Thank you all for coming out today. We are angry. We are disgusted with the Supreme Court decision on Roe v. Wade. This is a very grim day across our nation. This is not just an attack on our bodily autonomy. This is an attack on our financial security, our economic futures. The government should not ever be interfering with our ability to make private health decisions. Today's SCOTUS decision is not the end. The Supreme Court is now reconsidering. Please listen to this. The Supreme Court is now reconsidering contraception, same-sex marriage, and interracial marriage. Read this opinion from the court today. Read this ruling. This battle immediately moves the fight to the legislatures across this country, but most especially here in Arizona. Make no mistake, it is now up to you, the voters, to make the next step. Do not sit this one out. You cannot sit this one out. The next step is in your hands. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Representative Jennifer Germain.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am State Representative Jennifer Germain from Legislative District 18. That is the cities of Tempe, Mesa, Chandler, and the Ahwatukee portion of Phoenix. Today's Supreme Court ruling is truly devastating for many reasons. And I stand before you as a woman whose medical records say that I've had an abortion. And they say that because under medical billing and medical coding, miscarriages are abortions. At 16 weeks pregnant, I presented at the emergency room in active miscarriage. And although my life was not in immediate danger, there was no medical intervention in this world that could have saved my pregnancy. And under Arizona's new law, Senate Bill 1164, the doctors and nurses who helped me that day could be prosecuted. My very much wanted pregnancy was not viable. And under this law, there are no exceptions for the viability of the pregnancy. There are no exceptions for rape or incest. Doctors cannot perform the medical test for viability before the gestational age of Arizona's new abortion ban, and to force families like mine with non-viable pregnancies to continue until 40 weeks, only to have their newborn die within minutes of birth, is cruel and heartless. Families like mine are the ones who no longer have the protections of Roe. They no longer have the protections to seek medical care, to make their own medical decisions, and to grieve the loss of their much wanted pregnancies. Abortion is health care, and it's a very private, very personal medical decision that government does not belong in. So thank you for being here today, and I hope that I put a little bit of a more human face on this, because it is families like mine that will suffer the most. And I would like to introduce Dr. Reverend Kathy Clardy Patterson. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Dr. Kathy Clardy Patterson, and I'm here today because I'm simply outraged at the radical decision made by the Supreme Court earlier today. People of all walks across the state, old and young, representing our full political spectrum, know that the right to decide what women do with their bodies is their right alone and should never be taken away, and especially governed by the state. I'm here to tell you that as an African American woman, it is absolutely essential to highlight that there was a time for more than 400 years that we had no control over our bodies, and we refuse to return to that state. Yet all throughout the state, we have Republicans who have been on a rampage, citing pro-family values and deeply held religious conviction as a justification for denying women the right to control their own bodies. But I'm here to tell you right now that I am a pro-choice faith leader in Arizona, and these two things can exist at the same time.
Yes, Reverend.
But we can't just stand here today outraged. We must take action. And we know that we have critical elections coming up. The current Attorney General turned Senate candidate, Mark Brnovich, has spent years and years pushing his personal anti-choice agenda on all of us. And now he's promising to bring it to Washington. But Arizonans don't want that. They want a senator who will defend their rights from being ripped away from them. Similarly, Jim Lehman and Blake Masters are also running for the Senate, promising to go, quote, on the offense. And looking beyond today's decision to limiting even more rights that govern our bodies and our privacy. Layman and Masters both cite their religion and their pro-life upbringing as reasons that they want to ban abortion, even in the case of rape and incest. So clearly, they have no respect for the reality that values women's freedom of privacy and control over their own bodies. It is critical that we not be passive at a time like this.
That's right.
We need to support candidates like Senator Mark Kelly, who will stand with us and fight every day that he is in the Senate to uphold rights. As mentioned by an earlier speaker, this decision is not limited to just abortion. By striking down long-held precedents we have regarding privacy rights, we have now opened the door to being able to make it illegal to have birth control. It will be illegal for rape victims to be able to take the morning after pill. And it may even prevent those who want to begin a family to have IVF. This is a radical decision, and we must stand with every candidate that stands with us and fight to defeat all those who don't. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Patterson, Dr. Reverend Patterson. And our next speaker is Brittany Fontino, President and CEO of Planned Parenthood. And I'm proud that as a Democratic Party, we're here in support not only of her, but of her organization. They're carrying the heaviest lift, which is ensuring that our communities have access to health care. So with that, please give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brittany Fontino, and I am the President and CEO of Planned Parenthood Arizona and Planned Parenthood Advocates of Arizona. Today, the Supreme Court has eradicated 50 years of the constitutional protected right to abortion, a fundamental right and a human right. Our patients and our supporters may be feeling many things right now: devastation, fear, anger, confusion, and I want everyone to know that I see you, I feel you, and I feel those things too. Arizona is one of the most hostile states to abortion in the country, despite the fact that the vast majority of Arizonans support the right to abortion access. We have pre-Roe bans that are currently enjoined but are still on the books, as well as other medically unnecessary restrictions and vague laws. Shameful Republicans and anti-abortion lawmakers have planned for this day for decades, and they have done everything in their power to intentionally create chaos and confusion so that Arizonans don't know what their rights are or how to exercise them. I'll give the plane a moment to pass by. Are we good? Yes? It is a conspiracy, thank you. Let's be crystal clear. The Supreme Court has abandoned patients today, and lawmakers have created unnecessary confusion in this moment of trauma. But Planned Parenthood Arizona is not going anywhere. Not now, not ever.
Yes, that's right.
Our doors are open, and we continue to serve our patients with essential sexual and reproductive health care, inclusive sex education, and advocacy in our communities, no matter what. I do want to share that we are being forced by the Supreme Court's decision today and politicians in our state to deny patients access to essential abortion care. As a result of our state's extremely complex and tangled web of laws, we have been forced to pause abortion services at Planned Parenthood clinics in Arizona. We're working diligently with our lawyers to untangle the conflicting laws and ensure our patients know what their legal rights are and how to access legal abortion care. We know that criminalizing abortion will not reduce the human need for abortion or this essential healthcare service. It will simply force people to flee their communities to try to obtain care or force them to carry unintended pregnancies to term. We also know that banning abortion just serves to further our country's legacy of racism and discrimination, because abortion bans will have the greatest impact on Black, Indigenous, and Latino communities, poor communities, rural communities, and young people. As a woman of color, I know that what our communities need in this moment to attain equity in health and in life is more access to health care, not less. Thank you. And the last thing that we need is criminalization for making our own personal decisions about our bodies, our lives, and our futures. We are at a historic moment. We have never before lost a constitutional right in this country until right now. This is a truly heartbreaking moment for all people in Arizona and across our country, but this moment will not break us. I am treating this moment as the ultimate rallying cry to fight for my rights, to fight for my daughter's rights, to fight for the rights of Planned Parenthood patients, to fight for the rights of all Arizonans, to make sure that we are able to achieve reproductive freedom for every person, no matter what. The stakes have never been higher. Our reproductive freedom is on the line, and Planned Parenthood will not back down. We will always be here for our patients and our providers, fighting every step of the way to make sure they receive and can provide the essential sexual and reproductive health care they need and deserve. Thank you.
The underlying Arizona law, 133603, does have an exception in the case of life of the mother. Will Planned Parenthood continue to perform abortions in cases where the life of the mother is in danger?
Right now, because we understand that there is no clarity in terms of the legal landscape, whether it is the pre-Roe bans that you're referencing, whether it is the 15-week ban, whether it is the plethora of other bans that are still on the books, we are pausing all abortion services until we have clarity about what is legal here in Arizona. And when that becomes clear, we will be able to make a determination about whether or not we resume abortion services.
All right, you heard it right there as Planned Parenthood says that it will be putting all abortion services in Arizona on hold until there's a clear idea of the legal landscape in Arizona. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to continue our coverage really throughout the country of protests that continue to happen after the Roe v. Wade overturned earlier today. When we come back, I speak with a criminal defense attorney all about this ruling. And Live Now from Fox continues on as we have full coverage today of the Supreme Court decision. And now we have a special guest joining us here, a criminal defense attorney, Jacqueline Goodman. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And first off, as we start these conversations with so many, I just want to ask you your opinion on today's release.
Well, you know, I'm even though we knew it was coming, I'm still struck by just the magnitude of it. Really, I hear people talking about this as an abortion rights decision, but this is not an abortion rights decision. This is a privacy rights decision. And when they talk about, you know, the states' rights in this decision, as I read it, I was struck by the last time, or the most salient time I think I've heard that, are times where, you know, we used it in the Civil War times to justify enslaving people. They used it as a justification of Plessy versus Ferguson to, you know, justify separate but equal rules. When we talk about states' rights, typically we're talking about taking away rights of Americans, and that's absolutely what happened today.
And we're talking about a nearly 50-year precedent that is now going to be gone from the federal area and going back to the states here. And just for people that, what does that do to someone as far as just maybe just the whole mentality of that going away from the federal level now to the states?
Well, you know, when they talk about a 50-year precedent, that's another thing that it's really more than a 50-year precedent. The decision itself was a decision that recognized the privacy right in the Constitution that goes back hundreds of years. So it wasn't a right that was conferred 50 years ago and now we're taking it back. This is about an interpretation of the Constitution that, as it was meant, was protecting the rights of individuals against the government. This decision rolls that back and says that the individual does not have the same rights as a protection against the government.
And can we also talk about how, you know, in some states like California, maybe that decision won't be as hard as maybe that someone that lives in Alabama. Can you maybe just explain that for our viewers as well?
You know, I take a little bit of issue with that. It's true, we are lucky in California, but I recently represented a woman who was charged with murder for the loss of her fetus in California. She was the second woman to be so charged. And I took that case on pro bono for this exact reason, because no one's safe. There is an effort, I think, to criminalize women's reproductive health rights across the nation, including in states that we think we are safe in California. And so there are very real ramifications to this decision. But of course, there are cases where there are trigger laws that are set to go into effect the moment this decision comes out. And so in those cases, in those states, there are laws on the books now to criminalize abortion almost immediately. And so those people who are disadvantaged, I think, that are going to have trouble traveling, even criminalized for traveling, those people will be in harm's way. And that's a very dangerous place to be right now in many, many states.
Now, going forward, what else do you think some decisions could come down possibly in the future from the Supreme Court?
Everything's at stake. This is a question of privacy rights. So the right to marry, the right to marry the person that you want to marry, you know, these lots and lots of decisions that have come out of the idea that the Constitution does implicitly provide a right to privacy are enveloped in this same decision. So just because it may be abortion that we're talking about in this particular decision doesn't mean that every other privacy right that we hold dear is not at stake. And in fact, you know, really what this is, this abortion case, is women's reproductive health rights. So it's about women being able to be empowered to make their own health decisions. It has everything to do with even contraception, et cetera, specific to this decision, but the ramifications are much more broad.
And what do you think is a bigger dagger? Do you think it was when the leak came down? It's hard to believe that it was just a little over a month ago, or do you think it is today with making it official?
You know, I think that there was a lot of hope that people had that maybe this decision, this leak decision was either not real or not going to be the final version of that decision. But I think that a lot of folks were steeling themselves for this and for, finding some, I think, ways to try to combat it. But the fact of the matter is, this is about separation of powers, and there's nothing that we can do really to overturn this decision. It's what the Supreme Court does. It's, that you hear it all the time, but elections have consequences. And so when you have a court that has these ideological leanings, it shouldn't surprise anybody that the decision comes the way it does. And it is a co-equal branch of government. And so just passing new laws isn't going to change a whole lot. A lot of protections went away today.
And what do you think we might see later in the evening, maybe going into the weekend there? Obviously, there will be protests, but we're hoping that nothing turns violent or extreme. But we saw, leading up to this, the protesting outside of Justice Kavanaugh's home, and then even the most extreme threat is when the assassination attempt happened on the justice. Where do you think, this could potentially go as far as this weekend, as far as protests?
I feel that one of the things that we do hold dear is our First Amendment right to speak. And so the ability to organize and to speak and to show our dissatisfaction or our disappointment or our displeasure at a Supreme Court decision is something that we hold dear. No one, and all of our jurisprudence does not allow for violence. And so to the extent that there may be an odd violent outbreak from time to time, we understand that those are not acceptable. I don't expect, I couldn't predict anything, but I certainly don't expect any violence and certainly no organized violence, but people are hurt. And they're, when you do this to a population and you take away the freedoms that they've come to hold dear, people are hurt. And I think that hurt is sometimes expressed in a way that's very emotional. And other people on the other side of that don't understand it sometimes get frightened about it. But what I've seen so far is nothing but, virtually nothing but peaceful protests, and I'm glad to see them.
And as an attorney, what was your thinking on Roe v. Wade? Because we had the late Justice Ginsburg. She would say that Roe was very susceptible at times, and at times could be really challenged. What was your thinking on all of this as well?
Roe and Griswold and the cases that hold that we have a right to privacy, I think are vulnerable in the sense that Justice Ginsburg alluded to, because there's no black letter in the Constitution that says you, number 3, have a right to privacy. But it doesn't mean that we don't have it. Under the Supreme Court rulings that go back for 250 years, there have been decisions that allude to the right to privacy that's implicit in the Constitution. I think that the vulnerability comes from the fact that one might carve out, in certain instances, something that appears to be implicit. But I don't think that it's really been a subject of much debate in the United States. Particularly our populace really does understand that we think of ourselves as the land of the free. We think of ourselves as having these freedoms and these privacy rights that all of us hold dear. And so I don't think that the average person really thinks that the Constitution doesn't protect our privacy.
And lastly, in your opinion, how far do you feel as a nation we have gone back?
It's a hard question to answer. It's a sad day. I look to places like Iran, for example, where it's hard to imagine that you go from the freedoms that women had enjoyed to a different regime going sort of back in their time and taking away certain privileges and rights that women and people had come to expect. And we look at those places from far away in the world and think, how could that ever happen? That could never happen to us. And this is exactly how it happens. It happens because people have a sort of, even the decision here in Dobbs, they talk about, moral leanings and the morality of the choice between, being pro-abortion and anti-abortion. And I'll tell you, I'm someone who, I don't say this often, but because it doesn't matter, but I happen to be somebody who believes that life begins at conception. It doesn't change anything about what I believe about this decision. And so it isn't a question of are you for or against abortion. This is a decision that has to do with freedoms that the people of this country come to expect and enjoy and hold inviolate. And to abrogate those freedoms and to allow quote unquote states' rights, the states to abrogate those freedoms, that's the right of the state to take those freedoms away, somehow couching it in those terms, is this sort of slippery slope. And people think, well, I'm against this thing or against that thing. I'm not gay, so I'm not for gay marriage, and states can abrogate the right to marry the person that you want. I mean, there are countless instances that one could take a moral stand on, but I think it's the job of the United States Supreme Court to give life to the Constitution and to protect the rights that are protected by the federal Constitution, and as against states that want to abridge those rights. So, the ramifications, like I said, of this decision are so far-reaching. I don't think that the average person quite understands it, because they still talk about it as though it's an abortion decision. It's not. It's a privacy decision.
And Jacqueline, thank you so much for your time here today, for your insight on this incredible big decision that came from the Supreme Court today. We really, really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And live now from... And we will continue to bring you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. You can see that there are protests from across the country. This is a live look in Los Angeles. We have one coming out of Detroit as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of this here for you, and so much more to come in the evening. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Live look here of our continuing coverage of the Supreme Court ruling. And now we are taking a live look in Los Angeles. Some protests are going there. We also have some other Live Now looks, this one in Detroit. As you can see, we are going to be keeping an eye on a lot of different types of protests that are happening. This one right outside of the Supreme Court, and we'll be keeping an eye on that as it continues to grow into the evening hours. You could see that just in this last couple hours, the group has continued to build here. So we'll be keeping an eye on that shot for you, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you these top stories. And really the big one, obviously, of the day is this huge ruling here from the Supreme Court. Now I want to go to Vice President Kamala Harris. She was in Illinois making a stop there and also talking about the decision from the Supreme Court.
thank Senator Durbin. I had the privilege of serving with him, as he mentioned, on the Senate Judiciary Committee. And I can tell you, Illinois, you are very, very well represented by Senator Dick Durbin. He is an extraordinary leader, a great fighter for all of America, and in particular for the people of Illinois. So thank you, Dick Durbin, and congratulations to your grandchild for her honor today as well. And I want to thank all the leaders for joining us today. And a special thank you, of course, to Lauren Underwood. Where are you? Lauren, I have seen you when the cameras are on and when the cameras are off. She is always fighting for the people of her district, and all that you have done for our government, for the people of our country, and for Plainfield. I thank you for that. I thank you for your partnership and your leadership. So as Senator Durbin mentioned, we traveled here today. In fact, they both joined me along with the Secretary on Air Force Two. And we traveled here from DC today to talk with you about maternal health, which should be one of our highest priorities as a nation. And I had planned to speak about our strategy for improving care for pregnant women and mothers across our country. And as you know, on the way here, however, we learned that the United States Supreme Court had rendered its decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. Here's what that decision means. For nearly 50 years, we have talked about what Roe v. Wade protects. Today, as of right now, as of this minute, we can only talk about what Roe v. Wade protected. Past tense. This is a healthcare crisis. Because understand, millions of women in America will go to bed tonight without access to the health care and reproductive care that they had this morning, without access to the same health care or reproductive health care that their mothers and grandmothers had for 50 years. This is the first time in the history of our nation that a constitutional right has been taken from the people of America. And what is that right? Some might ask. It's the right to privacy. Think about it as the right for each person to make intimate decisions about heart and home. Decisions about the right to start a family, including contraception, such as IUDs, the morning after pill. Decisions about whether to have a child, including, as Senator Durbin mentioned, through in vitro fertilization. Decisions to marry the person you love. Obergefell v. Hodges. Loving versus Virginia. This opinion also says, when you read it, that abortion is not deeply rooted in our nation's history. They offer that, in the opinion, as a foundation for the decision they rendered today. In holding that it is not deeply rooted in our history, today's decision on that theory then calls into question other rights that we thought were settled, such as the right to use birth control, the right to same-sex marriage, the right to interracial marriage. The great aspiration of our nation has been to expand freedom. But the expansion of freedom clearly is not inevitable. It is not something that just happens. Not unless we defend our most fundamental principles. Not unless we elect leaders who stand up for those principles. The strength of our nation has always been that we move forward. Today, I invite all people to stand together in defense of one of the most fundamental ideals and principles that for generations, for centuries, I believe we had held dear, which is that fundamental principle about the importance of liberty. To stand for liberty, to stand for freedom, to stand for self-determination, and for the right to privacy. You have the power to elect leaders who will defend and protect your rights. And as the president said earlier today, with your vote, you can act, and you have the final word. So this is not over. God bless you, and God bless America.
That was Vice President Kamala Harris. Live look right now outside of the Supreme Court. We will continue to provide you updates throughout the evening right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break and change things up to provide some coverage and a story, a unique one, as we are learning more about the next generation of female firefighters. We'll have that full report coming up next year on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, on the West Coast, teenage girls are learning how to fight fires, and it couldn't come at a better time. Climate change has been fueling mega fires, and fire departments need all the help that they can get. Fox's Giovanni Ligi joining us right now from Sacramento, California. Giovanni, how are they learning all this?
Well, Mike, for the past 5 days, they've been at a camp in Redding, California. It's about 2 hours north of Sacramento, for reference, and they've been learning what it takes to do the job, and they've had on the hand, they've just been learning what it takes to do the job. Meet meet the next generation of female firefighters here in California. 30 teenage girls have been getting hands-on training, learning life-saving techniques and how to fight fire.
Good job.
These are 3 of the girls in the program.
I want to be the inspiration for the people that, didn't have it like I did.
The next generation that's coming around isn't just going to be male dominance. There's going to be women as well.
You figure it out and you just do the best you can.
The firefighting field is made up of almost exclusively men. Only about 8% of America's firefighters are female.
They can do it. It's hard work, it's very difficult, and you have to be committed and dedicated, but absolutely it can be done.
The 5-day training program is called Camp Cinder, and the trainers,
And that's Spock.
they're all women as well.
I love the phrase, if you can see her, you can be her, because they can see all of the female CAL FIRE staff out here that are doing it.
Back of my head, I thought, this is something I want to do. This is something I know I can do. And I'm here now doing it, and that just makes it even better for me.
16-year-old Deja Jones says this path is personal. 5 years ago, a wildfire burned down her home, and it's fueled her passion to become a firefighter.
I am never letting that happen to anybody else. That is my worst fear, being able to see someone have to go through the pain of losing everything, just like I did.
And Mike, what I was saying is they are wrapping up that training at the moment, and now that they're done with it, they also have the opportunity to apply for a scholarship to fund their education to actually become firefighters. So just a really unique story from here in California at the moment.
Yeah, it really is amazing. We appreciate it so much. Thanks so much for sharing that story with us. We appreciate it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Giovanni there live in Sacramento this evening. We are going to continue to bring you live coverage from across the country right here on Live Now from Fox as we're going to take another quick 2-minute break. But stay right here with us as more live looks here of the Supreme Court ruling that came down earlier and protests continue in D.C.
Today with my fellow House.
You are watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here. We are going to listen to a little of the House Republicans from earlier talking about the SCOTUS ruling. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Tireless efforts for decades leading to this day to give a voice to the voiceless and protect our most vulnerable, unborn babies. As a new mom, I know there is nothing more extraordinary than the miracle of life. Hearing Sam's heartbeat for the first time, I'm gonna cry, was the greatest blessing and gift for our family. And I stand unified with my Republican colleagues in protecting and promoting the right to life. I'm proud to introduce a pro-life leader and our ranking member of Energy and Commerce, Kathy McMorris Rogers.
First of all, I thank God for this day. Thank God that his mercies are new each day, and he is the giver of life. And I ask for the next 50 years and beyond in our country, how are we going to define the greatest human rights issue of our generation? This Supreme Court decision marks a chance for us to restore hope and healing to every family in this country, moms and children at every stage of life. And may it begin with each one of us doing our part to protect and celebrate all life in this greatest experiment greatest experiment in self-governance that the world has ever known. However, Speaker Pelosi and the Democrats are forcing an extreme agenda on America through their Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. It would nationalize abortion all across this nation, making America just as radical as China and North Korea. It legalizes discriminatory abortions at every stage based upon sex, race, or disability. It overrides state laws that protect women from coercion. There's no part of this that celebrates the life, the dignity, the value of every life. I think about my friend, Chloe. Chloe is a beautiful, smart young lady with Down syndrome. And at 18, she's appeared before the UN twice and spoken. And she told the world, embrace, don't erase Down syndrome. She's helped pass laws at the state level that would make sure that parents, when they receive that prenatal diagnosis of having a baby with Down syndrome, that they would actually get accurate information as to the potential of that life. Democrats want to eliminate laws like Chloe's. We must stand together and say, enough. The court affirmed today that every life is worth living. My hope, my prayer is that America will reclaim our identity as a nation whose God-given rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. And I'm pleased to introduce a gentleman who's made it his life's mission to protect life and reclaim life in America, Chris Smith, gentleman from New Jersey. Oh, there you are. Good.
Thank you so much. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is a brand new opportunity to defend the weakest and most vulnerable from the violence of abortion. And that includes the baby and the mother, the co-victim of every abortion. For decades, right up to this very moment, abortion advocates have gone to extraordinary lengths to ignore, trivialize, and cover up the battered baby victim. They've aggressively fostered a culture of denial, disrespect, a culture of death, and a bias against babies. You know, back in 1973, the Supreme Court, in an infamous decision called Roe versus Wade, which you all know about, said we need not resolve the difficult question of when human life begins. They sidestepped it and then legalized abortion throughout pregnancy. Justice Byron White at the time called that an exercise in raw judicial power. The Alito majority opinion issued today, just a couple of hours ago, at long last recognizes the need for elected representatives at the local and federal level to take the action about abortion. Hopefully it'll be on the side of protection, but as Kathy McMorris Rogers said a moment ago, there is a bill pending right now that is an existential threat to the lives and dignity of unborn children. It would allow abortion right till birth and would eviscerate every single modest pro-life policy from women's right to know laws to parental notification statutes throughout the entire country. It passed the House last September. Every one of us voted and spoke against it, and it's pending in the Senate. So while this is a major step forward, it also means that we're in an area where we've got to fight even harder to defend these innocent children. And again, as I think all of you know, with ultrasound, the visibility of an unborn child is more apparent than ever before. The other side says it's not a human being. Well, what is it that you're watching? When mothers give birth to a new baby, long before that, what are the pictures that are on the refrigerator? The pictures of the ultrasound of that unborn child. Birth is an event that happens to each and every one of us. It's not the beginning of life, and we want to protect all life from womb to tomb. Thank you. It's my honor to introduce Ann Wagner, who's the prime sponsor of the Born Alive Act. Ann.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I am. I'm Ann Wagner, and I represent Missouri's 2nd Congressional District. And I will say today, as a mother and a grandmother, I am so incredibly grateful and gratified that the Supreme Court has finally overturned Roe versus Wade. This is an historic moment for families, for mothers, and for the precious unborn children who cannot protect themselves. Today, we do give voice to the voiceless. I have always been clear that every child deserves a chance to live. I will always stand for life. And I am hopeful that the state legislatures across the country will take action and swiftly pass protections for our vulnerable babies. The Democrats' radical pro-abortion agenda has been forced on Americans for far too long, nearly 50 years. Democrats, as has been stated in the U.S. House and Senate, support abortion on demand up to the moment of birth and even the minute after, at taxpayers' expense. That position is simply unconscionable and incompatible with the views of most Americans. This decision is a victory for the pro-life movement and for the generations of Americans who never gave up hope. People like my mother-in-law, Loretta Wagner, who started this in 1973, founded Missouri Right to Life, a pregnancy center called Our Lady's Inn, the March for Life on the state capitol, helped write the Hyde Amendment with Henry Hyde. It is generations of Americans who are so happy that that they never gave up hope. That's what I would say, that the Supreme Court would do what is right and return this issue to the states. It will save countless innocent lives. We are entering a new era of freedom for the unborn, and I am proud to have always been on the side of my pro-life brothers and sisters who stand here with me today and all across America. We always knew we would realize true freedom for all Americans. I thank you, and it is my pleasure and my honor to introduce a pro-life advocate, gentlelady from Minnesota, Michelle Fischbach.
And thank you very much. This is certainly a day that pro-lifers have been waiting for 49 years. Today's Supreme Court decision was a step to protect the most precious and basic right, the right to life. Roe versus Wade was unconstitutional. The pro-life community has always known this. Every innocent life is precious, from conception until natural death. But for nearly 5 decades, abortion has remained one of the biggest tragedies of our nation. Roe put judges in charge of abortion policy, imposing laws legislated by unelected judges that left Americans with no voice. Now, the American people will be able to decide the issue of abortion through their elected officials. This is what democracy looks like. Elected leaders accountable to the people they represent, that propose and pass laws that people support. The Constitution gives the people this job, and the people are ready to protect life. Thank you very much, and it is my honor to introduce Representative Julia Letlow.
Thank you. Great job. I want to begin today by recognizing the historic significance of this one moment in time. Today's ruling is an answer to prayers and a shining beacon of hope for the American people. We are here because of nearly 5 decades. Our strong pro-life advocates never wavered in their commitment for life. This journey has had many, many ups and downs, but they never gave up. Their faith and perseverance has been our movement's guiding light. We are here today because of them. This is their day, their victory, one I never thought I would see in my lifetime. and our country owes them a tremendous debt of gratitude. When we talk about what we have fought for, it is this simple truth: every soul is precious and deserves life. As a mom, I can tell you the bond that grows between you and your child over those 9 months is a sacred miracle. It is something you feel in every moment, from the second you find out you're expecting to months later when you watch your precious and innocent child take those first beautiful breaths. While today is a monumental win for the unborn, I would like to note that being pro-life is about more than saving a child's life. It's a commitment to supporting our mothers. As policymakers, we must work together to bring forward legislation that helps families build nurturing home environments where children thrive and build healthy and happy lives. In today's ruling, the Supreme Court made the right decision by moving this debate to where it belongs, in the hands of the people's representatives. And while we know that much work lies ahead, let us take this moment and honor this history that we are witnessing in our own moment in time. Years from now, we will tell our children and grandchildren about the day when the United States finally and firmly stood for life. Thank you, and I yield to my new member, Representative Mayra Flores from Texas.
Hallelujah. I woke up this morning praying for this, and I never thought that it would happen. This was a big win, not only for South Texas, because we are pro-life, somos pro vida, but it's also a big win for our country. If we want to see real change in bringing crime down, we need to raise a generation to respect life in the womb. Esta victoria es para nuestra comunidad hispana. Y si tanto...
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to right outside of the Supreme Court live here as we are continuing to look at protests. You also have protests going on in Detroit as well. Live camera right there. But let's go back out to D.C., where earlier today, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi talking about this decision.
of ripping away a woman's right to make their own reproductive health decisions. Because of Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, and the Republican Party, their supermajority in the Supreme Court, American women today have less freedom than their mothers. With Roe and their attempt to destroy it, radical Republicans are charging ahead with their crusade to criminalize health freedom. In the Congress, be aware of this, the Republicans are plotting a nationwide abortion ban. They cannot be allowed to have a majority in the Congress to do that, but that's their goal. And if you read, and again, we're all studying all this, but if you read what is in the very clear, one of the justices had his own statement. It's about contraception, in vitro fertilization, family planning. That is all what will spring from their decision that they made today. It's such a contradiction. Yesterday, they say the states cannot make laws governing the constitutional right to bear arms. And today, they're saying the exact reverse, that the states can is raging. But the harm is endless. What this means to women is such an insult. It's a slap in the face to women about using their own judgment to make their own decisions about their reproductive freedom. And again, it goes well. I always have said the termination of a pregnancy is just their opening act. It's just their front game. But behind it, and for years, I have seen in this Congress opposition to any family planning, domestic or global, when we have had those discussions and those debates and those votes on the floor of the House. This is deadly serious, but we are not going to let this pass. A woman's right to choose reproductive freedom is on the ballot in November. We cannot allow them to take charge so that they can institute their goal, which is to criminalize reproductive freedom, to criminalize it. Right now, they're saying in states that they can arrest doctors and all the rest. What is happening here? What is happening here? A woman's fundamental health decisions are her own to make in consultation with her doctor, her faith, her family, not some right-wing politicians that Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell packed the court with. While Republicans seek to punish and control women, Democrats will keep fighting ferociously to enshrine Roe v. Wade into the law of the land. This cruel ruling is outrageous and heart-wrenching, but make no mistake, again, it's all on the ballot in November. The Supreme Court has ended a constitutional right. This is 50 years proclaimed a constitutional right. What happened today was historic in many respects. Historic in that it had not recognized a constitutional right and then reversed it. This is a first. And again, just before it imposed a constitutional right to allow for concealed weapons. How about those justices coming before the senators and saying that they respected, sorry to say, the precedent of the court, that they respected the right of privacy in the Constitution of the United States? Did you hear that? Were they not telling the truth then? Again, just getting to the gun issue, because really, in preparation for this morning, I was really in an exalted state about what happened in the United States Senate yesterday. Counterpoint to the dangerous decision of this Trumpian Supreme Court that they made yesterday, but a way to take us to, as the bill is called, community safety. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Right now, and I'm going to have to leave momentarily because we just finished voting on the rule, we will be debating the bill on the floor, and we expect a good bipartisan vote on it in the House. We congratulate the Senate on the work that they have done and the timeliness of it to be passed in the Senate in a strong bipartisan way on a day when the court made such a dangerous decision. We will, many of our House Democrats' proposals that are included in this package are that keep deadly weapons out of dangerous hands by encouraging states to establish extreme risk protection order laws, ERPO, otherwise known as red flag laws, help put end to straw purchases, close the boyfriend loophole. So many good things are in there. And it's not everything that we want, and we must keep moving toward background checks, but universal background checks, which will save the most lives. But this will save lives. And to listen to Lucy McGrath and other family members of those who have lost their loved ones, this is a giant step forward. Maybe not so much a giant, but a strong step forward. And if it's good enough for them, then we rejoice in passing it. As I say to members all the time with legislation, do not judge it for what isn't in it, but respect it for what is. And there's much to be respected in this legislation. On a happier note, yesterday we celebrated 50 years of Title IX, which has transformed equality and opportunity in our country. Are you familiar with the words of Title IX? Yesterday we had Billie Jean King here once again celebrating Title IX, unveiling a portrait of Patsy Mink, who is the author in the House, working with Birch Bayh in the Senate to make this the law of the land. And this is what it says. No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Again, in honor of this anniversary, we unveiled a portrait which will hang in the halls. It's about our she's actually the first woman of color to serve in the Congress. So she's honored for her first, but also for what she accomplished. We already have a painting of Shirley Chisholm, the first African-American woman, and for her many accomplishments here. And of course, Jeanette Rankin, the first woman ever to serve in the Congress. That's our first series. So again, we're working on the Competes Act and lowering cost, and the Competes Act is part of that. Lower families' cost, energize manufacturing, and strengthen America's competitiveness now and in the future. I think we seem to be able to find our areas of agreement where we have some negotiating to do and some things that we may have to save for another day. The real question is, do the Republicans in the Senate really want America to be independent? Do they really want to bring back jobs? To make it in America and allocate the resources to make sure that happens, especially with chips, which are so important to our manufacturing in our own country. So that is very important. Competes is the pillar of our work to lower costs, but we're proud of other steps we have taken, lowering gas prices by cracking down on big oil's price gouging and the Consumer Fuel Price Gouging Prevention Act, lowering food costs and taking further action to lower gas costs with the Lower Food and Fuel Cost Act, lowers fertilizer costs for farmers, reduces meat and poultry prices for families by increasing competition there, and lowers costs at the pump with cheaper, cleaner American unleaded 88. I'm very proud of the work of our members who are so responsible for this, and lowering the cost of everyday goods by passing the Open Shipping Reform Act. In every one of these categories where we have taken action, corporate America And I don't paint them all with the same brush, but corporate America, some, have been there to exploit the consumer. Their business plan is to increase profits at the expense of the consumer. And that is part of what is contributing to inflation. Inflation is global now, but some of it is exacerbated by this. And if you see the profits from the shipping industry, and again, the supply chain issues are related to shipping issues. So again, we're very proud of the work that we've done. We believe that some of it has a prospect in the Senate. I just want to close, because I'm really going to have to go to the floor, by talking about what the President talked about in the State of the Union address. And we're so proud of the President. He has been a champion on gun violence prevention for such a long time, instrumental in the original Brady bill in 1994, which I was happy to support. I was a whip for that. Took a while to do. We didn't win even on the first votes on the rule for it. But in any event, he has been a champion in that regard. In the State of the Union address, he talked about a unity agenda and had 4 parts to it. It was about our veterans, it was about mental health, it was about cancer, and it was about opioids. And soon we will send...
That was just some Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's remarks there after this historic ruling right here that we're bringing to you all day on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, though, we're going to go...
Every sunrise is a
reminder.
reminder.
Go out to Florida, get an update from officials here on the very, very latest. Hard to believe that it's just been 1 year since the tragedy of the condo collapse. We'll have the full details, live reporter there from the memorial site when we come back. All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Live look right here of the Supreme Court as we continue to monitor all of the different developments coming from this historic ruling that dropped from the Supreme Court earlier on abortion rights in America. Here we got several different shots really across the country that we are showcasing different protests that continue on right here, especially a big one happening in the Philadelphia area right now as well. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Hard to believe, but already 1 year ago today, 98 people died in one of the deadliest structural failures in U.S. history, where a condo partially collapsed in Surfside, Florida. And now, a year later, families and investigators are still struggling to understand why. Earlier today, the First Lady, Joe Biden, met with survivors and families at the building site to honor the victims. And let's go out to it right now. Here, this is Fox's Caroline Elliott joining us live here from the memorial site. Caroline, a very hard day.
Absolutely. It's been a lot of emotions at several memorials today. Now, we know that these victims' families met for a private memorial around 1:20 a.m. at the building site. That's the same time and the same date this building collapsed last year. We also know that families met with First Lady Jill Biden in a public memorial earlier today to honor those who lost their lives last year. But what these families say they still need tonight are answers.
Every sunrise is a reminder.
It's been a year and I've never seen so many sunrises in my life. Like, I don't sleep.
To keep fighting for answers in Surfside, Florida.
I lost my baby, and no father should go through what I'm going through.
Most people in Champlain Towers South were asleep, with the building collapsed around 1:20 a.m.
It took over 2 weeks for my sister Nikki to be recovered. Every day we would just hope and pray that we would get notification of anyone being alive, just to have hope that our loved ones would be alive. And that day never came for any families.
Without answers, the Langesfeld family can't move on.
To this day, a week ago, we are still receiving phone calls that human remains are being identified. These are things no one knows.
The collapse still haunts the rescue crews. The team searched for weeks, but found very few survivors.
It was something that I've never seen in real life before, other than, movies and obviously news footage of, of the World Trade Center and 9/11 kind of flashing in your mind. But I've never seen in real life anything like this.
Investigators believe it could take another year to understand why the 12-story building suddenly collapsed. But families say they won't give up on answers.
They need to find out why it happened, because buildings, they do not collapse by themselves. There's something wrong.
And victims' families are not just fighting for answers, they're also fighting for a memorial at the building site. The Langesfeld family tells us there's 98 reasons to place a permanent memorial at this building site, but right now they're fighting against a developer that bought the property in May. Back to you.
Caroline, thank you so much for your report there. When it came on the calendar today, I couldn't believe that already we're talking about 1 year later. It seems like it wasn't that long ago, and now those families, as you can see there from your report, they're still wanting to find those answers.
Absolutely. Talking with families this week, we know that this is something really hard to deal with. These families, they tell us every memorial, every celebration they have, they're just continuing to relive this moment. So we're certainly thinking of those families tonight.
Absolutely, absolutely. Caroline Elliott, thanks so much for your reporting here tonight, live with us on Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back, we'll continue our coverage of the major Supreme Court ruling that came down on abortion rights. We'll have it for you on the other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. As always, live look right now outside of the Supreme Court here. As you can see, protests continuing to build. We've seen the number of people continuing to grow as well. Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you always the very latest, and of course, especially on this very big decision that came down from the Supreme Court, the history in the making with this ruling. Let's go on. I just want to play a little remarks here from Tampa Planned Parenthood as they talked about today's decision.
Thank everybody again for coming out. My name is Elizabeth Baker. I'm the regional organizer for the Florida Planned Parenthood PAC in Tampa Bay. We're here today because of the opinion released by the Supreme Court of the United States, stating that they will uphold Mississippi's draconian abortion ban. The language used in this opinion has eviscerated protections for abortion access and has overturned 50 years of legal precedent clearly established by the Roe versus Wade case in 1973. At Planned Parenthood, we are outraged and disgusted by this decision. 80% of Americans believe that abortion should be legal, meaning that this court, dominated by justices who are hostile to our freedom, has gone against the will of the people. This outrageous decision will fuel efforts by state politicians to ban abortion access across the United States and in Florida, forcing people to travel hundreds, sometimes thousands of miles in order to access vital care or else remain pregnant. And we know that abortion bans disproportionately harm Black, Latina, Indigenous, and other people of color, and people living in rural areas, people with low incomes, because of this country's legacy of racism, income inequality, and discrimination. Abortion bans strip us of our freedom to control our own bodies and are a product of the systemic barriers to care that too many in our communities face every single day. Abortion access should not be based on your zip code, your income level, your race, or your immigration status. That's why it's
Thank you.
the general election of this year for candidates who are committed to protecting and furthering abortion access and reproductive health care initiatives. As Floridians, we need to hold our political officials accountable by sending the message loud and clear that we will not tolerate policy and legislation that threatens our basic human right to bodily autonomy. And we can send this message with our vote. This court has failed us. This court has failed us. It has taken away the power to control our bodies, our lives, and our futures, and we believe everybody's body is theirs and theirs alone. We must have the freedom and the power to control our bodies and our lives. It is a fundamental human right. That means that no judge, no politician, no piece of legislation should ever have the ability to restrict personal medical decisions or determine the course of one's life. I'm here today with some folks who are going to share their stories. Stories about how the freedom to access reproductive health care, or the lack thereof, has impacted them and the course of their lives. I'm also here today to say that this decision will not stop us. We are not backing down. We will fight like hell to make sure that those who would threaten abortion access are voted out of office this year. And we'll do it together because even in the face of impossible odds, the people's collective voice will be heard. The people's collective voice will be heard. It will be heard in Tallahassee. It will be heard in Washington, D.C. and it will be heard in the ballot box on August 23rd and on November 8th, and it will not be ignored. I'll now invite our first speaker, Natasha Milburn, to speak. We'll hold all questions until the end, please. Natasha.
Ooh, hello, everyone. What a way to start the day. It's going to take a moment to breathe and really be here. It's a pretty big impact. My name is Natasha Milburn, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a loud and proud queer cis female Air Force veteran and a fierce reproductive justice advocate. Currently, I'm an academic researcher designing a comprehensive and inclusive sexual health curriculum for youth in underserved and/or marginalized communities, and I'm a passionate, mindful art educator for youth of all ages. And I've had an abortion. To my very core, I believe everyone's life and body are their own, and it's the individual's right and choice to create their own path in deciding what they believe is best for them in their journey. I believe that in turn, it's the government's responsibility to provide the means for us to do so via accessible health care and historically factual, comprehensive sexual health education for everybody who wants or needs such fundamental human services. These services are vital, especially for those who already face societal health barriers, the LGBTQ+ community, BIPOC folks, those with disabilities, or who are from low-income home. And what hits heart most for me, adolescents who are scared and stuck without access to safe and illegal abortion. It was the summer before my high school senior year. I felt confused, alone, physically and mentally sick, and didn't understand what was happening to my body. After conducting a very brief Google search, which confirmed my fears, I bought a pregnancy test which tested positive. It was in that instant that I truly matured. A feeling I had never felt before nor since consumed me. An unconscious survival mode kicked in. I didn't know how, but I knew that I needed an abortion. Looking back, I am thoroughly impressed at the isolating challenges and heartbreaking hurdles my 16-year-old self went through to do what I absolutely knew was best for my future. Just as it is in Florida right now, in order for a minor living in Michigan to receive abortion care, they needed a guardian signed consent. Forcing me into even further premature adulthood, my religious family refused to give me the consent I needed. So alone, I found and made my way to an abortion clinic 4 hours away in Chicago. Although resolute and determined, a lost and scared teenager shouldn't have to cross state lines in the middle of the night alone to receive health care that was a human right given to me and us from the moment of birth. I hardly remember checking in, and having never had a women's wellness exam at that point in my life, I had no idea what to expect or where to expect it. They called me into a small cubicle to ask me questions and checked my vitals, then sent me back to the waiting room with an ultrasound picture. I was so confused and scared, having one mental panic attack after another, which felt like hours, until I finally heard my name. This was my time, this was my choice, and never once did I have a shred of a doubt. As the anesthesia set in, I remember the nurse saying, "It's okay, honey. This will be over soon. We'll get you on some good birth control, and you'll move on from this. You will move on from this." This statement gently guided me through the fears of the procedure, forced me past the guilt of wanting an abortion to begin with, and slashed away my shame for getting one. Support and care. It's what I deserved, not only as a sexually uneducated adolescent making sexually uneducated decisions, but it is what I deserved as a person. It's what we as the people deserve. We as humans deserve the right to legal and a safe abortion, especially when those humans are in a country that boasts of freedoms and liberty and whose leaders insist that they serve in justice for all. I remember when I was a child, and I used to be proud to be an American because at least I know I was free. These statements and songs were part of our indoctrination as youth, trying to convince us that there was something of this country to be proud of. Maybe there once was, roughly 50 years ago when Roe was passed, stating that abortion care is a fundamental human right. America claims to be or to have been the greatest country in the world. Some American even leaders still want to make America great again. But how can anything that strips away basic human rights of over 36 million childbearing people that they have sworn to represent and serve, be great? This decision puts the control over our health choices in the hands of political strangers. It makes this party of politicians and their politics the deciding factor in our plans of parenthood and of livelihood. This decision is a mistake. It's strictly unconstitutional. Every person deserves autonomy in their own life, for their own body and their freedom to determine their own future. And we will not stop until all people have access to every essential reproductive care option for whoever is in need of it. And we will continue our fight in disseminating progressive and comprehensive sexual health education to the youth of America. Education that will prevent life-changing experiences of unwanted teenage pregnancies such as my own, by providing knowledge, resources, services, and confidence in oneself, choices, and bodies to become a healthy sexual being. We are no longer the United States of America. This decision divides the states of America, and it tears at the very fabric of the flag that supposedly stands for being united and free. Worse, it further endangers the lives of liberty and justice for all that they claim to uphold. How is this liberty and justice for all? How is this justice at all? We will not back down. We will not stop. We will use these feelings of enragement and pain to turn them into power and empowerment. We will stand, we will march, we will scream and fight for our freedoms and rights until liberty and justice is truly served for all. I have had an abortion, and I am not ashamed. This unnecessary, traumatic adolescent experience shaped me into the woman I am today and who the woman I will continue to grow to be.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Those were just some of the comments there from Tampa. When we come back here, as we continue our coverage here, Live Now from Fox, we will switch it up for another situation here. This is 1 month later in Uvalde here. We are going to listen and hear from a father who lost his daughter just 1 month ago and the grieving process that obviously continues. We'll have much more coming up next on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, this evening we are hearing from a heartbroken father in Uvalde, Texas, exactly 1 month after a gunman killed his daughter and 18 other kids and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary School. Let's go out right now to Fox's Ashley Soriano joining us live from Uvalde. Ashley, how are the folks holding up there? It must be a very, very difficult day, as it always is for them.
Hi, Mike. That's exactly right. And when you drive down the road, you can't help but see banners and restaurant signs that read "Praying for Uvalde" and "Uvalde Strong." You can see this memorial behind me. It grows every day with a consistent flow of people dropping off stuffed animals, cards, and a bunch of different other mementos. And a lot of different emotions here, of course: frustration, anger, sadness. I spoke to the father of one of the victims, and he says he goes into his daughter's room every day and talks to her.
I talked to her like she was still there, and it helps, it really does. And I still say go in there and say good morning, and I say good night. Like she's in my mind, she's still there.
9-year-old Jackie was a student at Robb Elementary. She was in class on May 24th, the day the gunman shot up the school. June 10th was supposed to be Jackie's 10th birthday.
Smart little girl. She was feisty. She's a little go-getter. She loved to help other people out. She was the type of person that would give her a shirt off her back if she could to help somebody out.
Jackie loved to sing and dance too, and she had big dreams for her future.
She loved animals. She wanted to become a vet, and one of her dreams was to go to Paris. So that's something that. Unfortunately, that we want to do, in her spirit, in her honor.
It's a tough road ahead.
We go back and look at pictures and videos, and then we have, and that makes us happy. Then we have those times that we get that little punch in the chest, that you can't help but cry.
But Javier Cáceres says he and his family are fighting every day to heal.
It'd be different if it was, if she had cancer or something, getting to know that, one day she might pass. But just the way she was brutally taken from us, that's a different story, and it hurts harder. But we're strong, and we're trying to get through it. It's gonna be very hard too. And I can't say we're gonna stop breathing because we can't, and our baby's gone.
The family likes to paint rocks together and hide them, kind of like a scavenger hunt. And excuse me, my light just went out, but Javier Cáceres said they will keep the tradition going and take the rocks to Jackie's gravesite. He also wants parents to know to be sure to hug and kiss your kids harder tonight. Mike.
Ashley, thank you so much for that report. A very moving one to hear from the father there. Those wounds obviously still very, very deep right there. All right, we appreciate it right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone, as we continue to always bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. Take a live look right now in New York City as a building protest continues after the decision came down from the Supreme Court earlier today. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. We continue to bring you coverage here of the Supreme Court's decision on Roe v. Wade. Let's listen right now coming from Chicago. Earlier today, you had the mayor and other city officials and then also from Planned Parenthood there in Chicago speaking. Let's listen here on Live Now from Fox.
Special attention by them. We instituted those protocols again today when we saw the news come out from the Supreme Court. But there's a lot of different factors and considerations that all cost money and need resources, and these providers shouldn't be footing the bill by themselves. We've got to step up as a city government, as a state government, as a county government, and make sure that we're doing our part as well.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up on my other question. So no specific immediate timetable for an increase to that 500,000 other than, the upcoming.
No, what we're going to continue to do is talk to the providers, the people that are closest to this, to understand what their needs are and what their pain points are. If we need to do something before next year's budget is passed, certainly we're open to that. And again, I'm going to urge my colleagues in the General Assembly to engage in the same conversation that I know that they already are, to talk to providers across the state and see what is the immediate need and how can we best fulfill it. That's critically important, but we don't move without the people who are closest to the solutions. We've got to move in concert together.
Okay, and then obviously a lot of enraged Chicagoans, you heard it from several lawmakers today, language that this is a war on people's rights. Earlier, President Biden echoed that sentiment but urged peaceful protests. Can you be specific about what actions, other than voting in the upcoming elections, you're calling on Chicagoans to take?
Well, listen, I want to underscore what my friend Kelly Cassidy said. Voting matters. And part of the reason I referred back to 2016 is we heard so many people, particularly on the left, say, elections don't matter, this isn't my thing, I'm not going to vote. And look where we are as a result of that. That is, what we got today is a direct result of people staying home and not voting and not exercising the most patriotic thing that we can do in a democracy, which is voting. So I don't want to pass that off as something trivial. It's really important. Please, please.
By the way, the roadmap that got us here counted on people not voting. They were counting on us to say, but her emails. They were counting on us to stay home. That was part of the plan. So everyone who says voting didn't matter or doesn't matter, or I voted once and it didn't work, was a part of their plan.
I mean, say it again.
I said the second part of my question, other than voting, what specific actions are you calling on Chicagoans to take for the right lane?
Look, we have a long tradition of peaceful protests in this city, and I think we've got to let our voices heard. I think Representative Cassidy is 100% right. Apathy and silence is complicity, and we have to understand that. So being active, being engaged, making sure that the organizations that are on the front lines have the resources they need to be able to handle what I think is going to be a surge, and frankly was already a surge pre the leaking of the draft opinion. That, the providers here can speak more to it, but we already saw women coming from Texas, for example, after the Supreme Court allowed that onerous abortion restriction law to go into effect. This is real. This surge is happening, and we need to make sure that we are ready, absolutely voting, peaceful protests, but making sure that the providers have the resources they need to be able to respond to this increased need. Do you want to speak to that issue?
Yeah, I think what I would add is the language of war. I think we see it being thrown around a lot in terms of like a culture war, and I feel like, to me, the decision today is a legacy of voting, but also a deeper legacy of white supremacy and a deeper legacy of an attack on people's autonomy, on criminalizing people for their reproductive choices, and also just a general legacy of criminalizing Black and brown bodies in our country. And I think that in some ways we can think of an expanding definition of violence. Violence isn't constrained. I guess I would say the Supreme Court's decision today is violence. Colonization, racism, systemic violence is, we can just say it's violence, and that requires people to speak out and really dismantle that within their own communities, as well as on, I guess, levels that we can think of in terms of the state legislature and even on a national level. But this isn't just about voting. It's also about mobilizing your communities to speak out, mobilizing your communities to talk about abortion, talk about racism frankly and candidly, and to really support each other in building safe communities and building communities where we have access to healthcare, where we have access to the things that we need, rather than calling for more criminalization, calling for people to, in reference to SB 8 in the Texas bill, to criminalize people who are just trying to provide care. And this, we can see that in a lot of different ways, but I think in terms of what I am hoping for my communities, for the people that are in my life following this decision, is that people don't just plug in today. People are committing to make a longer and uncomfortable, even sometimes, commitment to dismantling white supremacy within themselves, white supremacy within their communities, and the ways that we see white supremacy leaking into all facets of our health and our safety and our relationships with other people.
Thank you.
Mayor, regarding the city-funded efforts to support people from out of state, what specific states do you want to offer transportation to Chicago?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Regarding the city-funded efforts, what specific states do you want to offer transportation to Chicago from? Where would they stay, and when would that start?
Well, we don't make those decisions. We're providing the information or the resources to the providers. They're closest to it. They understand what their individual clients need. And obviously, a lot of these things have to be done on an individualized basis. So we're not providing, as the city of Chicago, the transportation and the lodging. We're empowering the clinicians who are taking those calls, who are providing those frontline services with the resources they need. I think that's the best way for us to be most impactful.
Do you want to talk about what states you would offer those transportation services for?
Well, at Planned Parenthood of Illinois, we have welcomed patients from states all over the country, and we have seen an increased number of patients from other states. In fact, last month was our highest number of out-of-state patients than ever before, from patients as far away as Texas and Oklahoma and Missouri. And so we really are fortunate to work with partners like CAF and other organizations like the Midwest Access Coalition to bring patients in for care wherever they're from. Not with a focus on any particular state, but with a focus on serving the patients who need care.
If I could follow up.
I'm sorry.
Are you worried about red states going after Chicago or Planned Parenthood, especially if minors are patients?
So it's interesting, the question of other states trying to hold Illinois responsible for actions that are legal in our state, it keeps coming up, but we don't have an example of that. Cannabis is legal in Illinois and not in other states. And there's no opportunity for other states to have criminal jurisdiction over us in Illinois. So we are not concerned about that. We're looking at it, but there's no evidence of that so far on any other topic.
Thank you. Mark Rivera, this could be for you, Jennifer, as well. As an island of abortion rights in the Midwest, how many people are you expecting in this next few months, few years, an influx that you're seeing?
With all of the states around us having more restrictions or outright bans, we anticipate 20 to 30,000 additional abortion patients per year.
Charlie Wachowski.
Well, I think you asked the question, but I think some of these states have bounty hunter laws, the Oklahoma provision, the Texas provisions.
Right.
And while cannabis is something you consume in Illinois and not take it back to Texas with you, having had an abortion is something you take back with you when you go home. Is that a consideration as far as providing care for out-of-state patients? How do we handle people who might be prosecuted upon their return? Are we doing anything to protect them or shield them?
Well, look, Here's what I will say. I mean, think about the absurdity of that. Someone who leaves the state to get health care because they can't get it in their home state, and they're going to criminalize them, and we're going to incentivize bounties for them. I mean, think about the absurdity of that. This is America. This is America in 2022. This is not America in 1822. Right? When I hear that, that harbors back to a horrible, dark, original sin in our country of slavery and people leaving states where they were enslaved to find freedom. So we have to be real careful in talking about those kinds of laws. But let me just tell you this. If for some reason this Supreme Court upholds those laws, then I'm going to use that same precedent to sue states like Indiana, like other states that are bringing illegal guns into my city and my state with reckless abandon and taking lives. So careful what you wish for in those other states. This is America. We've got to stand for justice and freedom for all. And what we should not be doing is demonizing and incentivizing people to deprive people of basic human rights like access to health care. And if that's where we're going, there's a lot of other ways we can use that tool pointed in the other direction.
So just specifically to the question of what we can do for those patients when they go home, there's obviously limits on what we can do about when they leave our borders. But part of the mission of this special session will be to make sure that we've got all the protections in place that we can, looking at like what Connecticut has done, New York has done, California has done, states that were in session longer than we were, had an opportunity to put some of those protections into place. So I'm mission focused on making sure that what we do in special session is creating protections for patients and providers who are here for reproductive health care or gender affirming care so that we can protect them while they're within our state.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sabrina, CBS.
My question is for the mayor. If you could speak directly to a woman watching this in a surrounding state, just to summarize what you're willing to offer people coming here out of safe haven, what would you tell them?
Well, exactly that. Come to Chicago. We will protect you. We will make sure that your rights are respected. We will make sure that you get access to the health care that you deserve, and we will protect you on the back end. Look, I think there's got to be a serious conversation here in Illinois and in Chicago in particular about what we need to do to promote ourselves as a place that is a safe haven, where we respect other people's rights. This isn't just a business case, and there's plenty to do there. This isn't about luring trade shows and conventions. This is about who do you want to be, what kind of life do you want to live, and do you want to live a life in freedom? That is what we offer here in Chicago and Illinois, and I think that's going to resonate with a lot of other people. You know, we do have, I think, a legitimate concern about what happens to the people that are coming here to seek services when they go back to their home state. Frankly, I'd make the argument, don't go back. Don't go back. Stay here. Stay here where you can live your life in freedom. And look, I'm mindful of the fact that we're on the cusp of the final weekend of Pride. And the one thing that I see every single time I go to an event, and particularly when I go to a public event, is we see people coming all across our region and really the country to be here in Chicago because we are a safe haven for people in the LGBTQ plus community that may not feel like they can walk down the street hand in hand or arm in arm with the person that they love and just for a moment feel like they can come here to live their true, authentic life. That's where we're at, and that's what we offer. All of us are deeply committed to making sure that women who are worried and are scared, no matter where they live, know that they can come to our city and our state and be protected and safe. We have an obligation, but also an opportunity to make sure we tell the nation that in Chicago, if you are a woman or a person otherwise seeking reproductive health care, look no further than right here in Chicago and Illinois. We will make sure that your passage is safe, that you can live your life without fear of retribution. Thank you.
Ensure
Well, I think it's important to have that legislation at the state level. And as we are secure as a state, and as Representative Cassidy and Senator Bush said, we built that firewall here, right? So that's critically important. I haven't heard anything from the aldermen. I hope they will work collaboratively with the mayor's office and the rest of our colleagues. But the most important thing is we make sure that two things, and you heard it both today. Number one, that the firewall holds, and that we make sure those Supreme Court races are decided in the right way. Because literally, I think Senator Bush was 1,000% right. We are one Supreme Court justice away in Illinois from having a very different conversation. We cannot afford to go back. So I encourage people, don't skip that place on the ballot. When you go to vote, and please do vote, make sure that you educate yourself and make sure that you're voting for candidates who reflect your values. And in this time specifically, candidates who respect the right for women to make the decisions for themselves about the circumstances under which they will bear children. This is not a nicety. This is not a theoretical notion now. The Supreme Court's decision today made this crystal clear for all of us. Our rights are on the ballot like never before. And we've got to make sure that we do the right thing here, and then make sure that the clinicians have the resources they need to be able to provide the services.
Last question.
Thanks, Mary. Going all the way to the back, Mallory, WLS.
Hi, this is the mayor. What words of encouragement, words of advice can you give to women who have already had abortions and are seeing this decision coming down from SCOTUS and are feeling even more stigmatized and even more in the background of the issue that they've already needs to?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there are legions of women who made that tough decision. What I would say is that to the extent that you feel comfortable, share your story. And why I think that that's important is we talk about this in really a vacuum and in hypotheticals. And there are women that we all know who have made that decision, and their life has been changed for the better as a result of that. No one makes that decision lightly. No one does it without a lot of deep thought, and if they're people of faith, a lot of prayer. But I think, just frankly, as in back in the day, we were talking about the LGBTQ community to come out, and the reason is because we wanted to show that truly we are everywhere. This decision has affected women for generations. And I think it is time. We've gotten comfortable because we felt our rights are secure. But for those women who made that courageous decision and feel comfortable, I urge them, whether it's publicly or in private conversations, talk about your own experience and make sure you're touching people who may only think about this in the abstract, may only think that this is just elected officials rattling the saber or providers. No, this is about the women and their lives. And, you know, Jennifer and I were talking before this started, so I'm going to steal something that she pointed out. If you look at the beginning of the dissent by the dissenting justices, one of the things that they made clear, which is a really poignant point, with this decision today, when women and girls engage in a sex act, which should be a beautiful, consenting thing, with this decision, you are, in effect, having the possibility of giving up your own autonomy by engaging in a sex act. That's not something anybody thinks about in that moment. But this decision by Roe really calls into question whether or not the choice can be consensual when, if, as the court has written, essentially from the moment that you engage in that sex act, you give up your rights as an independent, freestanding individual. That's a horrifying thought. So we've got to make sure that people educate themselves about what's at stake, that they do vote, because voting absolutely does matter. As I said before, it is the most patriotic and powerful thing that we can do. But we also need to make sure that for those women who need access to these services, that they never go without. They never second guess or question themselves, because they know that a place like Chicago and other places across the country, that we are on their side, that we are always going to have their back, that we will be here to protect them. That's critically important.
Thank you all. Thank you. No.
What do you have to say to taxpayers who are concerned that people in Illinois are moving towards them paying for abortions?
Well, look, I hear you loud and clear, but this isn't just about a political decision. This isn't partisanship. This is a basic human right, which is access to the full range of health care. We have to do this because if we don't, people will die. People will get sick. And the cost and the burden of those who are only thinking about this in terms of dollars and cents will be that much more. We have an obligation to make sure that access to health care is real, and that the only way we can do that is we've got to fund it. And I'm not backing away from that right and that obligation. I know no one else here who will do that as well.
Thank you, Mayor. That's wrap, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Walsh.
I'm hoping to get specifics on what you want to see from the Illinois General Assembly in a special session in terms of dollars. How much money do you need? What's the strategy? I think that there are enough.
Chicago Mayor there, Lori Lightfoot, with Planned Parenthood in Chicago earlier today, making those remarks. And as you can see on your screens to the right there, we have several protests that we are following really all over the country. This one from New York City, as you can see, it is a massive one taking to the streets there in New York. And then we also have one in San Francisco going on right now. So really coast to coast, we got you covered as always right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you all of the latest. And then, of course, right here, we also have a roving shot right now in Detroit, Michigan as well. So a lot of different shots here for you, all on Live Now from Fox, as we continue to break down the biggest story of the day and, of course, the week, and really a story that is going to be talked about for quite some time. And we'll have all of the coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back at the top of the hour, we are going to hear from famed women's rights attorney Gloria Allred. She is speaking to Live Now from Fox, and we have the interview coming up next here on Live Now from Fox.
Joining me now for more reaction on Roe v. Wade getting overturned today by the Supreme Court. Prominent attorney Gloria Allred joins us now. Ms. Allred, this is a different America than when we woke up this morning. Is America back in 1973?
Great question. The answer is way back before 1973. Back, for example, before Roe v. Wade
which was decided in 1973 by the U.S. Supreme Court, and wherein the court decided that a woman has a constitutional right to choose abortion. It's way back, for example, in the 60s in California, where I am right now. In 1966, it was a crime for anyone to assist a woman having an abortion. And as a result, a woman like me, who was pregnant as a result of a rape, had to get someone who was not a nurse, not a doctor, and someone who would just do it for the money to perform an abortion, which he did, and then left me in a pool of blood, hemorrhaging in a bathtub. And fortunately, at some point, an ambulance was called, not by him, because he said, I just do the abortion, I don't take care of anybody afterwards. And I was taken to the hospital with 106-degree fever, packed in ice, and my life was saved. But having said that, that's the way it was before Roe v. Wade. That's the way it's going to be again now that the Supreme Court has shown that it has no regard for the life, the health, the safety of women by this terrible decision overturning Roe v. Wade, which was the law of the land for almost 50 years. Before Roe v. Wade, the period that I was talking about, states did have the right to criminalize abortion. Many did. States did have the right to restrict abortion, as many are now about to do through their trigger laws. And it's really life-changing for many women. Many women will die from infections from illegal abortions because it's not going to stop abortion. It's just going to stop safe abortion. So this is a dangerous decision. It's cruel for women and children. And it's an attempt by extreme right-wing Republican legislators, that's the truth, and extremist justices on the Supreme Court to control women and their lives. We're not going to be controlled.
So you're saying essentially that there will be created a black market in which women will have to come to an abortion in some way. And then, of course, if you're in a neighboring state that allows it, women will have to travel there. If their state doesn't allow it, is that what you're kind of foreseeing as we get into the future here?
Well, 100%, except that, for example, Texas outlawed abortion, and then the haven state for women to go to get a safe and legal abortion was Oklahoma. Now they're trying to outdo Texas, and now they have essentially been in a competition to see who could hurt women's lives the most, and to really go to the extreme in not even making exceptions for rape or incest in many states, or for if a life of the woman is endangered. There are states where even if parents want their teenage daughter to get an abortion, and even if she wants to, the state won't allow it. And so this is really placing the life and the health of women at risk. It's going to affect them physically, emotionally, financially, in their educational plans, in their business opportunity plans, in their relationship plans. It has a devastating impact on women's lives. And the elected politicians who want to control women and are racing to do it are only doing it for crass political motives, Andrew, because they are appealing to their base, because they want to get reelected. They don't give a damn about the life of women and young girls in this country.
Ms. Horvat, you said, like you said, you're in California right now. Women in California, they will still be legally allowed, of course, to get an abortion. Like you said, though, this goes now to the states, where we're going to see a patchwork of legislation piecemeal, with some states outright banning it today, abortion clinics closing today, abortion appointments getting canceled today. And then some states are hanging in limbo. Is it your view that possibly at the federal level, some type of codification will be in place in the future to set some type of standard? 15 weeks, maybe. We know it was 24 weeks that the federal constitutional precedent was set, but something like that. Is that, for an optimistic point of view, what you were thinking?
Well, of course, one of the goals would be to pass a national law, which means codify Roe v. Wade as a national law. But to do that, we need to have pro-choice Democrats in the House. We have a majority in the House of Representatives, but we need more, and we have to maintain the majority. They have already passed the Women's Health Protection Act, but it's stuck in the United States Senate because there are not enough pro-choice Democrats who are willing to pass it. And actually, we're going to need 60 U.S. senators in order to break a filibuster. We don't have 60 Democratic pro-choice senators, and any pro-choice Republican senators are not enough that would pass it. And I think that Mitch McConnell is just going to stand in the way and block it because that's his agenda. Yeah. So yes, that would be what we need. And there are some Republican elected officials who proposed just the opposite, Andrew. Instead of passing a national law to codify or make Roe v. Wade the law of the land by way of a statute, which is a law, they want to do just the opposite. They want to have a national law which would outlaw abortion all over the country in every state in the United States. That's how cruel they are. That's how little they care about endangering the life of women. This is no small thing. And it's outrageous and it's barbaric. And yes, as you said originally, when you said, is this going to turn back the clock? Absolutely. It's devastating to women's lives.
Ms. Allred, just lastly, in a sense, though, we knew this was coming, that majority opinion written by Justice Alito. It was leaked to Politico at the beginning of May. And, you know, there was a conservative majority. There is a conservative majority. So for so many who are apoplectic today about this decision, didn't that soften the blow of this? Didn't so many know this was coming already?
Not at all. And I would have to respectfully differ with you, Andrew, when you say there are conservative justices. I believe the ones who signed onto this opinion today, Dobbs v. Jackson, are extremist justices. And as a matter of fact, the president said something very similar to that today, President Biden. So did it soften the shock? Not really. I thought maybe when we saw the draft opinion and there were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of women and men who took to the streets to protest what was the content of that draft opinion, that perhaps maybe some of the justices might rethink their decision or soften their language, not reverse Roe v. Wade. That didn't happen. So for those who hope for it, you know, I always say hope is not a strategy. It's just a wish. Yeah. So from now on, we have to fight. We're going to take our fight to the streets. I'm headed out for a rally shortly. We are going to speak out in the court of public opinion. There are going to be many legal battles in the courts over this. We are going to go anywhere and everywhere, do everything that's legal and peaceful, and sometimes maybe not so peaceful, because we are not going to take this. This has to be challenged. And you say I'm in California, which is very true. We now have a pro-choice state in California, blue state. But I still think we need a constitutional amendment in our state constitution to guarantee the right to choose legal and safe abortion in California. Yes, we are going to be a sanctuary state. Financially, we're going to help a lot of women from anti-choice states, the mandatory motherhood states that are compelling them to keep on with their pregnancy. We're going to help some of those women to come to California to get an abortion at no cost to them. But there's still a lot of poor women and rural women and young women and women of color who are going to be hurt by all this. Some of them, even if we provide free travel, won't be able to get here. They won't be able to leave their jobs, working 2 or 3 jobs. They won't be able to leave their children that they have, and they don't want another one because they won't be able to support another one, to come to California. So that is why this is just so devastating and so dangerous and cruel.
Just last point I want to follow up on, because we're seeing protests in cities all across the country. You said some maybe not so peaceful. You're not advocating for any type of violence in the wake of all this. We've seen threats against Supreme Court justices' lives just last week. What is your message to keep the rhetoric down, to keep threats of violence down?
I've actually met, I think, almost all of the Supreme Court justices, and, you know, at the Supreme Court. except I have not met the newest justice, Justice Amy Coney Barrett. But, you know, I've had cordial conversations with them. But look, this is not the time for us to be cordial about what they decided today. Okay, this is the time for us to be passionate. I do not condone violence of any sort, even though this decision is an example of gender violence against a woman's body, even though this is a war against women, even though it's going to physically hurt women and do violence to their bodies as they have to have illegal abortions. But no, I don't condone violence against the justices or against any human being at all. So, but we should be actually less than peaceful. We should make our voices heard in the streets, make our voices heard in the legislators. We need to organize in states that are anti-choice and restricting women's right to choose abortion, and vote the bums out that are voting for these restrictive abortion laws in those states. We need to raise money. We need to have phone banks. We need to do what Mother Jones once said, don't agonize, organize. And that is what we will do, because this decision should not stand.
Gloria Allred, we appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye, Andrew.
And thanks again there to Gloria Allred there for that in-demand interview. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here. A live look right now at the Supreme Court. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and when we come back, we are going to go out to California, get the latest on protests that are happening there live on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here, giving you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. And obviously, the big one today is all about the Supreme Court decision. And we are seeing protests happening from New York to California. And let's go right out to Fox 11's Christy Fajardo joining us here live at a protest with all the very latest. Christy, what can you tell us?
I can tell you that these protesters have been outside the federal courthouse in downtown Los Angeles since about noon today. They say they want to send a message to the Supreme Court and to Congress. And the governor of California says he's listening. Earlier today, he announced that he had already signed legislation that said that California will not help other states that seek to penalize or prosecute women who travel here to exercise what he calls their reproductive rights. He also promised that there will be other legislation in the works that he plans on signing in the coming weeks, and he warned that the ruling could have ripple effect for other rights like same-sex marriage. Here's what else he had to say, as well as the First Lady of California and the Mayor of Los Angeles.
They're coming after you next. Period. Full stop. This is not just about women. This is not just about choice. This is not just about reproductive freedom. They're coming after you next.
In just 1 week, the court has proven that it believes guns should have more rights than women. This is insane. This is toxic masculinities at work in the highest court in the country.
I just worry about the divisions this will cause in our country. I worry about the access to health care. I worry about women whose lives and whose health will be endangered. But I'm also proud to be in Los Angeles and California, where we will stand strong as a place that welcomes women, welcomes women's autonomy, welcomes their reproductive freedoms and protects them, and does everything we can at the national level to try to get this enshrined into law so no court can ever take it away.
Mayor Eric Garcetti says that the lights at City Hall will be lit up tonight, as well as some at LAX, in solidarity with this movement. This is just one of several protests around Los Angeles. A couple are getting underway as we speak. That's the latest from downtown LA. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Christy, thank you so much there for that live update in LA. We really, really appreciate it. And of course, we will continue to bring you coverage all over the country, from New York to California. This is a live look in New York. Now a live look here in San Francisco. We got you covered here as protests taking over right now. And you're live with Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue our coverage here of this historic day. We are now listening in California to a little bit more of the remarks, not only by the California Governor Gavin Newsom, but others as well. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Their right to choose. And we will continue to lead with those values by protecting abortion access and serving as a haven for anyone in this country needing an abortion. If California has to continue to lead and be defiant in the face of sexism and misogyny and racism, then so be it. Then that's our calling.
But my heart, it goes out to all of the women in this country. And I hope you know that California has your back. So now, I have the opportunity, to introduce one of California's greatest leaders, a champion, a dedicated leader in the Senate, Senator Tony Atkins. Thank you, Pro Tem Atkins, for meeting the moment and leading the effort to give voters the opportunity this November, to enshrine the right to an abortion in our state's constitution. Again, I'm so grateful to you. I'm grateful to my husband. I'm grateful to everyone around me, this entire administration, the Women's Caucus, all of you incredible leaders in California, for being so brave and courageous and leading on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for so much. I would like to say I'm proud to be here, and I am proud to be here with these incredible leaders. Members of the Women's Caucus, my legislative partner in the Assembly, Speaker Rendon, our governor, the first partner, our Attorney General. I am proud to stand with these individuals, but we should not have to be here this morning, or this afternoon. We should not have to be here this afternoon. And even though that we knew this was a possibility, nothing can truly prepare you for the feeling you get when you read the headline that the highest court in our nation just eradicated nearly 50 years of precedent related to abortion access and privacy. It made my stomach drop. I frankly have been sick at my stomach all morning. But it also made me furious for millions of women and people nationwide, as our first partner said, who now will be living in a reality that does not include the right to control a critical medical decision about their own body. A decision that should only be between a patient and their healthcare provider. Let me be crystal clear. That right is protected here in California, and my colleagues and I are ensuring that the fundamental right to abortion and contraception will be protected by our state constitution. That is the goal of SCA 10, and in November, California voters will be able to have the final say at the ballot box. I'm proud that we've already taken bold action, as well have a package of legislation aimed at protecting and expanding abortion access in our state for all Californians and for those who may need to come here for reproductive health care. And I want to say thanks to Assemblymember Bauer Cahan and a critical bill that we're going to hear about in a little while, AB 1666, which is now before our governor today. We moved quickly on this bill because we knew it was only a matter of time before the decision dropped. Thank you to my legislative colleagues and absolutely to Speaker Rendon for your swift work. AB 1666 makes sure that people who come from states where they are at risk of civil action and financial retaliation if they seek an abortion will be protected here. Those inhumane laws will not cross California borders. We will not leave women and families impacted by the fall of Roe versus Wade and the backwards, reckless policies of other states without options. We will not do that. We are here to further rights, not take them away. And to those folks, I would say this. As Jennifer Siebold Newsom said, you are welcome here. You have choices here, and you have allies here. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my legislative partner and the co-author of SCA 10, Speaker Anthony Rendon.
Thank you, Pro Tem Atkins. Thank you for your leadership on this issue, obviously for your leadership on AB 1666, as well as your leadership on SCA 10. Proud to be here to join our governor, our legislative leaders, in particular, Assembly members Wilson and Bartow, who are with us this afternoon. All of us today are aghast. We are aghast, but we are not speechless. There is a compulsion to rage against the darkness of this malicious court decision that harms every woman. The Supreme Court is supposed to deliberate. Instead, they have decimated. They have decimated women's rights to bodily integrity. They have invaded the personal domain of every woman in this nation, even those who find protection here in California. Our rights are in free fall. Our rights are in free fall, especially with the Supreme Court majority poking holes in those rights. This is the illegitimate product of a frightening alliance of power-hungry authoritarians, religious fundamentalist beliefs, and corporate greed. We cannot, and in California, we will not stand by as the constitutional rights of women are stripped away. That is why we are here today, to see the protections of AB 1666 signed into law. That is not all, though. Next week, the Assembly will take up the critically important Senate Constitutional Amendment 10, for which I am a proud joint author, together with my partner, Senate President Pro Tem Tony Atkins. SCA 10 will give Californians the opportunity to enshrine a woman's fundamental right to reproductive freedom into our state constitution. We will not go gently into the night that they are creating. We are fighting back in California. Now here's California's top elected legal fighter, Attorney General Rob Bonta.
Good afternoon, Rob Bonta, Attorney General. And there's no other way to describe today. It is a dark day. It is a sad day. It is a tragic day. The Dobbs decision issued this morning can only be described as outrageous, as devastating, as dangerous. It's unprecedented. And make no mistake about its impact. Health has been put at risk throughout this country. Lives have been put at risk throughout this country. The lives of some of our most vulnerable, disadvantaged communities, poor communities, communities of color. And this decision is an attack on privacy, on freedom, on self-determination, on equality. This decision is an attack on women. It's an attack on women's equality. It's an attack on pregnant people. And with this decision that in one fell swoop makes disappear 50 years of settled law and constitutional precedent, it sends us back over 150 years. This decision is unique. It is historical. It is unprecedented in a horribly tragic way. It is the first time the U.S. Supreme Court has stricken down, has abolished, has demolished, has stripped away an existing constitutional right that's been in place for over 50 years. And we need to look no further than the words of the court for what this myopic decision means. In their very powerful dissent, jointly authored, Justice Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan laid out the dystopian ramifications. In their words, this revocation of our fundamental rights is the curtailment of women's rights and of women's status as free and equal citizens. As of today, the Supreme Court holds a state can always force a woman to give birth, prohibiting even the earliest abortions. People are hurting now. This decision triggered laws throughout this country, 17 of them. Others about to act in the wake of this decision to criminalize abortion, strip away protections. Millions of Americans are suffering now and are going to continue to suffer. And we must not shy away from who these women are: women of color, single moms, victims of rape, victims of incest, young women just starting out their careers and journeys in life, women who lack the economic means to care for a child, those who lack the means to travel to a state like ours, like California, where their freedom remains protected, and any woman who wants to exercise her right and liberty to choose what is best for her. And yes, California is a safe haven for them and all who seek abortion care. And we always will be. But our nation, it is not. For women and those with marginalized identities seeking reproductive care, it is a haven no longer. This decision fails to protect us, but I, in California, will not. As our state's chief law enforcement officer, I will use the full force of the law. I will use the full authority of my office to protect reproductive health care. Always. Period. Full stop. End of story. Abortion remains fully legal in California. Let me repeat that. Abortion remains fully legal in California. Today's decision does not impact our state's laws and your right to choose within our borders and in other states that protect reproductive freedom. You have a right to an abortion here. You have the right to an abortion before viability without a reason. You have the right to an abortion after viability to protect your life or your health. You have the right to obtain an abortion without parental consent. I will not back down from defending these rights, expanding them, and keeping our clinics accessible and safe. Because in California, we refuse to turn back the clock and let radical ideologies exert control over your body. Instead, we will heed the words of the Supreme Court. Today's decision is confirmation that we must further codify the right to a safe and legal abortion. And it is time to explicitly recognize a right to abortion in our state's Constitution. This is a dark day for our little girls and all our children who will now come of age in a nation with fewer rights, fewer freedoms, and fewer protections than the generations before them. That is not progress. But on days like this, I'm more determined than ever to fight like hell for my daughters and yours, for all pregnant persons, all those who deserve a future with more rights, more freedom, not fewer. And this is an example up here of California being California, doing what we do, being who we are, standing together, our leaders in the legislature, our legislative leaders, our governor, standing as one, speaking with one voice, being that source of light, being that beacon of hope to the rest of the world and to all those in our state. And for those who are in pain, who are hurting, I want you to know that California has your back. We will fight for you. We will continue to show up for you. We will not go backward. We will not roll back the clock. We will move forward. We will march forward. We will continue to make progress. We will fight for your self-determination, for your freedom, for your privacy, for your rights. Today's a sad day, and it's a dark day, but today is not the last day in this fight. The fight will continue. We'll continue to march forward. Our fight for reproductive freedom marches on. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to introduce Shannon Olivieri Hovis at NARAL.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Olivieri Hovis, and I'm the director of NARAL Pro-Choice California. NARAL is the oldest and largest abortion rights advocacy organization in the country, and we fight for reproductive freedom for all people. We are powered by our more than 2.5 million members nationally and more than 300,000 members here in the state. I think A.G. Bonta actually said all of it so eloquently, to no surprise. I woke up this morning and I hugged my 7-month-old as tight as I could, and I cried in the bathroom. And then I stood up a little bit straighter with a bit more resolve because, as he said, the fight for reproductive freedom continues. I do want to talk about the real-life consequences of this Supreme Court decision. So we expect 26 states, in short order, to ban abortion entirely or almost entirely. 13 states have trigger bans. That means that with this Supreme Court decision, abortion is outlawed automatically in those states. And we're talking about real people, right? We are talking about more than 33 million women and pregnant people of reproductive age who will lose that access to abortion in their own communities, in their home states. And some will travel if they can and if we can help them. And some will be forced to carry unwanted pregnancies through to term. And some may be at risk of criminalization for accessing self-managed abortion in their states. And some will die. I don't want to mince words about that. Some will die. And make no mistake that these same states that are banning abortion are the states where it is most dangerous in this country to give birth. And that should not be lost on us. California is doing the opposite. We are going in the opposite direction. We've put a welcome sign on the door. And we are letting folks know, no matter where they're from, no matter where they live, no matter what their circumstances, they are welcome in California to access the critical abortion care that they need. NARAL is a proud founding and steering committee member of the California Future of Abortion Council. This year, we are backing a 16-bill legislative package. That includes the state constitutional amendment to specifically enshrine the right to abortion and the right to contraception in our state constitution. We are not taking any chances. We are addressing our provider shortages. We are addressing our access deserts. We are ensuring that people have the practical, logistical, and financial support to get here. We are strengthening our provider network. We are doing all of the things that we need to do. And we are guaranteeing that they have privacy in their records and that they are not at risk of legal repercussions, providers or patients, in the state of California based on these hostile bans that we're going to see move forward. So it is a devastating day, but it's a hopeful day, because the reality is that the anti-choice movement has been at this for 50 years, and the fight for reproductive freedom is far from over. We are the supermajority. What do I mean by that? 8 in 10 Americans support the legal right to abortion. That does not mean every one of those 8 people would choose abortion for themselves, but they do not believe that anybody else should be making that decision. It should reside with the pregnant person, with their faith, their doctor, and with the support of their loved ones. And NARAL and our members all across this country, in every single congressional district, in every state, will be fighting like hell to ensure that we continue to ensure that states like California, and that we spread our impact, right? That we are a reproductive freedom state, but we're not going at that alone. That's not the California way. And that was part of what Governor Newsom announced earlier today. We continue to bring other states along. And the work that the California Future of Abortion Council has done has been a blueprint already for other states who have followed our lead this year and continue to do so in expanding access within their states. And that's the ripple effect that we will take hold. So thank you. And up next, I want to introduce Jody Hicks, our incredible partner, who is the president and CEO of Planned Parenthood Affiliates of California. Thank you.
Thank you. I was listening to all the incredible folks speak and really trying to think of what I would even add today. Most of you I have seen and talked to since September, really since the Future of Abortion Council we put it together as a response to what happened in September, when really the Supreme Court's inaction at that time allowed Texas to go into effect despite it being unconstitutional. And I talked to many of you that I think thought maybe we were overreacting and didn't think this day was a reality. And I've been talking since throughout this about how we're preparing for this post-Roe reality, and I have a hard time knowing what to say when that day is here. We're in a post-Roe reality, and I don't know that we can properly wrap our minds around what that means today, but certainly what it means in the future. And I look at folks, and there's a deep understanding, especially for anyone with a uterus, of what that actually means. And I think Sotomayor said it really well, that at the moment of fertilization, it means that folks don't have equal rights. It means they don't have autonomy over their body anymore. It means they don't have agency over decisions that affect their futures and their very lives. And I think what I want to say is, as we continue to talk about this from this day and this reaction today, but really moving forward and what that looks like and how states like California prepare for what's to come, a real understanding that this is, we're going to talk about it, some folks are going to talk about it as how does this affect the election? What does this mean for certain things? This is a value that's about people's lives, and real people are going to be hurt starting today at this moment. At this moment, there's 13 states that are going into effect, if not already by the end of the day, where there are real people that really need care. And now there are young people that have never traveled outside of the state they're sitting in right now, and they have to navigate a public health system that's hostile to the needs that they have and try and find a way to get somewhere else. So while could not be more grateful for California, and I deeply understand the honor of sitting with folks behind me and all of the leaders here, that we are part of shaping what this post-Roe reality looks like. We need to keep in mind that this is a value that California has that some states don't, and that hurts real people. And all I can say is this morning, I think what you're seeing a reaction to is all of us doing the work that we've been doing, but also understanding on this very day a very humane response to what is an understanding of what it means for a generation behind us. 26 states. Where are our kids going to college? And what rights do they have when they go there? Where are doctors being trained? And will they be trained? And will people get the care they need, even in things like miscarriage management? What is the future for healthcare when we have a maternal mortality rate that's already unconscionable for a country like we have? And what does it mean for pregnant people across this country? So keep that in mind as we move forward and understand why we've been pushing, why a bill like this that protects providers that are tired and still doing the work every single day, that we're ensuring that they're secure, that we're ensuring patients have the resources they need. Because I tell you, my nightmare scenario is that when people come here, they can't get the care because we haven't expanded enough, or that we don't see the influx of patients that we think we should see because they didn't have the resources to get here. And that's cruel, and it's nothing short of devastating. And my daughter came down the stairs this morning and just gave me a hug and said, "I'm sorry." And all I can do is look back at her and say, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." And I think that's where we stand today. With that, I'm going to introduce, and I'll just say the text message I sent our governor this morning, which was a little bit, not that he needed it, but my own needing of getting out a pep talk, which is both by design and by circumstance, California is the leader right now. We've been leading since we put out a blueprint that other states are following. We'll continue to lead. We have that responsibility and we have that honor. And the governor of the state of California is the leader right now in what we do and how we protect, how we prepare, and how we serve patients in California, but certainly patients that have to come to California. So no matter where anyone calls home, we will lead that effort, and it's because of the leaders you've heard from, but certainly proud to welcome the governor, Gavin Newsom.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Well, let me thank all the remarkable leaders that spoke, and thank you for your expressions that I think truly recognize the enormity of this moment. And in many ways, this has been said by a number of you, it's difficult to pick up on where you left off. And I want to just, though, express that while I'm, don't take this the wrong way, I'm sorry as well. I'm a little less sorry than I am pissed. A little less sorry than I am resolved and angry to do more and to do better. At the same time, expression of appreciation. I'm grateful I'm here in California. I'm grateful I'm governor of California. I'm grateful I represent a state that's fighting for freedom, fighting for reproductive rights, a state that has long stood tall. And I'm sorry that more people do not have those protections today. I am, though, very mindful that California can play an outsized role at this moment. I'm mindful of the fact that we punch above our weight. I'm mindful that this state is the largest and most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. I'm mindful of our history, our proud past, where we have led. We've said often, we don't imitate. We're a model in many respects to others. Future, in many ways, certainly as it relates to the rights movement, happens here first in the state of California. What we're doubling down on and have been over the course of the last few years, not just the last few weeks, not just the last few months in anticipation of this decision, is a recognition we did need to do more. We need to step up. We didn't want to rest on our laurels. We didn't want to rest on our progress. We have been leaning in, and I couldn't be more proud about the legislative package that not only has been introduced and is being advanced this year, but the legislative packages that we've advanced that have been successful over the course of the last many, many years in this state. There's simply no other state in the United States of America doing more to protect those that are the most vulnerable, not only to this decision, but the vagaries of life. And I'm proud of that. And I want folks to know all around the rest of the country and many parts of the globe that I hope we're your antidote to your fear, to your anxiety, perhaps to the cynicism that many of you are feeling about the fate and future of not only our state, but the world and country, the world we're living in. This is a profound and consequential moment, but it stacks on so many profound and consequential moments. Just 24 hours ago, many of us were together and others lamenting about a jaw-dropping decision where states' rights wasn't afforded on the issue of the Second Amendment, where we quite literally were debating about the meritorious nature of rules and regulations around crossbows and dirks and landscapes, where we were reflecting on historical records, not necessarily legal precedent, where we were reflecting on this notion of fundamental rights can be stripped. And now today we're talking about states' rights. The hypocrisy so extraordinary, so profound, that it was deeply pronounced in the dissent that came out here today. They didn't take any quarter. They pushed back aggressively in the dissent, making the case that was made a moment ago. That's not an assertion. In fact, it was said, as the AG said, with certainty. This is certain, the dissent said, comma, that women are not equal. That's a remarkable statement from members of the United States Supreme Court. Women are not equal. Women are not free. Women are treated differently than men, period, full stop. That's fact. That's not fiction. That's not hyperbole. That's not a political statement. That's a fact. And for whatever reason, we're here with a Supreme Court that believes women should not be treated equally. They should not be free. And we have men, dominantly men in all these positions of power and influence, that believe in government mandates, believe in government births. I don't believe in life, because if they believed in life, they would be doing all the things to support those after they're born. We know that. That's legendary. Their absolute indifference to life. They are pro conception to birth, period, full stop. That's all this is about. If you think it's not, just consider in the dissent itself, they talked about a number of states, Mississippi being one of them, that has no interest in supporting expansion of Medicaid to extend the opportunities to protect those that are born for at least 1 year with critical medical support in that first year of life. They're not interested in life. That's why they cut programs on child care and prenatal programs and cut preschool programs. They're not interested in family planning. They cut family planning programs and sex education. Don't even get me started with sex education. Can't say that word in many states. Spare me this notion of freedom, and spare me, or rather rights, and yes, freedom. Freedom? Really? That 13-year-old that's raped, or God forbid, remember, family, incest, and has to bear her sibling, has the freedom of what? So this is a remarkable moment, but we're here in California, and we're here to stand tall and to meet this moment head on and to lead and lean in. And I'm very proud that today I'll be signing one of what I look forward, as was stated by Shannon, over a dozen pieces of legislation that should make my desk in a matter of weeks that will codify our values and will advance our values. Yes, this November we'll be advancing a constitutional amendment codifying what we've done in statute and giving people something to be for proactively on the ballot as relates to constitutional right to privacy, the constitutional right that was firmly established up till hours ago in this country, but we'll assert that formally and foundationally here in the state of California. But we also are leaning in terms of providing additional supports. Tens of millions of dollars in grants to providers across this state, over 108 health clinics in this state, to provide resources and a more resourceful mindset to help people that may be seeking reproductive care to come into the state of California, to support those efforts, to expand the opportunity regardless of your income and your ability to pay, to make sure there are no co-pays, to make sure everybody is covering your care, not only the health plans, but that care is covered regardless of your immigration status. If you're from another state and you come into the state of California, we're not going to be asking for your ID. We're not going to be asking you a litany of questions that are asked in almost every other state. You have a right to confidentiality, not just privacy here in the state of California, but we're also mindful there's 33.6 million Americans that are likely to lose, that are of reproductive age, that are likely to lose that access if all 26 of these states move in the direction that many of us fear, that we can't absorb all of that, but we will do our fair share and more. And speaking of more, I'm really proud that we're joining in with others, not just the state of California, but other governors, Western governors have stood up as well. And I'm grateful to Governor Brown, Governor Inslee, that are asserting that the United States of America at least has the Western United States that will stand tall in terms of our reproductive values and reproductive freedoms. And we are a sanctuary. And we laid out the principles of what that means. One of them I'll be codifying with legislation that I'll be signing here today. We're also here to protect those that will be under assault. We don't think this, we know this. This is not assertion. Again, this is not hyperbole. This is fact. Look at SB 8. SB 8 in Texas, one of the largest states in America. The folks in Texas right now can be civilly fined through a private right of action for aiding and abetting someone that may come to the state of California, as an example, to seek their reproductive rights and reproductive freedoms. We will in no way, shape, or form support, enable, investigate, resource any of those activities or energies. That's part of the piece of legislation I'll sign today, but it's also part of our legislative package that will be moving forward, providing true sanctuary and providing legal protections for those governors and those legislative leaders in these red states that literally will deny women the ability to get support or even access to the resource to travel to states like California. You can't make that up, but those are facts. Read SB 8. What is SB 8? I saw some companies want to help with travel expenses to send folks to places like California, but under SB 8, they're subject to civil fines. You see what Marco Rubio's doing in Florida? He's got a law to strip all your tax breaks if you're a company and you're providing reproductive care to your employees. That's the country you're living in right now, we are living in. But it's not a reality here in California. The rights revolution, what we've come to accept and expect over the last 60 years, 50, 60 years, is being rolled back in real time. Wake up. Across the spectrum. They haven't been shy, they haven't been timid, and they're just winding up. I mean, Justice Thomas, his own words, saying, let's go. It's Griswold next. It's not just Hodges and same-sex marriage, it's Lawrence. The irony of that shouldn't be lost on anyone in terms of his own status with a relationship and the love of his life. Lawrence v. Texas, be reminded, in 1967, a guy named Richard Loving married Mildred Reeder. And for that, he was sentenced to 1 year in prison or was kicked out of the state of Virginia. And God said in that race famously, or rather in sentencing him, God put different races. The judge said this to Mr. Loving. God put different races on different continents for a reason. God never wanted the races to mix. That was my lifetime. That was interracial marriage, which, according to Justice Thomas, should be considered. Not surprising, because you have a U.S. Senator from Indiana who said the same thing. They're coming after you next. Period. Full stop. This is not just about women. This is not just about choice. This is not just about reproductive freedom. They're coming after you next. It's a serious moment in American history. This great divergence now. Red states versus blue states. But in the spirit that I think defines the sentiment of many of us, and certainly the sentiment of those that spoke, we are many parts but one body. And when one part suffers, we all suffer. And so our empathy needs to be matched with our care and compassion and action to help support those Americans that are under real threat and autocracy, and I would argue tyranny, from those that wish to incarcerate them.
Okay, so we've been listening in to California Governor Gavin Newsom with some of the state officials there. Attorney General Bartow was there, as well as many prominent Democrats excoriating this Supreme Court decision from earlier this morning, overturning Roe v. Wade, upholding the Mississippi law that would ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. We've been showing you scenes from all across the country of protests that have broke out, most notably outside of the Supreme Court. This one in New York at the moment. You can see so many taking to the streets. You also have Philadelphia, San Francisco, Boston, Los Angeles, and so many more. Unfortunately, we lost our exterior shot of the Supreme Court. If we get that back, maybe we can show that to you. The crowd not as big outside there anymore. When we come back, though, we'll be breaking down all the intricacies of this opinion today. What does it mean? What happens next? And so much more. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this historic Friday night. We've been covering every angle of this story all day. Roe v. Wade overturned after 49 years of a constitutional right. That precedent set for a woman's right to choose it now falls to each state's decision. Joining me now to discuss this even further is legal expert and friend of the program, Doug Burns. Doug, you and I have been talking about this in the run-up, awaiting this decision. Let's go to some of the nuts and bolts here. The vote for the Mississippi law was 6-3, but Chief Justice John Roberts did not join his conservative colleagues in overturning Roe v. Wade. He wrote that there was no need to overturn the broad precedents to rule in Mississippi's favor, but that decision, 5-4, overturning Roe v. Wade. So it fell on the lines you and I had predicted, isn't that right?
No, we really did. I mean, I had said, and so did you, that it was apparent from the oral argument that the Chief Justice felt that you could adjudicate the case that was actually before the court, which was the 15-week Mississippi ban, without having the need to go so far as to overrule Roe v. Wade. I think that's an entirely fair way to look at it. But as you just said, and I'm really glad you made that clear so everybody's crystal clear, it was 6-3 to uphold, the Mississippi law, and that was the block of the 5 conservatives and the Chief Justice. But then the Chief Justice filed a separate opinion in which he said that while I'm upholding the Mississippi ban, to create that 6-3 on that, in the judgment of the court, I am not willing to agree that Roe has to be overruled. And then, of course, doing the math, you had the 3 dissenters, Justices, Kagan, Sotomayor, and Breyer.
Yeah, Doug, let's get into some of the opinion, the text of the opinion from the ruling. Sure. It says, quote, "The Constitution makes no express reference to a right to obtain an abortion, but several constitutional provisions have been offered as potential homes for an implicit constitutional right." And so this is what the majority was saying today, that there is no place in the Constitution that grants this right to women.
Okay, here's an explanation which has a part at the end that you don't always hear.
Okay.
So the first part you just laid out, the Constitution is silent on the question of abortion. Okay, so under the 10th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, part of the Bill of Rights, the last one of the 10 that make up the Bill of Rights, it says that something that is not enumerated in the text of the document is reserved to the state. Those on the right stop there. Those a little more balanced, sorry, I'm smiling, say, well, you have the 9th Amendment that says just because something isn't specifically enumerated doesn't mean that the right might not be there, okay? So it's really just a complete and total toss-up, and that's why when you get into something that amorphous, that much in the weeds, it just becomes a wide-open ideological policy situation. So you could say all day long, well, wait a minute. Under the 9th Amendment, just because it's not in there, that doesn't matter. Then we go to the 14th Amendment, which talks about, all kinds of rights. But it was very interesting because in the opinion, and I know this is slightly in the weeds, but I think it's important and I can simplify it. Under the 14th Amendment, you have essentially it's a procedural concept, what they call procedural due process. Being notified, of what you're being charged with, for example, in a criminal case, of what you're being sued for. All of the procedural stuff. But they came up with this concept of substantive due process. You probably saw that in the opinion. And Clarence Thomas was just ripping that apart, saying that that really was the beginning of the code speak for inventing rights that aren't there, substantive due process. So again, it's a very, academic back and forth in the weeds. But when you see the conservatives aligning one way, the liberal justices another, you realize it's more about policy really than it is about law.
Another line in the ruling says the court finds the right to abortion is not deeply rooted in the nation's history and tradition. 49 years is not history?
No, I'm really glad you teed that up. Sorry, I forgot to delve into that quickly. No, what Justice Alito was saying basically, it's a good question, and I get your point about the 49 years, but I think it's a little different than that.
Okay.
What they were saying is, if you're going to find a right, I didn't finish my own explanation, so thank you. If you're going to find a right under the 14th Amendment, under even substantive due process, as I just explained it, then it has to be something that's deeply embedded in the history and tradition of the country. And Justice Alito laid out the overall, 240 or 50-year history of the country, explaining in painstaking detail, and people can disagree, and get angry and so forth. But he was explaining that, abortion had been a crime for a lengthy period of time. They got into the weeds about quickening, which is, an older term for fetus viability. But he went on, and I think he got the better of that argument, truth be told, in my view, about how it's really not baked into the history and tradition. But you make a good counterpoint about the 49 years, actually. That's interesting. But he made it clear. And he also pointed out, he chastised the dissenters quite a bit, basically for saying that they were, again, making more arguments in the nature of policy arguments than actually addressing that it's not in the Constitution and there's no real support for it. But again, you can argue it on both sides, honestly.
Yeah, I want to read from some of the dissents here. But last part in the ruling, it says Roe was also egregiously wrong and on a collision course with the Constitution. And then it went on to say the court short-circuited the democratic process by closing it to the large number of Americans who disagreed with Roe. Doug, let's talk about history here. Have you known a long-standing Supreme Court precedent like this to have been overturned? Modern history, where is a case like that? Can you find one?
Absolutely, of course. First of all, you had the Dred Scott case, which is almost universally, and it's in the opinion, you saw it, almost universally, and Justice Alito cited this. But let me take a step back. Under the general umbrella of stare decisis, we're talking about the notion that, wait a minute, once a case is decided, it has to be respected and cannot be changed. That's simply not true, as Justice Alito pointed out. In our Supreme Court's history, we've had a number of really, really terrible decisions which were ultimately overruled. And again, when you get into the political sound bites, everybody's a little too superficial, too glib. What about Plessy? What about Dred Scott? But let me just explain it. Dred Scott held, believe it or not, that African Americans, blacks, as called back before the term came into usage, were not citizens of the United States. Okay, it was a horrible decision, universally regarded as one of the worst. And years later, it was overruled with the advent in 1868, of the 14th Amendment. Then you had Plessy versus Ferguson, holding by the Supreme Court of the United States that having blacks and whites separate was okay, as long as separate but equal. If the separate compartments or accommodations were equal, then it was okay, according to the Supreme Court. Years later, the case was overruled by Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. So the point is, it's a little disingenuous, and I'm glad, you raised it, to turn around and say, that a case cannot be overturned, that has to be respected. But the counter argument, in fairness, as you just pointed out, is 49 or 50 years of a case that's nowhere near, by the way, in fairness, as bad as, let's say, Dred Scott or Plessy versus Ferguson. I mean, to find that there's an implicit constitutional right to abortion is nowhere near any kind of horrible, egregious interpretation of the Constitution. So again, I'm down the middle. You can argue this both ways. But let me say something about Senator Collins, who, have nothing against her. I don't dislike her and so forth. But for her to claim that Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh lied to her, that's just absurd. And Professor Turley explained on Fox News Channel today calmly why that's just wrong and incorrect as a legal matter. He's a law professor. The point is, they said, look, it's settled precedent. So naturally, the press and everybody just foamed at the mouth over the ski tips. That's it. They said it can never be changed. They never said that. They just said it was settled precedent for now, implicitly. And again, my point from 30,000 feet is it's too toxic out there, okay? So everybody jumps on every little phrase, going crazy. To say that they lied to her is ridiculous.
Okay, but you teed up my next question perfectly, though. We've been seeing kind of the quotes of what Justice Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett, Roberts, even Alito. Every Supreme Court nominee in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee is asked about Roe v. Wade. And so you were going through some of the statements that you were referencing, and they said under oath that it is settled precedent. I'm paraphrasing here, but that was the gist of what they were saying. And so many have come out and said, well, how could they have said this and then gone today to rule against it? Help us unpack that.
Of course. The point is, law, is a discipline, like medicine, like anything else. And under a legal analysis, which doesn't necessarily, and again, I don't have a dog in the hunt. I'm not defending Kavanaugh or Gorsuch, quick editorial. That's not my point. But Professor Turley and I are both now explaining that to say that a case is settled precedent, they could have been a little more clear. They could have said, it's settled precedent for now, Senator. That doesn't mean that it couldn't be overruled one day. I'm not going to say whether or not I would overrule it because I'm not going to comment on a case that's not yet for me, which, by the way, was the answer that many previous nominees had given. So this whole litmus test thing just shows everybody that the court has become more of a legislature than a court. Can you imagine asking somebody, let's go to the law school classroom, if a lease came in front of you, Judge so-and-so, and there was a 30-day clause in the lease, and the check was mailed on the 31st day, how would you rule on that? I mean, it's just laughable. These are hot-button issues that are much more for legislatures than courts. That sounds like an editorial by me about how, I'm in favor of this decision or I'm against abortion. That's not the case at all. I'm just saying that, as Justice Scalia and many others pointed out, it's a legislative matter for the people. Now, I don't want to be disingenuous myself, because the point is, there are many states that are anti-abortion, and then you have the ones that are. So it creates this incredible cultural divide, and it's a problem.
Yeah. Doug, let's talk about the dissent. I want to read some quotes from the dissent and then ask a question about potential other cases, other rulings that are considered settled stare decisis that could be maybe threatened. The dissent says no one should be confident that this majority is done. The right Roe and Casey recognized does not stand alone. To the contrary, the court has linked it for decades to other settled freedoms involving bodily integrity, familial relationships, and procreation. And then in the concurring opinion, Clarence Thomas says we should reconsider all of this court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold, Lawrence, and Obergefell. Does it place these other precedents under threat, under peril? What do you think?
Okay, first of all, it's so fascinating that Clarence Thomas would serve up a political talking point on a silver platter for everybody to just go crazy with all day today. But let me break this down a little more clearly.
Okay.
First of all, in the main opinion, Justice Alito made it crystal clear, and you can find the passages, they showed them up on the screen today on a lot of the cable segments, but he made it crystal clear that in his view and the view of the majority, the abortion right is completely separate from those other rights. He made it quite clear, he went into detail. He said, because this involves killing what some could reasonably say is an already established human life, those other ones don't. My reading of the opinion, therefore, was that the majority opinion is not at all going after any of those other rights. However, Justice Thomas, he served up this talking point on a silver platter. He said it, but you have to understand, as a matter of Supreme Court X's and O's, mathematics and vote tabulation, there's no majority there, in my view, to go after those other rights. So I would, deflate that talking point. I understand why the talking point's out there, because Thomas said it, but he's writing solo in that opinion as a concurring justice, and I don't believe that those other rights are in play. The reason why it's such a big talking point is because, you have the law discussion and then you have the political discussion. You have the cultural one also, but on the political discussion, they can't restrain themselves. They want to use this, for November, scare everybody. I saw what Gavin Newsom was saying. They're coming after you. I mean, that's just really over the skis rhetoric, but it can be effective politically. But I'm here as an expert to debunk the idea that they're going to overrule the same-sex marriage case or Griswold v. Connecticut providing for contraception under the Constitution. I don't see that.
Doug, stay with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be discussing now what do some of these states do? Restrictions in place in some, more liberal laws in others, and we'll get into what essentially trigger laws are. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Live Now look in Washington, D.C. We're getting aerial footage, ground footage of so many of these protests in and around the country. This one, I believe you can see in New York City. That is on the Grand Central Expressway there, what it looks like, right by Grand Central Station, as so many have come out to protest this. Many Americans extremely upset, but let's talk rationally here about what this means, what happens next, especially in certain states, now that there's going to be a piecemeal patchwork of states, state laws, state constitutions. We'll have to consider now what to do about abortion there. We want to put this up on the screen. This is a graphic that we made compiling some of the states that can now ban abortion with trigger bans. This goes immediately into effect now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned. Joining me yet again on the line is legal expert, former federal prosecutor, Doug Burns. Doug, we've been following what each and every state is going to do now. Have kind of any of these states struck out to you? I believe about 13 now. After this, it's completely illegal, abortion is. And so what happens in state constitutions? They also have to work through the legislature.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're making a very compelling point, which is now that we get out of the sort of, academic discussion about the opinion itself, now we go into the practical side of it, which is the perfect segue. You had asked me to discuss a law in a state, I think it was Oklahoma, where they just flat out banned abortion before today's decision. And I was explaining that right now, meaning 2 months ago when I was on with you, that can't possibly hold water because Roe versus Wade is still the law of the land. But I opined that they did it on the expectation that Roe may be reversed and then it will immediately go into effect. I mean, the first caveat, you'd have to look at each one of those pieces of trigger legislation, Andrew, and see exactly, what type of effective dates are involved and so forth. But the first part of the analysis is, yes, there are states which intend to flat out ban abortion, virtually instantaneously. Then you have the 180-degree opposite, the Northeast, areas like that, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, and so forth, where California, obviously, where abortion will be 100% legal, 100% obtainable, and then you get into some other gray area states. There's going to be a lot of litigation in United States district courts. What happens with Supreme Court opinions is they are very much ivory tower emanating from the marble palace, in Washington. But when you start getting into the trenches, you're going to see challenges back and forth in all directions to particular laws and statutes, which will have to be sorted out. But today's ruling basically throws it back to the states, as you've heard everybody say. And the bad news now, another practical point that's brought up by the left with a lot of credibility, you've heard this, is that, well, wait a minute, what about somebody who's in a state that bans abortion, and then you have somebody with means and resources can go to a state where it's okay, but the person who doesn't have those means and resources cannot? That's a very viable policy and social argument.
Doug, I want to read a statement from Attorney General Merrick Garland from the Department of Justice. They say the Justice Department strongly disagrees with the court's decision. The decision deals a devastating blow to reproductive freedom in the United States. It will have an immediate and irreversible impact on the lives of people across the country, and it will be greatly disproportionate in its effect, with the greatest burdens felt by people of color and those of limited financial means. To what you were describing. Let's talk, though, about Merrick Garland. You know, Doug, I like to take the historical long view of this, going back to 2015, the death of Antonin Scalia. There is a through line completely to how we got here today, having to do with essentially who Scalia's replacement was going to be, the McConnell blockade on Obama's pick, Merrick Garland at the time, and then, of course, the Trump election. And he got 3 conservative Supreme Court justices voted onto the bench, and here we are today. Unpack that a little bit.
A lot of things had to happen to reach today. And I read an article, which you may have read, some of that, the 5 reasons why we got to today. So I said, oh, that's interesting. And I clicked on the article and I read it quickly. And it's exactly what you're laying out. So let me unpack it as you just asked me to do. A, you had Ruth Bader Ginsburg not retiring while a Democrat was in the White House. And you've seen references to how ripping mad everybody is about that. In retrospect, and no disrespect, she was a great lawyer, a great judge, a great justice, a towering legal figure, etc. But she didn't do anybody any favors by not retiring. That was step 1. Step 2 was after President Trump was elected, Anthony Kennedy retired. And he was considered sort of a swing justice. So that was incredible. And then point 3 is your point, the Merrick Garland debacle. That really wasn't fair. I thought that was a pretty fair pick by President Obama at the time. And it really, and I understand why people are upset about that. And then you have, the next argument about, Coney Barrett, being close to the end and we should wait till the election, that whole dust up. So from the standpoint of the right and the pro-life movement, they were extremely fortunate, in my view, on many levels, because all of these different pieces, such as Ruth Bader Ginsburg not retiring, and Anthony Kennedy actually retiring, President Trump getting 3 picks through, this is what ended up causing this result that's been such a vicious battleground issue for decades and decades.
Doug, I just want your kind of views and your expertise, because you've heard a lot, especially on the left side of the aisle, that, and we were speaking with prominent women's rights attorney Gloria Allred today, and she described the conservative majority, she described the justices as right-wing extremists. Many on the left have also said that, they are taking away this fundamental right that has been in place for 49 years, and essentially out of whole cloth, without a legal rationale. How could they do this? Putting their policy preferences, putting their ideological preferences, their religious preferences first and foremost. What do you say to people who say that today? What is the legal underpinnings of this to kind of rebut some of that?
I say you have to break out, the legal and the political discussions once again. I understand where Gloria Allred is saying, this is devastating, but it's really not legally. This is a federalism and states' rights question. Okay, so those who believe that it should be each state, addresses this under the 10th Amendment, that's one position. Others say, well, under the 9th and the 14th, it can be up to the government. Then those on the other side volley back with 9 elite Ivy Leaguers who haven't been elected to any office shouldn't be making this type of decision, and we can have an intelligent debate back and forth. But again, I object to the over the ski tips formulation of they just took away everything with no basis. That's completely and totally inaccurate and incorrect. You can debate this, but again, I'll use one of the biggest talking points from the right, but it's entirely legitimate, and that is that no less a figure than Ruth Bader Ginsburg herself had opined in some scholarly context that she felt that Roe v. Wade really did go far. The consensus among academics, professors, experts, and scholars is that, there is absolutely nothing in the document about abortion. But then you can go to Justice Breyer's concept of a living, breathing constitution that changes and adapts over time. We get that. And he wrote a book about that and so forth. But the point is, some people believe you interpret the text of the document as it was written, and that as written, if something's not in the document, then it goes to be through the electoral process, state by state. That's an entirely legitimate legal argument. So my message, honestly, is that to anybody who goes, this is ridiculous and there's no basis for it, that's just completely wrong-headed. But you can have an intelligent debate back and forth between the 9th Amendment and the 10th Amendment, as I've explained. The 14th Amendment, due process, substantive due process, which is a term I don't like either. Yeah. I think it's code speak for legislation from the bench and so forth. Okay. But again, just to repeat broken record, these people should not be saying that they made this up out of nowhere. There's a legitimate debate back and forth. And those who say that it's not in the Constitution at all and therefore it doesn't exist, in my professional expert opinion, have slightly better of the argument, but you should be open-minded and say, but with these practical factors about poor people being disadvantaged and it being on the books, you made the key point tonight. Key, it's been around for 49 years. That's something that really maybe should have been factored in more.
Doug, last point. Frankly, though, it's getting nasty out there, not only in the streets, but on social media as well. The Department of Homeland Security notified law enforcement today of potential, quote, domestic violence extremist activity in response to this. Have you seen anything, and are you, fearful that it could escalate into the weekend?
I am fearful. I think that it's entirely logical because we saw in the buildup, since the leak, the intensity has ratcheted up. We saw for the first time in our lives people, right in the grill of Supreme Court justices at their homes and so forth. So, yeah, of course, very, very concerning situation tonight, tomorrow, and in the next few weeks for sure. Absolutely.
All right, Doug Burns, we appreciate your expertise and insight into this historic ruling and overturning of Roe v. Wade today. This has been really, weeks in the making since that leaked draft to Politico by Justice Alito, and we will talk to you again. Have a good weekend, Doug.
You too. Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we're still getting reaction from across the country. We're going out to Seattle in just a moment. Also, when we come back, we'll be showing you President Biden, the White House's response to this today. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night, this historic Friday night. We have been going to so many major cities from around the country as angry Americans take to the streets, voicing their discontent, voicing their opposition to what happened today with abortion at the Supreme Court. Now joining me from Seattle, Washington, Fox 13's AJ Janavel at one of these major rallies. What's going on, AJ?
Andrew, there's probably thousands of people here behind me on the street. It started off as a protest, a rally around 5 o'clock, and the numbers only continued to grow. These folks saying they woke up today, saw that headline, and they felt heartbreak, they felt anger. They came down here around 5:30, 5:45. They announced that they were going to close down the street. They've been in the street now for about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. They originally said they were going to stay in the street for 49 minutes. That number significant to the 49 years that Roe v. Wade was the law of the land. But just within the last few minutes down the road here, this is 2nd Avenue in downtown Seattle, right in the business district, right near the waterfront. A march of people past the block where we're standing just joined this large group. You can see that group, the difference between the group that was originally here and the other group. They have the green signs back behind that group, cars trying to figure out how to get out of the city. A Friday evening, people getting off of work and trying to navigate the city streets of Seattle. But here, this has been going on now for nearly 2 hours. Thousands of people chanting, screaming. They're hoping to see a change from the one that we saw today. Andrew?
AJ, what are local officials saying? Law enforcement, it looks very peaceful. Are they kind of cautioning residents to, disperse at a certain time, or is this going to last throughout the weekend?
That's a good question, Andrew. And if you know the history of Seattle, rallies and protests have grown and evolved into messier situations. This one here behind me just started within the last 30 minutes, maybe an hour, and it's just grown to this scale. There are police on site here. There are police around this area. This, though, just happening right now. I think the hope is for officials as well as law enforcement that it will remain peaceful as it has been throughout the entire evening here.
All right, Fox 13's AJ Janavel, thank you so much for that update. We're going to be checking in with some of your colleagues a little bit later tonight in Seattle as well. We'll talk to you again. Okay, right now we do want to give you the opportunity to replay, rewatch, if you might have missed it already, see it for the first time. President Biden's response. He was speaking from the White House earlier today with his reaction to the ruling at the Supreme Court, both on the Mississippi case and Roe v. Wade writ large. Here's that from earlier today.
Today is it's not hyperbole to suggest a very solemn moment. Today, the Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people that it had already recognized. They didn't limit it, they simply took it away. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans, but they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected women's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, the right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. As chairman and ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, as vice president and now as president of the United States, I've studied this case carefully. I've overseen more Supreme Court confirmations than anyone today, where this case was always discussed. I believe Roe v. Wade was the correct decision as a matter of constitutional law and application of the fundamental right to privacy and liberty in matters of family and personal autonomy. It was a decision on a complex matter that drew a careful balance between a woman's right to choose earlier in her pregnancy and the state's ability to regulate later in her pregnancy. A decision with broad national consensus that most Americans of faith and backgrounds found acceptable, that have been the law of the land for most of the lifetime of Americans today. And it was a constitutional principle upheld by justices appointed by Democrat and Republican presidents alike. Roe v. Wade was a 7-2 decision, written by a justice appointed by a Republican president, Richard Nixon. In the 5 decades that followed Roe v. Wade, justices appointed by Republican presidents from Eisenhower, Nixon, and Reagan, George W. Bush, were among the justices who voted to uphold the principles set forth in Roe v. Wade. It was 3 justices named by one president, Donald Trump, who were the core of today's decision to upend the scales of justice and eliminate a fundamental right for women in this country. Make no mistake, this decision is a culmination of a deliberate effort over decades to upset the balance of our law. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans that had already been recognized. The court's decision to do so will have real and immediate consequences. State laws banning abortion are automatically taking effect today, jeopardizing the health of millions of women, some without exceptions. So extreme that women could be punished for protecting their health. So extreme that women and girls were forced to bear their rapist's child. With the child, a consequence. It just stuns me. So extreme that doctors will be criminalized for fulfilling their duty to care. Imagine having a young woman have to carry the child of incest as a consequence of incest. No option. Too often the case. The poor women are going to be hit the hardest. It's cruel. In fact, the court laid out state laws criminalizing abortion that go back to the 1800s as rationale. The court literally taking America back 150 years. This is a sad day for the country, in my view. But it doesn't mean the fight's over. Let me be very clear and unambiguous. The only way we can secure a woman's right to choose, and the balance that existed, is for Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade as federal law. No executive action from the president can do that. And if Congress, as it appears, lacks the votes to do that now, voters need to make their voices heard. This fall, we must elect more senators and representatives who will codify women's right to choose into federal law once again. Elect more state leaders to protect this right at the local level. We need to restore the protections of Roe as law of the land. We need to elect officials who will do that. This fall, Roe is on the ballot. Personal freedoms are on the ballot. The right to privacy, liberty, equality, they're all on the ballot. Until then, I will do all of my power to protect a woman's right in states where they will face the consequences of today's decision. While the court's decision cast a dark shadow over a large swath of the land, many states in this country still recognize a woman's right to choose. So, if a woman lives in a state that restricts abortion, the Supreme Court's decision does not prevent her from traveling from her home state to the state that allows it. It does not prevent a doctor in that state from treating her. As the Attorney General has made clear, women must remain free to travel safely to another state to seek care they need. My administration will defend that bedrock right. If any state or local official, high or low, tries to interfere with a woman's exercising her basic right to travel, I will do everything in my power to fight that deeply un-American attack. My administration will also protect a woman's access to medications that are approved by the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, like contraception, which is essential for preventative health care, mifepristone, which the FDA approved 20 years ago to safely end early pregnancies and is commonly used to treat miscarriages. Some states are saying that they'll try to ban or severely restrict access to these medications. But extremist governors and state legislators are looking to block the mail or search the person's medicine cabinet or control a woman's actions by tracking data on her apps she uses are wrong and extreme and out of touch with the majority of Americans. The American Medical Association, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists wrote to me and Vice President Harris stressing that these laws are not based on evidence and asking us to act to protect access to care. They say by limiting access to these medicines, maternal mortality will climb in America. That's what they say. Today, I'm directing the Department of Health and Human Services to take steps to ensure these critical medications are available to the fullest extent possible. And the politicians cannot interfere in the decisions that should be made between a woman and her doctor. And my administration will remain vigilant as the implications of this decision play out. I've warned about how this decision risks the broader right to privacy for everyone. That's because Roe recognized the fundamental right to privacy that has served as a basis for so many more rights that we've come to take for granted, that are ingrained in the fabric of this country. The right to make the best decisions for your health. The right to use birth control, a married couple in the privacy of their bedroom, for God's sake. The right to marry the person you love. Now, Justice Thomas said as much today. He explicitly called to reconsider the right of marriage equality, the right of couples to make their choices on contraception. This extreme and dangerous path the court is now taking us on. Let me close with 2 points. First, I call on everyone, no matter how deeply they care about this decision, to keep all protests peaceful. Peaceful, peaceful, peaceful. No intimidation. Violence is never acceptable. Threats and intimidation are not speech. We must stand against violence in any form, regardless of your rationale. Second, I know so many of us are frustrated and disillusioned that the court has taken something away that's so fundamental. I know so many women are now going to face incredibly difficult situations. I hear you. I support you. I stand with you. The consequences and the consensus of the American people, core principles of equality, liberty, dignity, and the stability of the rule of law demand that Roe should not have been overturned. With this decision, the conservative majority of the Supreme Court shows how extreme it is, how far removed they are from the majority of this country. They've made the United States an outlier among developed nations in the world. But this decision must not be the final word. My administration will use all of its appropriate lawful powers, but Congress must act. And with your vote, you can act. You can have the final word. This is not over. Thank you very much. More to say this in weeks to come. Thank you.
President Biden's remarks there were responding to what happened at the Supreme Court today. Live Now look at the White House there. President Biden wants Congress to codify Roe v. Wade. We also have a Live Now look outside of the Supreme Court. Definitely not as many people outside as there have been throughout the day here. It's about 9:45 on this Friday night in the nation's capital. And so we're going to be monitoring all of these live looks that we have from across the country. In the meantime, let's talk about what the White House's strategy is going forward. Were they aware of this or were they caught off guard? Joining me now is Washington Examiner White House reporter Christian Daytok, friend of the program. Christian, good to see you. Let's talk about what President Biden just said there. He said he's worried about other cases that have longstanding precedent that may come before the court. What is the White House's strategy going forward now, do you think?
Well, Andrew, the White House's strategy is basically what we've heard over the last month and a half or so since this opinion leaked. And it's calling on Congress to codify Roe v. Wade, motivating Democratic voters to put Roe v. Wade on the ballot in November, and then taking some limited executive actions to try and shore up abortion rights across the nation. We did hear the president speak to that briefly today. He talked about how FDA approved abortion pills like mifepristone. He will fight to make sure that even women in states where these trigger abortion laws went into effect earlier today, they will still be able to receive those medications in the mail. And again, he will continue fighting for reproductive rights. That being said, there's not much else he can really do at this point in time.
Yeah, Christian, was the White House, caught off guard? Were they caught flat-footed, or do they have a plan to respond to this? Did they know this was coming today? Of course, we all saw the leaked majority draft opinion about a month ago.
Well, they weren't exactly caught off guard by the draft, but you just mentioned timing. My sources were telling me they believed this opinion was going to be handed down next week. So this was a little bit earlier than us in Washington expected to get a decision. We saw Vice President Harris traveling to Illinois earlier today. She had to sort of change her schedule given how important this issue is for her, rewrite a speech to focus again on reproductive rights rather than maternity care, which is the original topic of the speech. That being said, everyone knew this was coming down the pipe. The president has been talking about it for weeks, so his general plan of action has not changed given the updated timetable.
Christian, everyone talks about the midterms. They're months away. You and I are both in this business. We know that attention spans are short. Will this have staying power, do you think? Does the White House think it will have staying power until November to bring out those Democratic voters that they need to keep their majorities in the House and Senate?
The White House certainly hopes it has staying power, but I do think, more importantly, Democrat officials over at the DNC, the DCCC, do believe this will be a majorly motivating issue. As things stand right now, the economy was the top topic for voters in both parties. And when they can shift away from inflation and high gas prices, that can only benefit Democrats. There were some stories floating around earlier today about how former President Trump privately voiced opinions that he didn't think Roe v. Wade should be overturned simply because it would hurt Republicans in the upcoming midterms. Now, that's a very stark, different statement than he gave publicly. He sort of celebrated this and used it as an opportunity to, again, fundraise. But as far as Democrat strategies heading into November, this will probably be, along with gun control, the single most motivating issue, again, outside of the economy.
That's a good kind of tee up there to Congress and what's happening there. Are there plans, proposals percolating both on the Democratic or Republican side to do something about abortion at the federal level? Have you seen anything?
Well, Senator Susan Collins of Maine told reporters today that she's working on a sort of bipartisan bill that would codify Roe. And of course, Democrats did bring a bill to the floor in May that would do just that. It failed to even meet 50 votes. Joe Manchin voted against it. So they're going to need to do a lot of work if they're going to clear the Senate filibuster. Now, obviously, whenever these big ticket Democrat items have failed to garner support in the Senate, the conversation turns toward reforming the filibuster. Joe Manchin himself was asked about that earlier today, and he although he has been absolute in saying he doesn't want to reform the Senate rules, he did sort of indicate that he might be open to it right now. He didn't come out and say it specifically, but this is the biggest indication that he might budge on this topic, given, again, he expressed great concern about the conversations he had with the Supreme Court justices appointed or nominated, rather, by President Trump on this topic. And he said we need to continue fighting for women's reproductive rights.
All right, we're taking a live now look. It looks like a lot of these protesters headed toward Times Square in New York. We were just looking at outside of the Supreme Court. Of course, not as hectic, not as busy as it was just hours ago before the sun went down, as so many Americans are voicing their frustrations tonight. Christian, though, while I have you, the White House, I would argue, and you probably would agree with me, probably going to be chalking up a victory, though, on guns. We learned President Biden will be signing the gun bill into law tomorrow. It passed in the House today. Are they going to be doing just that?
That's what I've been told that is going to be the plan. Again, all things are in flux given this news about the Roe decision. But this is, let's be honest, a major legislative win for President Biden when he needed one most. Now, this bipartisan bill doesn't include all of the asks on the topic that he wanted. It doesn't ban assault weapons or high-capacity magazines. It doesn't raise the minimum age of purchases for all firearms to 21, but it does take great steps on the issue, and it's the most expansive bipartisan gun violence reform package that we've seen in the better part of the last 3 decades.
Christian, I just want to put up on the screen, this is from Daniela Diaz, my friend, CNN reporter. She says it got 14 yes GOP votes: Liz Cheney, Kinzinger, Rice, Katko, Salazar, Jacobs, Fitzpatrick, Meyer, Upton, Chabot, you can see, Turner, you can't really see with the bug there, but I'll read the rest. Joyce, Anthony Gonzalez of Ohio, and Tony Gonzalez of Texas, who we've spoken to. He represents the community of Uvalde. It's been a month today since the mass shooting. This legislation, and you and I have followed these things for quite some time. It was at a rapid clip, the passage of it through Congress.
That's correct. And I think that has to do, again, with the urging of President Biden. He really has been at the forefront of this conversation, not only as president, but even dating back to the Sandy Hook shooting when he was the vice president, and then back to his Senate days when he co-sponsored that 1994 assault rifle ban. So again, I do think that this is a major win for Democrats. The speed that it's going to be sent to the president's desk indicates how closely both parties were able to work on this thing. And again, in a time when the president needs a win, this is going to be a major one.
I mean, 14 House GOPers, some not facing a tough reelect, some retiring from Congress, a little easier on that front. They got a lot of Senate support last night as well. Just lastly, how intimately, though, was the White House kind of involved in the negotiations on the gun bill? It seemed like they were kind of letting Congress do its job. They weren't really interfering much. Your view?
That's certainly the strategy that Karine Jean-Pierre had laid out for us. She again pointed back to President Biden's experience in the Senate and said he has faith in these leaders. He believes they can reach an agreement given these horrific tragedies that we've seen over the past month and a half. And so he sort of stayed out of it. And I do think while he was publicly stumping for the package, his sort of space between the bipartisan negotiators was what was able to eventually get this agreement done so quickly.
All right, Christian Daytalk with the Washington Examiner. We appreciate your time, your reporting into this, and have a good weekend.
Take care, Andrew.
All right, we are just getting started here on this Friday night. We have a lot more top headlines left to get to. We'll be talking to so many others with their response to the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade today. At the top of the hour, we'll be speaking with a Washington Post healthcare reporter, talking about some of these laws in certain states, talking about what is still available to women nationwide. We just got this LiveNOW look up. This is outside the Fox News World headquarters on the Avenue of the Americas in Midtown Manhattan. You can see some of these protesters going right by the Fox News channel. Also, this in New York City as well. Well, I'm not going to take it just yet. It looks like the shot's going in and out, but protesters going in and out of Times Square. Let's take it right now. There you can see with their signs up, marching in Times Square. also right outside the Supreme Court itself. Right now, we want to show you more reaction from lawmakers, from high-ranking officials in the government, including Vice President Kamala Harris today having to kind of rework her script for her remarks today about this, responding to this. Here's what she had to say.
I want to thank Senator Durbin. I had the privilege of serving with him, as he mentioned, on the Senate Judiciary Committee. And I can tell you, Illinois, you are very, very well represented by Senator Dick Durbin. He is an extraordinary leader, a great fighter for all of America, and in particular for the people of Illinois. So thank you, Dick Durbin, and congratulations to your grandchild for her honor today as well. And I want to thank all the leaders for joining us today. And a special thank you, of course, to Lauren Underwood. Where are you? Lauren, I have seen you when the cameras are on and when the cameras are off. She is always fighting for the people of her district, and all that you have done for our government, for the people of our country, and for Plainfield. I thank you for that. I thank you for your partnership and your leadership. So as Senator Durbin mentioned, we traveled here today. In fact, they both joined me along with the Secretary on Air Force Two. And we traveled here from D.C. today to talk with you about maternal health, which should be one of our highest priorities as a nation. And I had planned to speak about our strategy for improving care for pregnant women and mothers across our country. And as you know, on the way here, however, we learned that the United States Supreme Court had rendered its decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. Here's what that decision means. For nearly 50 years, we have talked about what Roe v. Wade protects. Today, as of right now, as of this minute, we can only talk about what Roe v. Wade protected. Past tense. This is a healthcare crisis. Because understand, millions of women in America will go to bed tonight without access to the health care and reproductive care that they had this morning, without access to the same health care or reproductive health care that their mothers and grandmothers had for 50 years. This is the first time in the history of our nation that a constitutional right has been taken from the people of America. And what is that right? Some might ask. It's the right to privacy. Think about it as the right for each person to make intimate decisions about heart and home. Decisions about the right to start a family, including contraception, such as IUDs, the morning after pill. Decisions about whether to have a child, including, as Senator Durbin mentioned, through in vitro fertilization. Decisions to marry the person you love. Obergefell v. Hodges. Loving versus Virginia. This opinion also says, when you read it, that abortion is not deeply rooted in our nation's history. They offer that, in the opinion, as a foundation for the decision they rendered today. In holding that it is not deeply rooted in our history, today's decision on that theory then calls into question other rights that we thought were settled such as the right to use birth control, the right to same-sex marriage, the right to interracial marriage. The great aspiration of our nation has been to expand freedom. But the expansion of freedom clearly is not inevitable. It is not something that just happens. Not unless we defend our most fundamental principles. Not unless we elect leaders who stand up for those principles. The strength of our nation has always been that we move forward. Today, I invite all people to stand together in defense of one of the most fundamental ideals and principles that for generations, for centuries, I believe we had held dear, which is that fundamental principle about the importance of liberty. To stand for liberty, to stand for freedom, to stand for self-determination, and for the right to privacy. You have the power to elect leaders who will defend and protect your rights. And as the President said earlier today, with your vote, you can act, and you have the final word. So this is not over. God bless you, and God bless America.
Strong words there from Vice President Kamala Harris today, speaking out about this, reacting almost in real time to the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade. We want to take just a quick commercial break. We're monitoring a lot of these protests happening across the country. This one headed to Times Square. You can see it's quite large. We've been showing you ones in New York. We've been showing you ones in D.C., Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and so many other cities. We'll be talking to one of our reporters in Chicago at about 15 minutes. When we come back, though, we'll be breaking down the healthcare impact of this ruling, the Mississippi case and Roe v. Wade writ large. What are states going to do now? More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this historic Friday night, a little bit after the 7 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, a little bit after 10 o'clock there in New York City. You can see many protesters making their way through Times Square as so many Americans are coming out today to voice their opposition, to voice their frustration about what the Supreme Court did when it comes to abortion today. Joining me now to discuss this even further is Washington Post healthcare reporter Rachel Rubin. Rachel, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. Let's talk about some of these states even more that have what is known as trigger laws. I want to put this up on the screen for our viewers here. These are the states: Arkansas, Idaho, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, both Dakotas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Wyoming. What is a trigger law?
Well, first, thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much for having me today. It was a really big day, and as you mentioned, there are 13 states with trigger laws, which means essentially abortion can be banned in pretty short order. In some states, such as Arkansas and South Dakota, those have gone into effect. In some other states, it takes a little bit of time, such as the governor or others will need to certify it. But essentially, these abortion will be banned quickly in these states. And in general, when we think of the map of the country, there's roughly half of the states in the country where it's likely that abortion will be severely restricted in the coming weeks to months.
Rachel, we do have a map. Those states in red were, some of those laws that you were just mentioning in some of those states. And it does look like half. Some are in pink, where, like you said, it does take a certain amount of time. It doesn't happen immediately. But the Washington Post and other outlets reporting that today in some of these states, appointments for abortion clinics run by, both private entities and state entities have shuttered.
Yes, we're seeing the impact in some states immediately after the decision came down. And one of the things is, Andrew, that, doctors and nurses, everyone is trying to figure out in really quick order what is going on in their states. So if you look at places like Arkansas and even in Wisconsin, there have been news reports about cancellations and procedures as the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade's nearly half-century right to an abortion.
Yeah, of course, and we've been always hearing when it comes to abortion exceptions for rape and incest. And so with some of these states, though, that is not on the table, or it's being taken off the table. And then, of course, you're also seeing in some states where any doctor that might perform an abortion could be held criminally liable. So a lot of these, Republican-led states, these red states, are getting somewhat, and I dare say, creative in their restrictions. Isn't that right?
You are right that there are states that do not have exceptions for rape or incest. For instance, we did see Arkansas and South Dakota's bans do not have exceptions for rape and incest as just two examples there.
Yeah, and so we're also seeing, the constitutional precedent with Casey was a 24-week kind of right to an abortion there, setting up into trimesters. A lot of these red states have proposed a 15-week abortion ban. Of course, that was the Mississippi case in question. Do you think for some of these states that want to restrict the procedure that we now will see 15-week bans across the board?
That's a great question. So there, exactly like you said, there are some states that do have 15-week bans. For example, Florida had passed a 15-week ban earlier this year. But we have also seen in states in recent years
pass bans after fetal cardiac activity is detected, so roughly at about 6 weeks. And so the courts have always blocked those rules because it contrasted with Roe v. Wade. But those are bans that we could now begin to see go into effect once that is worked out in the courts. But we have already seen states, as you mentioned, do bans that are 15 weeks and also earlier than 15 weeks in pregnancy.
Yeah, we're looking at recorded footage outside the court from earlier today. This is what it looks like now. Obviously not as busy, not a lot of people out as the sun went down. It's about 10 after 10 there on this Friday night. Rachel, do you think there will be somewhat of an interstate network now amongst women who want to get abortions, say they live in a state, it's completely outlawed, the state next to them, there are some laws on the books where they can get one. Do you think we'll be seeing kind of a patchwork like that where, there'll be groups that will help women to, cross those state lines, or even, and you and I were talking offline, the medical abortion aspect of this, the abortion pill. Do you think that will be as a remedy to this today?
This is something I've definitely been talking with sources about over the past few weeks and months, particularly after the leak decision in May. And so what we have seen, particularly from Democratic-led states, is sort of a rush over the past few months as this decision loomed overhead to try and shore up and protect access to abortion. So one of the things that we have seen, as you mentioned, is establishing funds to help pay for women to come to that state where abortion is accessible. And we've also seen, groups on the ground that have, what's called abortion funds to help people have the money to travel out of state. So that is something I expect to see, and that will be talked about. And now you mentioned medication abortion, and that's something that accounts for roughly half of abortions now in the country. And we've seen states kind of Republican-led states start banning kind of the practice of medicine around the pills. So for instance, at least 19 states have banned the use of telehealth for medication abortion, and some have other additional restrictions like prohibiting pills from being mailed. So I also expect to see that continue to come up in conversation.
Yeah, and going back to your point about the pills as well, we've seen the FDA and the DOJ come out and say those are still available, but you've seen efforts, like you mentioned, in states to restrict access to this. Rachel, we got to go. Last point, final thoughts. What were your kind of key impressions from covering this all day?
I mean, I think we are, that's a great question. I mean, I think this is something that is really going to be and continue to be shaking up the political landscape. I've been talking to sources, and over the past few days, I've been talking to lawmakers on Capitol Hill. They've been having private briefings and messaging, particularly Democrats, in trying to craft and figure out their message. And really what we're going to see is the two parties try and draw a contrast from one another on this issue ahead of the midterms.
Yeah, of course, the messaging is going to be key. Of course, the midterms are still months away. We were just talking to some of the White House reporters we bring on sometimes about if this will have resonance. Will the American people still have it top of mind when they go into the ballot box? That all remains to be seen. Rachel Rubin with the Washington Post. We appreciate your time. Have a good weekend.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, right now we do want to take just a quick commercial break. Hope you enjoyed that discussion there as we've been talking to experts, reporters who cover all of this and are marking the significance of it today. It is historic. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we'll be speaking to one of our reporters in Chicago, how the city there is responding to the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. Thanks for being with us. We still continue to cover the fallout, the aftermath of the historic ruling today at the Supreme Court, upholding the Mississippi abortion law and overturning the 49-year precedent set by Roe v. Wade back in 1973. We have a Live Now look there outside. Well, it was in Times Square. This is New York City at the moment. I believe that's Bryant Park, and many Americans voicing their frustrations today in cities all across the country, including in Chicago, where we find Fox 32's Nate Rogers, who's been following these demonstrations throughout the majority of the day. Nate, looks like they've kind of quieted down, but what did you see earlier today?
Yeah, that's right, Andrew. Good evening to you. Those demonstrations wrapping up here in downtown within the last 30 to 45 minutes or so ago. The demonstrations began around 12 noon, but the largest demonstration here at the Federal Plaza taking place around 5:30 this afternoon. We saw Governor J.B. Pritzker here, who spoke, promising that Illinois will remain a state that will not roll back those abortion protections. We also heard from the Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, who in so many words said that this is definitely government overreach after about some 8 speakers, if you will, taking the podium here at Federal Plaza. Thousands then marched along the streets of downtown Chicago, many of them with signs in hand, folks chanting. We spoke to many people talking about their concerns now about contraception, if the court will eventually decide to roll back laws on gay marriage, et cetera, et cetera. One thing, Andrew, that really stuck out with me, I spoke to a woman named Betty Magnus, who said she's participated in civil marches and protests since the late 1960s. She said when she first heard the news this morning that it took her back to folks in her era, in her generation. She described to me, Andrew, that at that time there were women, friends of hers, that had taken or used hangers to terminate their pregnancies because pregnancies were not legal at the time. That woman, Ms. Magnus, saying she fears for that happening again and again.
Yeah, Nate, we're looking at some of the aerial pictures from downtown Chicago today. Tons of people, wow. And we've been showing our viewers scenes from all across the country, similar ones at that. Nate, what is the mayor saying? What is law enforcement saying? Do they think these are going to be sustained throughout the weekend?
Yeah, well, definitely, Mayor Lightfoot, she hit the microphone early this morning saying that local leaders here will mobilize. In terms of demonstrations that we see, we're expected to see another demonstration here at Federal Plaza tomorrow, beginning at 12 noon. A law enforcement source just told me within the last 10 minutes that they believe some 3,000 people participated in the rally here in downtown Chicago. That rally and march, they said that the demonstrations were peaceful. There were no arrests. But to answer your question more specifically, we do believe that throughout the weekend, these demonstrations will indeed grow by the numbers.
And of course, Nate, we're just showing some of the ground video now of some of these protesters who were in Chicago, but really great reporting from today. And Nate, what will you be kind of looking for going into the weekend?
Yeah, well, just going into the weekend with any of these demonstrations, of course, safety is top of mind for us, just working journalists here in downtown Chicago. But we're also hearing that folks are going to find some creative ways to mobilize in this period, not just marching through the streets of downtown Chicago, but also with local elections coming up next week. A lot of folks saying they'll be sure to go to the polls and try to vote on issues or vote for candidates that speak to the issues that they're most concerned with.
Definitely going to be top of mind for voters when they hit the voting booths as we approach the midterm elections, those city elections there in Chicago. Nate Rogers, thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we are going to be moving into still some of the reaction from so many others throughout the day, including the Chicago mayor, Lori Lightfoot, meeting with Planned Parenthood advocates in the Windy City. Here's that from earlier today.
To travel, for lodging, for childcare, but also, frankly, for security. We've got to make sure and be conscious of the fact that these clinics and the clinicians themselves are going to face even I think heightened challenges. We've made sure as a city that we've been in contact with the various clinics, paying special attention for them. We instituted those protocols again today when we saw the news come out from the Supreme Court. But there's a lot of different factors and considerations that all cost money and need resources, and these providers shouldn't be footing the bill by themselves. We've got to step up as a city government, as a state government, as a county government, and make sure that we're doing our part as well.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up on another question. So no specific immediate timetable for an increase to that 500,000 other than, the upcoming.
No, what we're going to continue to do is talk to the providers, the people that are closest to this, to understand what their needs are and what their pain points are. If we need to do something before next year's budget is passed, certainly we're open to that. And again, I'm going to urge my colleagues in the General Assembly to engage in the same conversation that I know that they already are, to talk to providers across the state and see what is the immediate need and how can we best fulfill it. That's critically important, but we don't move without the people who are closest to the solutions. We've got to move in concert together.
Okay, and then obviously a lot of enraged Chicagoans. You heard it from several lawmakers today. Language that this is a war on people's rights. Earlier, President Biden echoed that sentiment but urged peaceful protest. Can you be specific about what actions, other than voting in the upcoming elections, you're calling on Chicagoans to take?
Well, listen, I want to underscore what my friend Kelly Cassidy said. Voting matters. And part of the reason I referred back to 2016 is we heard so many people, particularly on the left, say, elections don't matter, this isn't my thing, I'm not going to vote. And look where we are as a result of that. That is, what we got today is a direct result of people staying home and not voting and not exercising the most patriotic thing that we can do in a democracy, which is voting. So I don't want to pass that off as something trivial. It's really important. Please, please.
By the way, the roadmap that got us here counted on people not voting. They were counting on us to say, but her emails. They were counting on us to stay home. That was part of the plan. So everyone who says voting didn't matter or doesn't matter, or I voted once and it didn't work, was a part of their plan.
I mean, say it again.
To the second part of my question, other than voting, what specific actions are you calling on Chicagoans to take for the right wing?
Look, we have a long tradition of peaceful protests in this city, and I think we've got to let our voices heard. I think Representative Cassidy is 100% right. Apathy and silence is complicity, and we have to understand that. So being active, being engaged, making sure that the organizations that are on the front lines have the resources they need to be able to handle what I think is going to be a surge, and frankly was already a surge pre the leaking of the draft opinion. The providers here can speak more to it, but we already saw women coming from Texas, for example, after the Supreme Court allowed that onerous abortion restriction law to go into effect. This is real. This surge is happening, and we need to make sure that we are ready, absolutely voting, peaceful protests, but making sure that the providers have the resources they need to be able to respond to this increased need. Do you want to speak to that issue?
Yeah, I think what I would add is the language of war. I think we see it being thrown around a lot in terms of like a culture war, and I feel like, to me, the decision today is a legacy of voting, but also a deeper legacy of white supremacy and a deeper legacy of an attack on people's autonomy, on criminalizing people for their reproductive choices, and also just a general legacy of criminalizing black and brown bodies in our country. And I think that in some ways we can think of an expanding definition of violence. Violence isn't constrained. I guess I would say the Supreme Court's decision today is violence. Colonization, racism, systemic violence is, we can just say it's violence, and that requires people to speak out and really dismantle that within their own communities, as well as on, I guess, levels that we can think of in terms of the state legislature and even on a national level. But this isn't just about voting. It's also about mobilizing your communities to speak out, mobilizing your communities to talk about abortion, talk about racism frankly and candidly.
Okay, Planned Parenthood advocates there and officials with the Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot as they respond to what the Supreme Court did today on Roe v. Wade, overturning the constitutional precedent that was in place for 49 years, upholding the Mississippi law known as the Dobbs case that would ban abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. We're getting more and more reactions, mostly from prominent female Democratic lawmakers, including Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, speaking on the House floor moments after the decision.
Be Republican or Democrat, but we cannot allow this to go on unanswered. We are talking about a court with the majority of justices appointed by a party that has not won a popular presidential election more than once in 30 years, ruling against the majority of Americans. We have a Senate that is controlled by minority rule. And we have a House suffering from the impacts of gerrymandering that amplifies and undermines our democracy. We are in a very dangerous moment, not just for women, not just for LGBT communities, not just for all of us, but we are in a dangerous moment in the world because this is not just about the right to choice. This is about rule of law and democracy and who is a full person in the eyes of the law. But to all of those who are watching today's events unfold in fear, in anger, in rage, in depression, in anxiety, one thing remains steady: that we will not stop fighting until this is fixed. And I say that to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We are not going away. We stay. We fight. We push. And we will not be silenced. With that, I yield back to the gentleman. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentlelady for.
Okay, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, very, very upset there, you could see, after the ruling today. We have a LiveNOW look outside in New York City. I believe this is in Bryant Park. You could see kind of the New York Public Library in the background, possibly, if I have my New York City geography right. Many, many people coming out. Also, we're getting this new live aerial picture out of Los Angeles. We're learning protests and marchers have shut down the I-10 freeway in downtown Los Angeles. We're going to keep those two shots up. We're going to get more reaction from prominent women Democratic lawmakers, including Speaker Nancy Pelosi, taking the time to comment after the ruling came down today. Here are her remarks.
Dream goal of ripping away a woman's right to make their own reproductive health decisions. Because of Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, and the Republican Party, their supermajority in the Supreme Court, American women today have less freedom than their mothers. With Roe and their attempt to destroy it, radical Republicans are charging ahead with their crusade to criminalize health freedom. In the Congress, be aware of this, the Republicans are plotting a nationwide abortion ban. They cannot be allowed to have a majority in the Congress to do that, but that's their goal. And if you read, and again, we're all studying all this, but if you read what is in the very clear One of the justices had his own statement. It's about contraception, in vitro fertilization, family planning. That is all what will spring from their decision that they made today. Such a contradiction. Yesterday, they say the states cannot make laws governing the constitutional right to bear arms. And today, they're saying the exact reverse, that the states can is raging. But the harm is endless. What this means to women is such an insult. It's a slap in the face to women about using their own judgment to make their own decisions about their reproductive freedom. And again, it goes well. I always have said the termination of a pregnancy is just their opening act. It's just their front game. But behind it, and for years, I have seen in this Congress opposition to any family planning, domestic or global, when we have had those discussions and those debates and those votes on the floor of the House. This is deadly serious, but we are not going to let this pass. A woman's right to choose reproductive freedom is on the ballot in November. We cannot allow them to take charge so that they can institute their goal, which is to criminalize reproductive freedom, to criminalize it. Right now, they're saying in states that they can arrest doctors and all the rest. What is happening here? What is happening here? A woman's fundamental health decisions are her own to make in consultation with her doctor, her faith, her family, not some right-wing politicians that Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell packed the court with. While Republicans seek to punish and control women, Democrats will keep fighting ferociously to enshrine Roe v. Wade into the law of the land. This cruel ruling is outrageous and heart-wrenching, but make no mistake, again, it's all on the ballot in November. The Supreme Court has ended a constitutional right. This is 50 years proclaimed a constitutional right. What happened today was historic in many respects. Historic in that it had not recognized a constitutional right and then reversed it. This is a first. And again, just before it imposed a constitutional right to allow for concealed weapons. How about those justices coming before the senators and saying that they respected, sorry to say, the precedent of the court, that they respected the right of privacy in the Constitution of the United States? Did you hear that? Were they not telling the truth then? Again, just getting to the gun issue, because really, in preparation for this morning, I was really in an exalted state about what happened in the United States Senate yesterday. Counterpoint to the dangerous decision of this Trumpian Supreme Court that they made yesterday, but a way to take us to, as the bill is called, community safety. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Right now, and I'm going to have to leave momentarily because we just finished voting on the rule, we will be debating the bill on the floor, and we expect a good bipartisan vote on it in the House. We congratulate the Senate on the work that they have done and the timeliness of it to be passed in the Senate in a strong bipartisan way on a day when the court made such a dangerous decision. We will, many of our House Democrats' proposals that are included in this package are that keep deadly weapons out of dangerous hands by encouraging states to establish extreme risk protection order laws, ERPO, otherwise known as red flag laws, help put end to straw purchases, close the boyfriend loophole. So many good things are in there. And it's not everything that we want. And we must keep moving toward background checks, but universal background checks, which will save the most lives. But this will save lives. And to listen to Lucy McGrath and other family members of those who have lost their loved ones, this is a giant step forward. Maybe not so much a giant, but a strong step forward. And if it's good enough for them, then we rejoice in passing it. As I say to members all the time with legislation, do not judge it for what isn't in it, but respect it for what is. And there's much to be respected in this legislation. On a happier note, yesterday we celebrated 50 years of Title IX, which has transformed equality and opportunity in our country. Are you familiar with the words of Title IX? Yesterday we had Billie Jean King here once again celebrating Title IX, unveiling a portrait of Patsy Mink, who is the author in the House, working with Birch Bayh in the Senate to make this the law of the land. And this is what it says. No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Again, in honor of this anniversary, we unveiled a portrait which will hang in the halls. It's about our she's actually the first woman of color to serve in the Congress. So she's honored for her first, but also for what she accomplished. We already have a painting of Shirley Chisholm, the first African-American woman, and for her many accomplishments here. And of course, Jeanette Rankin, the first woman ever to serve in the Congress. That's our first series. So again, we're working on the Competes Act and lowering cost, and the Competes Act is part of that. Lower families' cost, energize manufacturing, and strengthen America's competitiveness now and in the future. I think we seem to be able to find our areas of agreement where we have some negotiating to do and some things that we may have to save for another day. The real question is, do the Republicans in the Senate really want America to be independent? Do they really want to bring back jobs, to make it in America, and allocate the resources to make sure that happens, especially with chips, which are so important to our manufacturing in our own country. So that is very important. Competes is the pillar of our work to lower costs, but we're proud of other steps we have taken, lowering gas prices by cracking down on big oil's price gouging and the Consumer Fuel Price Gouging Prevention Act, lowering food costs and taking further action to lower gas costs with the Lower Food and Fuel Cost Act, lowers fertilizer costs for farmers, reduces meat and poultry prices for families by increasing competition there, and lowers costs at the pump with cheaper, cleaner American unleaded 88. I'm very proud of the work of our members who are so responsible for this, and lowering the cost of everyday goods by passing the Open Shipping Reform Act. In every one of these categories where we have taken action, corporate America, and I don't paint them all with the same brush, but corporate America, some, have been there to exploit the consumer. Their business plan is to increase profits at the expense of the consumer. And that is part of what is contributing to inflation. Inflation is global now, but some of it is exacerbated by this. And if you see the profits from the shipping industry, and again, the supply chain issues are related to shipping issues. So again, we're very proud of the work that we've done. We believe that some of it has a prospect in the Senate. I just want to close, because I'm really going to have to go to the floor, by talking about what the President talked about in the State of the Union address. And we're so proud of the President. He has been a champion on gun violence prevention for such a long time, instrumental in the original Brady bill in 1994, which I was happy to support. I was a whip for that. Took a while to do. We didn't win even on the first votes on the rule for it. But in any event, he has been a champion in that regard. In the State of the Union address, he talked about a unity agenda and had 4 parts to it. It was about our veterans, it was about mental health, it was about cancer, and it was about opioids. And soon we will send the president, in terms of veterans, the PACT Act to the president's desk. It's historic. It's something to be very proud of. It has bipartisan agreement in the House and in the Senate. It provides access to VA health care to 3 to 5 million potentially exposed veterans, exposed to the burn pits, exposed to bad poisonous water at Camp Lejeune. It grants presumptions of exposure for veterans with rare cancers and other debilitating diseases, and it includes, as I say, the Camp Lejeune. The cancer piece of it is addressed in the Advanced Research Projects Agency Health Act, ARPA-H, Congresswoman Eshu's legislation. The PACT Act is Mr. Takano, the chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee. ARPA-H comes out of the Energy and Commerce Committee, this particular legislation, Congresswoman Eshu's, and that is accelerates the fight against cancer, supercharges the cancer moonshot, and again, a number of mental health bills this week and more to come that address mental health concerns that we have for our veterans, for our children, for our entire community. And again, some of that legislation relates to the opioid challenge that we face. So we passed legislation keeping the president's promise, and hopefully we can get some of this through the Senate.
Okay, we've been listening in to Speaker Pelosi as she was responding to the Supreme Court's ruling on abortion today, the overturning of Roe v. Wade, saying, "I am personally overwhelmed by this decision," she said, and she laid it right at the feet, the fault of Donald Trump, of Mitch McConnell, and other Republicans there. So very strong words from the Speaker. LiveNOW look, though, at the U.S. Capitol. It's about 10:45 on this Friday night. Well, earlier, and you heard from Speaker Pelosi in her remarks there talking about the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. The House passed the bill, 234 to 193 today. President Biden will sign it into law tomorrow. It is the widest-ranging gun violence bill Congress has passed in decades. The Democratic-led chamber approved the election year legislation on a mostly party line 234 to 193 vote, capping a spurt of action prompted by voters' revulsion over last month's mass shootings in New York and in Texas. We're 1 month removed from the Uvalde mass shooting today. The Senate approved it last night late by a bipartisan measure of 65 to 33, and the president will sign it tomorrow. He'll deliver remarks on it tomorrow, but every House Democrat and 14 House Republicans, 6 of whom, though, won't be in Congress next year, voted for the measure, including Liz Cheney, among others. The bill was crafted by senators from both parties. It would incrementally toughen requirements for young people to buy guns under the age of 21, deny firearms from more domestic abusers, and help local authorities temporarily take weapons from people judged to be dangerous, known as red flag laws. It gives states with red flag laws more money to more dutifully execute those laws. Most of its $13 billion cost would go to bolster mental health programs and for schools, which, of course, we know have been targeted in these mass shootings. In the meantime, we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. Wanted to get that in there at the moment, but we're going to be hearing still from more lawmakers responding to what the Supreme Court did today, including prominent House Republicans, as well as the prominent women's rights attorney, Gloria Allred. I spoke to her. Fiery words from her in response to this today. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to hear now from prominent House Republicans and getting their reaction from the Supreme Court's ruling today. Here's this from earlier on Capitol Hill.
Fellow House Republican colleagues, today's historic Supreme Court decision is a victory for the sanctity of life. It will save countless innocent children. House Republicans are incredibly grateful for the pro-life movement's tireless efforts for decades, leading to this day to give a voice to the voiceless and protect our most vulnerable, unborn babies. As a new mom, I know there is nothing more extraordinary than the miracle of life. Hearing Sam's heartbeat for the first time, I'm gonna cry, was the greatest blessing and gift for our family. And I stand unified with my Republican colleagues in protecting and promoting the right to life. I'm proud to introduce a pro-life leader and our ranking member of Energy and Commerce, Kathy McMorris Rogers.
First of all, I thank God for this day. Thank God that his mercies are new each day, and he is the giver of life. And I ask for the next 50 years and beyond in our country, how are we going to define the greatest human rights issue of our generation? This Supreme Court decision marks a chance for us to restore hope and healing to every family in this country, moms and children at every stage of life. And may it begin with each one of us doing our part to protect and celebrate all life in this greatest experiment greatest experiment in self-governance that the world has ever known. However, Speaker Pelosi and the Democrats are forcing an extreme agenda on America through their Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. It would nationalize abortion all across this nation, making America just as radical as China and North Korea. It legalizes discriminatory abortions at every stage based upon sex, race, or disability. It overrides state laws that protect women from coercion. There's no part of this that celebrates the life, the dignity, the value of every life. I think about my friend, Chloe. Chloe is a beautiful, smart young lady with Down syndrome. And at 18, she's appeared before the UN twice and spoken. And she told the world, embrace, don't erase Down syndrome. She's helped pass laws at the state level that would make sure that parents, when they receive that prenatal diagnosis of having a baby with Down syndrome, that they would actually get accurate information as to the potential of that life. Democrats want to eliminate laws like Chloe's. We must stand together and say, enough. The court affirmed today that every life is worth living. My hope, my prayer is that America will reclaim our identity as a nation whose God-given rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. And I'm pleased to introduce a gentleman who's made it his life's mission to protect life and reclaim life in America, Chris Smith, gentleman from New Jersey.
Oh, there you are. Good. Thank you so much. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is a brand new opportunity to defend the weakest and most vulnerable from the violence of abortion. And that includes the baby and the mother, the co-victim of every abortion. For decades, right up to this very moment, abortion advocates have gone to extraordinary lengths to ignore, trivialize, and cover up the battered baby victim. They've aggressively fostered a culture of denial, disrespect, a culture of death, and a bias against babies. You know, back in 1973, the Supreme Court, in an infamous decision called Roe versus Wade, which you all know about, said we need not resolve the difficult question of when human life begins. They sidestepped it and then legalized abortion throughout pregnancy. Justice Byron White at the time called that an exercise in raw judicial power. The Alito majority opinion issued today, just a couple of hours ago, at long last recognizes the need for elected representatives at the local and federal level to take the action about abortion. Hopefully it'll be on the side of protection, but as Kathy Morris-Rogers said a moment ago, there is a bill pending right now that is an existential threat to the lives and dignity of unborn children. It would allow abortion right till birth and would eviscerate every single modest pro-life policy from women's right to know laws to parental notification statutes throughout the entire country. It passed the House last September. Every one of us voted and spoke against it, and it's pending in the Senate. So while this is a major step forward, it also means that we're in an area where we've got to fight even harder to defend these innocent children. And again, as I think all of you know, with ultrasound, the visibility of an unborn child is more apparent than ever before. The other side says it's not a human being. Well, what is it that you're watching? When mothers give birth to a new baby, long before that, what are the pictures that are on the refrigerator? The pictures of the ultrasound of that unborn child. Birth is an event that happens to each and every one of us. It's not the beginning of life, and we want to protect all life from womb to tomb. Thank you. It's my honor to introduce Ann Wagner, who's the prime sponsor of the Born Alive Act. Ann.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I am. I'm Ann Wagner, and I represent Missouri's 2nd Congressional District. And I will say today, as a mother and a grandmother, I am so incredibly grateful and gratified that the Supreme Court has finally overturned Roe versus Wade. This is an historic moment for families, for mothers, and for the precious unborn children who cannot protect themselves. Today, we do.
Okay, so we've been listening into House Republicans. We're going to break in here. It looks like we have a lot of protests out in New York City. There you can also see a live look at the Supreme Court, and in downtown Los Angeles, lots of protesters there in that intersection. Let's take it to New York at the moment. You can see here, traffic is being blocked. I believe this is on 6th Avenue, the Avenue of the Americas. And cars are not being able to get by. Let's just listen in briefly. Viewer discretion is advised. Many of these protesters are shouting profanities. Okay, so they are shouting F-U SCOTUS, so we're going to keep the volume down here. Remember, viewer discretion is advised. Many Americans are coming out to voice their opposition, their frustrations about what happened today at the Supreme Court. We're going to be playing more reaction as well from not only Republicans, not only Democrats, but also prominent Americans, including the women's rights attorney, Gloria Allred. I spoke with her earlier today. We'll have that conversation at the top of the hour. Okay, so we're going to be showing some of these live looks until the top of the hour here out in New York City. Lots of people have come out. They're blocking traffic. Haven't really seen many, NYPD, but of course, if you are protesting, blocking traffic, I believe is illegal in some states and cities. I'm not sure about New York City, though. Let's listen into the sounds on the ground, though, just momentarily. All right, so just to get a better sense of exactly where in New York City this is in Midtown. I believe this is on 48th Street. There you can see some NYPD officers coming by there. This is right by Bryant Park. This is right by the Fox News World headquarters. You can see a lot of NYPD officers kind of strolling by there. Of course, these protesters are blocking traffic. We're not sure if they will be arrested for disturbance, but the traffic is blocked. If you're trying to get out of Midtown at this hour on a Friday night, you have pretty bad luck at this point. But many Americans like these in New York City, outraged by what the Supreme Court did today. We just heard from House Republicans who are thanking God that this Supreme Court precedent was overturned. They say wrongly decided for 49 years. So we're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be putting up that shot, putting up a Supreme Court shot for you as we kind of monitor these looks from around the country, and then going into some more of the conversations we've had with people, including with prominent civil rights attorney Gloria Allred, outraged at this. We'll have that conversation in 2 minutes. For more reaction on Roe v. Wade getting overturned today by the Supreme Court, prominent attorney Gloria Allred joins us now. Ms. Allred, this is a different America than when we woke up this morning. Is America back in 1973?
Great question. The answer is way back before 1973. Back, for example, before Roe v. Wade, which was decided in 1973 by the U.S. Supreme Court, and wherein the court decided that a woman has a constitutional right to choose abortion. It's way back, for example, in the 60s in California, where I am right now. In 1966, it was a crime for anyone to assist a woman having an abortion. And as a result, a woman like me, who was pregnant as a result of a rape, had to get someone who was not a nurse, not a doctor, and someone who would just do it for the money to perform an abortion, which he did, and then left me in a pool of blood, hemorrhaging in a bathtub. And fortunately, at some point, an ambulance was called, not by him, because he said, I just do the abortion, I don't take care of anybody afterwards. And I was taken to the hospital with 106-degree fever, packed in ice, and my life was saved. But having said that, that's the way it was before Roe v. Wade. That's the way it's going to be again now that the Supreme Court has shown that it has no regard for the life, the health, the safety of women. by this terrible decision overturning Roe v. Wade, which was the law of the land for almost 50 years. Before Roe v. Wade, the period that I was talking about, states did have the right to criminalize abortion. Many did. States did have the right to restrict abortion, as many are now about to do through their trigger laws. And it's really life-changing for many women. Many women will die from infections from illegal abortions because it's not going to stop abortion. It's just going to stop safe abortion. So this is a dangerous decision. It's cruel for women and children. And it's an attempt by extreme right-wing Republican legislators, that's the truth, and extremist justices on the Supreme Court to control women and their lives. We're not going to be controlled.
So you're saying essentially that there will be created a black market in which women will have to come to an abortion in some way. And then, of course, if you're in a neighboring state that allows it, women will have to travel there. If their state doesn't allow it, is that what you're kind of foreseeing as we get into the future here?
Well, 100%, except that, for example, Texas outlawed abortion, and then the haven state for women to go to get a safe and legal abortion was Oklahoma. Now they're trying to outdo Texas, and now they have essentially been in a competition to see who could hurt women's lives the most, and to really go to the extreme in not even making exceptions for rape or incest in many states, or for if a life of the woman is endangered. There are states where even if parents want their teenage daughter to get an abortion, and even if she wants to, the state won't allow it. And so this is really placing the life and the health of women at risk. It's going to affect them physically, emotionally, financially, in their educational plans, in their business opportunity plans, in their relationship plans. It has a devastating impact on women's lives. And the elected politicians who want to control women and are racing to do it are only doing it for crass political motives, Andrew, because they are appealing to their base because they want to get reelected. They don't give a damn about the life of women and young girls in this country.
Ms. Horvat, you said, like you said, you're in California right now. Women in California, they will still be legally allowed, of course, to get an abortion. Like you said, though, this goes now to the states, where we're going to see a patchwork of legislation piecemeal, with some states outright banning it today, abortion clinics closing today, abortion appointments getting canceled today. And then some states are hanging in limbo. Is it your view that possibly at the federal level, some type of codification will be in place in the future to set some type of standard? 15 weeks, maybe. We know it was 24 weeks that the federal constitutional precedent was set, but something like that. Is that, for an optimistic point of view, what you were thinking?
Well, of course, one of the goals would be to pass a national law, which means codify Roe v. Wade as a national law. But to do that, we need to have pro-choice Democrats in the House. We have a majority in the House of Representatives, but we need more, and we have to maintain the majority. They have already passed the Women's Health Protection Act, but it's stuck in the United States Senate because there are not enough pro-choice Democrats who are willing to pass it. And actually, we're going to need 60 U.S. senators in order to break a filibuster. We don't have 60 Democratic pro-choice senators, and any pro-choice Republican senators are not enough that would pass it. And I think that Mitch McConnell is just going to stand in the way and block it because that's his agenda. Yeah. So yes, that would be what we need. And there are some Republican elected officials who proposed just the opposite, Andrew. Instead of passing a national law to codify or make Roe v. Wade the law of the land by way of a statute, which is a law, they want to do just the opposite. They want to have a national law which would outlaw abortion all over the country, in every state in the United States. That's how cruel they are. That's how little they care about endangering the life of women. This is no small thing. And it's outrageous and it's barbaric. And yes, as you said originally, when you said, is this going to turn back the clock? Absolutely. It's devastating to women's lives.
Ms. Allred, just lastly, in a sense, though, we knew this was coming, that majority opinion written by Justice Alito. It was leaked to Politico at the beginning of May. And, you know, there was a conservative majority. There is a conservative majority. So for so many who are apoplectic today about this decision, didn't that soften the blow of this? Didn't so many know this was coming already?
Not at all. And I would have to respectfully differ with you, Andrew, when you say there are conservative justices. I believe the ones who signed onto this opinion today, Dobbs v. Jackson, are extremist justices. And as a matter of fact, the president said something very similar to that today, President Biden. So did it soften the shock? Not really. I thought maybe when we saw the draft opinion and there were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of women and men who took to the streets to protest what was the content of that draft opinion, that perhaps maybe some of the justices might rethink their decision or soften their language, not reverse Roe v. Wade. That didn't happen. So for those who hope for it, you know, I always say hope is not a strategy. It's just a wish.
Yeah.
So from now on, we have to fight. We're going to take our fight to the streets. I'm headed out for a rally shortly. We are going to speak out in the court of public opinion. There are going to be many legal battles in the courts over this. We are going to go anywhere and everywhere, do everything that's legal and peaceful, and sometimes maybe not so peaceful, because we are not going to take this. This has to be challenged. And you say I'm in California, which is very true. We now have a pro-choice state in California, blue state. But I still think we need a constitutional amendment in our state constitution to guarantee the right to choose legal and safe abortion in California. Yes, we are going to be a sanctuary state. Financially, we're going to help a lot of women from anti-choice states, the mandatory motherhood states that are compelling them to keep on with their pregnancy. We're going to help some of those women to come to California to get an abortion at no cost to them. But there's still a lot of poor women and rural women and young women and women of color who are going to be hurt by all this. Some of them, even if we provide free travel, won't be able to get here. They won't be able to leave their jobs, working 2 or 3 jobs. They won't be able to leave their children that they have, and they don't want another one because they won't be able to support another one, to come to California. So that is why this is just so devastating and so dangerous and cruel.
Just last point I want to follow up on, because we're seeing protests in cities all across the country. You said some maybe not so peaceful. You're not advocating for any type of violence in the wake of all this. We've seen threats against Supreme Court justices' lives just last week. What is your message to keep the rhetoric down, to keep threats of violence down?
I've actually met, I think, almost all of the Supreme Court justices, and at the Supreme Court, except I have not met the newest Justice Amy Coney Barrett. But, I've had cordial conversations with them. But look, this is not the time for us to be cordial about what they decided today. Okay, this is the time for us to be passionate. I do not condone violence of any sort, even though this decision is an example of gender violence against a woman's body. Even though this is a war against women, even though it's going to physically hurt women and do violence to their bodies as they have to have illegal abortions. But no, I don't condone violence against the justices or against any human being at all. So, but we should be actually less than peaceful. We should make our voices heard in the streets, make our voices heard in the legislators. We need to organize in states that are anti-choice and restricting women's right to choose abortion, and vote the bums out that are voting for these restrictive abortion laws in those states. We need to raise money. We need to have phone banks. We need to do what Mother Jones once said, don't agonize, organize. And that is what we will do, because this decision should not stand.
Gloria Allred, we appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye, Andrew.
All right, Gloria Allred there, as ever, very fiery remarks responding to the Supreme Court's decision. We have a Live Now look outside of the court. Not many people there, not really at all at this point in time. It's about 11:15 on a Friday night there. Reporters, of course, still there. We did lose our New York shot. Things were getting a little heated in New York City. We saw a lot of NYPD out, protesters blocking traffic. If we get that shot, we'll bring it back to you here. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hitting some of the other top headlines we haven't been able to get to more fully when we come back, including remembering Surfside, Florida, the condo collapse 1 year later. Almost 100 people died during that awful condo collapse. Months of search and recovery efforts. The First Lady visiting the community there today in South Florida to pay her respects. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. Well, Juul can continue to sell its e-cigs, at least for now, after a federal appeals court on Friday temporarily blocked a government ban. Juul filed an emergency motion earlier today seeking the temporary hold while it appeals the sales ban. The e-cig maker had asked the court to pause what it called, quote, an extraordinary and unlawful action by the FDA that would have required it to immediately halt its business. The FDA said yesterday that Juul must stop selling its vaping device and its tobacco and menthol-flavored cartridges. They're known as pods. The action was part of a sweeping effort by the agency to bring scientific scrutiny to the multi-billion-dollar vaping industry after years of regulatory delays. To stay on the market, companies must show that their e-cigs benefit public health. In practice, that means proving that adult smokers who use them are likely to quit or reduce their smoking, while teens are unlikely to get hooked on them. So, just wanted to update our viewers there about this development in the Juul e-cig FDA battle. We'll be following it here on Live Now from Fox if there are any more developments. In the meantime, June 24th, 2021, Miami Beach, Surfside, Florida, South Florida. A condo collapsed in the middle of the night, killing almost 100 people. Months of search and recovery efforts. And now we are 1 year removed, 1 year later, since that horrible tragedy at Champlain Towers South. Let's hear from some of our Florida stations as they look back and ahead as to how Florida is moving on.
An emotional embrace as survivors, family, friends, and community memorialize their loved ones a year later. Hundreds gathering at the site of the Champlain Towers South. A year to the exact moment he came collapsing down, trapping dozens inside. A torch lit for the 98 lives lost as families try to find a way to move forward.
It's been a rough year. It's been a year of just coming to the understanding that she's no longer here, but understand that she lived a beautiful, full life.
That's really, really been hard to hear and know that I couldn't do anything as her mother. That's been very, very, very difficult. But I can tell you this city here, the people here, she loved it here, and I found out just why. I mean, everyone here is so loving and caring and generous.
40-year-old Cassandra Stratton's mother, remembering the spark she once was, holding a photo, wearing a black shirt with the Roman numerals 98. The Israeli Defense Force returning to the site from across the globe a year after helping find the loved ones missing in the rubble. Cassandra's friends finding one of the Israeli rescue crew members who helped them find closure.
My best friend died in this collapse, and to see the IDF again, the people that really helped try to save them and rescue them from the rubble, it was really, it just brought it all back, but not in a sad way. It was sort of a beautiful moment. He's a symbol of hope for us.
Right.
In that moment.
He was there to comfort us every day. So to see him come back a whole year later and do the same thing, that really meant a lot for us.
It really did.
And really, it's that support. It's the support from the community, from first responders, from leaders, family, friends, those directly affected by this, those who escaped and survived. They say that's what got them through all of this. For now, we are in Surfside. Elite Sabizios, Fox 35 News.
And we also want to hear from some of our Orlando stations as well as they remember the Surfside condo collapse 1 year later and the task force that was created to hopefully something like this never happens again.
While always training and preparing for the worst, the crew from Task Force 4 says nothing prepares you for the emotional toll from a tragedy like the Surfside condo collapse.
We're looking through the pile and we're seeing toys. We're seeing people's homes.
District Chief Aaron Rhodes from the Orlando Fire Department shares what it was like to not lose hope over their 8-day mission.
At that point, at the called recovery, we never gave up hope. At the very least, we know that we did our best to provide some sort of closure to the families and the victims that were there, and that's what we can kind of take home with us.
Lieutenant Matt Janes served as the USNR coordinator lead from Seminole County. He says separating emotion was key to the mission.
When you get back and you think about it, or when you get down to the time of leaving, that's when guys start to really think about, man, we're going to leave and it's not done.
Rescue efforts took almost a month. 3 people survived. A total of 98 people were killed. Now, a year later, the Champlain Towers are gone. Experts say it could take years to figure out what happened. Fox 35 will be following up and making sure we are on top of any determined cause and any action that needs to come from it. Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Amanda, thanks so much. And here at LiveNOW from Fox, we've been speaking to our reporters in Florida, especially when it had happened, about what could the potential cause be. We've been following all the civil lawsuits, the settlements as well, into the condo collapse there at Champlain Towers South, killing 98 people. Earlier today, there was a memorial event held there in Surfside. First Lady Jill Biden attending, paying her respects. We're going to play out some of that from earlier.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Danziger, Governor and Casey DeSantis, Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz and Wilson, Mayor Cava, and all the leaders who are with us today. Good morning. Hidden in the crowds, scattered throughout workplaces, grocery stores, and parks, there is a fellowship of loss. To the uninitiated, we look normal, average, whole. But like a secret handshake, I can spot them by the sadness that rests at the corner of their smile, by the curve of their shoulders, as if they can still feel the small arms of a child wrapping their arms around their neck. And though we are strangers, we know untellable truths about one another, that we will spend the rest of our lives longing for a face that is gone forever, and that when they left our world, they took a light inside of us with them. They are some of who might say that hurt fades over time, but we know that's not true. There is a collapsed star spinning inside of us, and we will forever live in its gravity. The things we carry are heavier now, and 1 year later, or many years later, our knees sometimes buckle beneath the weight of our grief. Still, we have discovered moments of grace, too. Somehow, against all odds, we rise from the floor. We find a fortitude that we didn't know we had, and we reach out for help. We realize that we're not alone. Today, we gather to remember the 98 people lost. On behalf of my husband, President Biden, whose hearts and prayers have never left this community, we stand by you today and always. And as we gather, we express gratitude for this community, the firefighters and first responders who bound up wounds and spent weeks working to recover your loved ones. Yes. The members of Surfside who came together to embrace you, who prayed for you every night and wrapped their arms around you. The Americans from across our country who donated and found ways to spread kindness. We honor the light you found in each other, a fellowship that you never wanted to be a part of, but draw strength from just the same. If there is something strong enough to help us carry this burden of grief forward, something able to break its gravitational pull, it's love. The love that makes us tell that story one more time, that makes us laugh with tears in our eyes, and knows a part of them is still inside of us, even though they left before we were done needing them. The love of friends and family who refuse to leave us alone, who remind us that joy can be found even in sorrow. The love of a community that lifts us when we're weak, that carries us. Take it one breath at a time. We are praying for you, and we are grieving with you. God bless you.
Thank you, Madam First Lady. I now have the distinct honor of introducing our governor of the great state of Florida, Ron DeSantis, who is joining us here today with his dear wife, Casey, who, thank God, is healthy and well and with us here today. We are so grateful. At the time of the collapse, I was not the mayor, but an active citizen. I watched with awe as I saw our governor spend time with the families almost daily, showing warmth, not a political figure, a shoulder to cry on, and somebody to talk to. Those images of leadership resonated with me and with the rest of the community. Ladies and gentlemen, the Governor, Ron DeSantis.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, 1 year ago, I got a call at about 3 a.m., and when you're governor, the 3 a.m. calls are usually not positive calls. The report was that there had been a partial collapse of a condominium complex down in South Florida. And I knew that was serious. The images in my mind for how it was described to me is maybe some balconies had fallen or something that was potentially manageable. As I made my way down here, I started to see images on TV, and it looked more serious than that. But it didn't hit me the full gravity. I don't think you could appreciate it until you were on this ground looking at it. It was a massive collapse. And these guys, the first responders, were there from the wee hours of the morning. They saved people from the adjacent tower, and they were there working on that pile, doing whatever they could to try to save anybody who may have been a survivor. And I remember standing out a day or two later. You'd see smoke, and it was a tough situation. And so we had the people not only from Miami-Dade, we had teams end up coming from all over the state of Florida and even other states come to help. And so as governor, I just want to say thank you for stepping up and being there. It was not an easy job as a first responder. It was very emotional. I think it took a toll on a lot of people. But I think you showed why in the state of Florida we respect what you do so much. So from our state, just thank you for being there when people needed you. And that was one example, but you saw an entire community mobilize in support of, obviously, families who were wondering what happened with their loved ones, other families who were displaced, and you had individuals step up. You had organizations, all the religious groups stepped up and it got to the point where there was a surplus of people that were wanting to donate items. And so I think that speaks a lot about this community in Surfside, also the greater community in South Florida. But we had people really from all across the state. And so in a very difficult time, you saw a lot of great parts of humanity coming forward to help those in need. And so I was very humbled to be able to see that in the state I'm fortunate to represent. And of course, we did have folks who were able to evacuate the other tower. They're all of a sudden left without their possessions. They're left without a roof over their head. And that was a very difficult and traumatic time. And I know we had a lot of people on the ground helping them. I know a lot of money was raised helping them. But that was very, very difficult. And we did what we could, of course, from our office. The local folks did a lot. And then, of course, all our private organizations. But, of course, the devastating aspect of this is losing 98 great individuals. And if you look at the folks who were in Champlain Towers South who passed away that day, they really represented a cross-section of the state of Florida. You had young professionals that were just starting their lives. You had families with kids. You had grandparents who were retired. Some had been longtime residents. Others had been relatively new to the area. They had connections, of course, not just in other parts of our state and country, but they had connections from all over the world, and they represented many different faiths. And I can tell you, when we were waiting those initial days with the hope that some would be rescued, it provided an opportunity for people to learn about some of these individuals. And I can tell you this, people who've never been to Surfside, people who've never even been to the state of Florida, were inspired about the stories and the lives that those 98 people led. They made an impact on their friends, on their family, on their communities, and beyond. And so we really thought it was important at the state of Florida to make sure that their memories live on. And so I was happy in our budget to ask the legislature to dedicate an initial $1 million towards a memorial that can be constructed on this site. And I'm happy to report that was included in the budget that I signed into law. And we also, so that people realize, because before this happened, you go up and down these streets, you see these condo buildings, you don't really think anything of it. But each little unit really represented a remarkable life and a remarkable story. And so we want to make sure that people understand that. And so we are going to be able to now designate this portion of Collins Avenue, 98 Points of Light Road. So every time people drive by, they're going to be reminded that there were great people that lived in that tower, and that this is a tragedy that wounded this community and our state, but we are not going to forget what they meant to this community and our state, and this sign is a small token to do that. So I want to thank you all for coming to remember the 98, and God bless their memory, and God bless Surfside in the state of Florida.
Thank you. Means a lot. I know as the banner may have to come down soon, it would be nice to have something hanging up there until we get a memorial put up. I would like to introduce our Lieutenant Governor, Jeanette Nunez. Although her title says lieutenant, she stands on her own 2 feet with grace, strength, and dignity. She has been instrumental in helping those affected navigate the bureaucratic complexities and executing their agenda during this time. Ladies and gentlemen, our Lieutenant Governor, Jeanette Nunez.
Good morning. Thank you to all that are gathered here on this solemn day, Governor, all of our elected leaders. We join together in remembering those 98 lives. We remember our hometown heroes that were immediately on the scene, witnesses to an unspeakable tragedy. We remember the urban search and rescue teams that came from all over the country to assist in a grueling task that they are well trained for, but never truly prepared to deal with what they experienced here. We remember the outpouring of support from the international community, in particular our friends from Israel, the Israeli Defense Forces, the Israeli Defense Forces, United Hatzalah, that provided so much comfort and support to the community. We remember every first responder and emergency management personnel that worked around the clock, responding to this tragedy and yet sharing in the collective grief. And most importantly, we remember the families, friends, and loved ones of those 98 innocent lives. For them, for those of you that are here today, time has stood still. Although everything changed in our state that day, we found a way to muster up the strength and the courage to call upon the values that we share: compassion, perseverance, and resilience. You see, Champlain Tower South was more than just a building, more than just a place of residence. It was truly a microcosm of our South Florida community. The victims, as well as the survivors, come from all walks of life, near and far, different cultures, different religions, different backgrounds, but none of that matters. And 1 year later, we still grieve. We're united in our faith, in one another, and on our community. The scripture says, God is our refuge and our strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth give way, and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, and the mountains quake with their surging. The Lord Almighty is with us. The God of Jacob is our fortress. May we bind those words in our heart. May we reflect on the meditations of the psalmist and rejoice even in the valley of the shadows of death. And may the memory of those beautiful 98 souls always be a blessing. I pray that God continues to provide comfort to those that are brokenhearted. God bless you all.
Thank you. I would like to introduce Debbie Wasserman Schultz, U.S. Representative from Florida's 23rd Congressional District, which is Surfside. While she advocates for our district in Congress, behind the scenes, Congresswoman Schultz has been listening to the voices of those who were affected by this monumental tragedy and has been an advocate and a fighter for their cause. Ladies and gentlemen, Congresswoman Schultz.
Thank you so much, Mayor. 1 year ago, a literal nightmare occurred here. The Champlain Towers South collapse took 98 lives and upended hundreds more. Countless tears fell into the ground around us, and our community continues to recover to this day. Whether it's families here in South Florida, or New York, or Argentina, Venezuela, or Israel, this tragedy has reached across the globe. From the moment this unprecedented collapse occurred and still to this day, first responders, medical personnel, engineers, grief counselors, and caseworkers have painstakingly worked to provide support to the families and conduct a thorough investigation. Our governments and countless generous volunteers, charitable organizations, and individual donors help support the Surfside community and all those affected. Especially Mayor Daniela Levine Cava, who showed steadfast leadership each day, all day, and into the night. Mayor Levine Cava, countless family members told me how grateful they were for your leadership, your patience, your compassion through what was the most difficult time in their lives. You kept our community informed and provided guidance throughout the rescue and recovery efforts, and we are a safer and kinder community with you at the helm. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I also want to acknowledge Senator Jason Pizzo, who was the lead sponsor of the legislation that named the street this section of Collins Avenue. Thank you for your incredible leadership and stewardship through the legislative session. I must also thank President Biden. Dr. Biden, thank you for being here. Thank you to you and President Biden for coming down immediately in the aftermath of the tragedy and being there for our people, spending the painstaking time that it took to, and I watched you go person to person as someone who has felt personal grief yourself, along with the president, to make sure that you showed empathy and that you would commit, as the president did, to see this tragedy all the way through and continue to help to this day. Thank you so very much. As a result of President Biden's effort, resources that were absolutely essential to make sure that we could do everything we could were never in doubt. And of course, our remarkable, relentless first responders who searched around the clock in horrific conditions to find even one survivor. These heroic teams joined us from as far off as Israel and Mexico. So thank them too, as I know we do every single day. Survivors, victims, friends and family, and even first responders all experienced severe emotional trauma, as many lost loved ones, homes, pets, or cherished personal belongings. I know many of you still struggle with the immense personal loss and emotional toll that something of this magnitude brings, and I know that will continue. So I stand here with this entire community to embrace you and remind you that I will continue to support you for as long as it takes. You will have needs. We will be there every step of the way, as long as you need it. Thank you. Progress has thankfully been made to help get to the bottom of this tragedy and to ensure that it never happens again. In Congress, we will continue to pursue policy changes that will weave an even tighter safety net for condominium residents. That is so incredibly essential. Now, while we honor all those we lost 1 year ago today, I know the love and solidarity that springs from this sorrow made us stronger. And if we act boldly, it will protect so many more from similar suffering. In my faith tradition, there is a saying, Chazak, Chazak, Finis Chazak. Be strong, let us be strengthened. May those who lost their sanctuary here that night find personal strength and strength from our community. And the memories of those we lost continue to be a blessing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Jason Pizzo has always been here for our community and has always just been a phone call away. But after the collapse and during the weeks that followed, he became a permanent fixture here in Surfside. I watched as he interacted with the families and community leaders. I watched him advocate for resources and help those providing aid cut through the red tape. It was truly a privilege to witness such dedication, passion, and leadership from our Senator, Jason Pizzo. Thank you.
I called the mayor yesterday and volunteered not to speak today because I knew I'd get a little emotional. It's wonderful to see the First Lady of the United States, but sentimentally, it's wonderful to see the First Lady of the state of Florida. And I'll tell you why. I wasn't here every day. I missed one day, Thursday, July 1st. It was my father's 80th birthday. It was also the day that I found out that he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. The very last email he sent to me, and I think there's only 2 people here that know that, was to make sure that I checked in on Mrs. DeSantis to make sure that she was okay. That was his last email. I got here very early, and the very first person I met was Carlos Nebrayev. He was wearing a blue polo shirt soaked through with sweat and tears, saying, "Just let me on that pile. Who are you? What power do you have? What control do you have? Let me on that pile. My son Elon is on that pile." The very first images of helicopters overhead is me standing about 30 feet over here to the left. And my mom calls me and she says, "When are you getting on the pile?" 10 days before this happened, rather blessed circumstance, the governor joined us at the shul and signed Hatzalah into law. Thank you. It must be mentioned that Jewish community services of this community began and will continue to serve the mental health needs of every individual here. I actually didn't want to speak because I did not want to get emotional. But I'll never forget the night that Pablo Langesfeld and Martin sitting behind me, finally, they identified Nicole's body. over and over and over again. So last year is about losing 99, the 98 souls here, and my dad who passed on October 15th. And one day Carlos walks into my office and I said, Carlos, do we have an appointment? He goes, no, you lost your father. I'm here for you, like you were here for us. Let me say this, and it's because I think I'm half Italian. Let's not make tragedy be the time that we get together and not have petty partisanship. Let's not make loss be the time that we come together and embrace and get things done. Let's just stick to the stuff that's important. Because every single one of us here would like to take the days back that we lost with our loved ones. And I do need to mention Kevin Guthrie, who took over for Jared Moskowitz at the Department of Management Services. Kevin Guthrie was here every day until he went home and saw his mother, who passed August 24th. I want to thank all of you. While I helped you get your driver's license and death certificates and probate filings and housing and clothes, and the governor was very receptive on executive orders for forgiveness of a number of things, I want to thank all of you. As I watched my father waste away and die, it was the strength of being able to help you and help your lives and your families rebuild and begin again and begin anew. But I will say this. I want to thank the Miami-Dade County Homicide Unit, and I have to explain why. I used to be a homicide prosecutor here in Miami-Dade County, so I know most of the crew. And I want to tell you this, the care, concern, sensitivity that they treated and the dignity of every single person who was lost here. Sometimes to your disappointment or your anger that things were not getting done fast enough. But I want you to know that they were tediously, painfully, and passionately taking care of every single possible family and identity they possibly could. So the whole world came to Surfside to help. Most of the world will leave after today. As each year passes, I was a Manhattan resident during 9/11. Memories fade. The passion lives. But for each one of you family members, I will tell you this, as I used to tell family members of homicide victims, especially children, the pain never goes away. There is no closure. There is no explanation. There's just the healing and the remembrance to take the ones that we still have living and cherish them and love them and forgive them. And I see Noriega's family here, standing right over there in that building for several straight days waiting to see Hilda, who was 92 years old, who was lost here. Folks, embrace one another, love one another, relax on the other stuff, and just be good and true, and thank you for being here.
Okay, dignitaries gathering in Surfside, Florida today as the community remembers 1 year later the condo collapse, Champlain Towers South, killing 98 people, collapsing in the middle of the night. The search and recovery efforts lasting for more than a month. First Lady Jill Biden there, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava, also Governor DeSantis, First Lady Casey DeSantis, and so many more there. Let's listen in to Mayor Cava.
So 1 year ago today, we all know that our community was rocked by an unimaginable tragedy when Champlain Towers South collapsed in the middle of the night. 98 beautiful lives were lost. Parents, grandparents, daughters, sons, beloved friends, and neighbors, taken from us far too soon. Hace un año, nuestra comunidad sufrió una tragedia inimaginable y perdimos 98 hermanos, hermosas vidas.
And of course, 1 year ago today, we all remember, and for a month after the fact, Mayor Daniela Levine Cava briefed the public twice a day as to how the recovery and search efforts were ongoing, and of course, not as successful as so many rescuers had wanted them to be. 3 rescued from the rubble, 98 more perished when that building collapsed in the middle of the night. Even the Israeli Defense Force is sending a team in to help with the recovery efforts. Of course, South Florida has a large and prominent Jewish population. Right now, we want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be getting into some of these other top stories on this Friday night, including the gun safety bill, known as the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, signed into law, well, it's going to be tomorrow by President Biden. It passed the House today, passed the Senate yesterday. We're going to hear from House leaders about what this piece of legislation means when it comes to gun safety. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Sky Fox overhead in Los Angeles as a group of protesters are making their way. We've seen this scene play over and over again in cities across the country today. Demonstrators were earlier starting to march on the I-10 freeway, or excuse me, the 110 freeway by downtown LA tonight. The ongoing marches and protests prompted LAPD to issue a citywide tactical alert around 8 p.m. local time about an hour ago. And so we'll still monitor some of these protests. That one a little smaller scale than what we've seen both in New York, in D.C., and in other cities across the country. In the meantime, though, let's get some reaction from world leaders weighing in as well to what the Supreme Court did today. I want to put this one up on the screen here. This is from Emmanuel Macron, the French leader. He says abortion is a fundamental right for all women. It must be protected. I wish to express my solidarity with the women whose liberties are being undermined by the Supreme Court of the United States. We also, as well, heard from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He says the news coming out of the United States is horrific. My heart goes out to the millions of American women who are now set to lose their legal right to an abortion. I can't imagine the fear and anger you are feeling right now. And lastly, we have a statement coming in from UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He says, and I know it's hard to read, I've been absolutely clear with everybody. This is not our court, it's another jurisdiction, but clearly it will have an impact on people's thinking around the world. It's a big decision. But I've got to tell you, I think it's a big step backwards. I've always believed in a women's right to choose, and I stick to that view. And that's why the UK has the law that it does, and we recently took steps to make sure those laws were enforced throughout the whole of the UK. So, kind of split screen here. This one in Los Angeles at the moment. We just got this one in. I'm not entirely sure where this protest is as well, but you can see there police out in full force. this also is LA, I'm being told here. So we're coming up on the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to keep these live looks up. Remember, before the break, though, I was previewing, as we're going to hear from House Democrats, including Speaker Pelosi, as the bipartisan Safer Communities Act passed in the House today after passing in the Senate just last night. President Biden will sign it tomorrow in a ceremony and will be giving remarks. Let's hear from House Democrats on this really generational gun safety reform package.
I wish I could say good morning to all of you. But after the decision handed down by the Supreme Court yesterday, compounded by the one this morning, it's a challenge. But we're here to say that whatever they do, we are going to be acting to make our country safer for our children. Appalling fact that more children die from gun violence than any other cause, car accidents or cancer. We must reduce gun violence in our country for the children. Democrats have taken actions again and again to combat gun violence. Following the horror of Uvalde and Buffalo, we advanced landmark legislation to stop the bloodshed because this time has to be different. Last night, a strong bipartisan vote in the Senate advanced legislation for the first time in 3 decades. I say to my colleagues, while it isn't everything we would have liked to see in legislation, it takes us down the road, the path to more safety, saving lives. Let us not judge the legislation for what it does not do, but respect it for what it does. And what it does is something that our inspiration in all of this in the House side, Representative Lucy McBath has said to us, we must get something done for the children. She herself speaks for herself, but also for so many other survivors. Our colleagues are gathered here with pictures of those who have been lost to all of this, accompanied by family members of those who have been lost. It is our constant resolve that we will not stop until the job is done. Congressman Mike Thompson, the chair of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, called us together here today. As it would be, he is speaking on the floor in favor of the legislation. Oh, he's here. Oh, all right. It's my pleasure now, with gratitude, to yield to the distinguished chair of the task force. As soon as we're finished here, we'll vote on the bill. We'll send it to the president for his signature, with gratitude to President Biden for his great leadership on this subject for the children. Mr. Chairman, Mike Thompson.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be here today with these outstanding colleagues. This was a team effort. Everybody worked extremely hard for one purpose, and one purpose only, and that's to save lives. Every day, 30 people are killed by someone using a gun. And if you add suicides and accidental deaths, it jumps up to 100 people every day. And then we all know how terrible these mass shootings are. It's seemingly weekly that these happen. The tragic lives that are lost to these mass shootings and these individual shootings every day. We want to do something about it. The American people want us to do something about it. And today, we're going to pass legislation that saves lives. And we don't have to apologize or suggest that it doesn't do something that we wanted it to do. We're going to continue to work on this forever until our communities and our schools are safe. This bill is a good bill. It saves lives. It's legal, and it's got the votes to pass on this floor today, and it will go to the President of the United States for his signature. Thank you to all my colleagues. Thanks to everyone across the country who has worked tirelessly to make sure that we can come together to make our communities and our schools safer and that we can save lives. And now it's my great honor to introduce to you a colleague of ours that we have such tremendous respect for, someone who shows more courage than anybody I know, who's been able to take an issue and that is just tragic in anybody's life and turn it around and make it a very positive tool to make our communities safer and to save lives. Congresswoman Lucy McBath.
Well, thank you, each and every one of you, for being here today, but I have to just give a deep sense of gratitude to my colleagues, to every one of my colleagues that has stood on the front lines with me, and so many survivors and families and victims like me, to work as hard as we possibly can to save as many lives as we can, because you, America, you deserve that. As extremists on the Supreme Court have showed us, our success today will never be the end of this fight. But this is a beginning. Because each day that goes by, we learn the news that young children have been murdered, our loved ones have been murdered. Each day that goes by, parents are learning that they have to be forced to reckon with their deepest fears. A day in which one day their children may not come home. A day in which we understand, my colleagues understand, that this fight must continue. But for the first time in almost 30 years, for the first time since my son Jordan was born, this body has passed meaningful reforms, life-saving reforms for our existing gun laws. Legislation that will keep our families alive, that will keep our children alive. And that means something. That means something to this body. That means something for America. That means something for our children. This gives us hope. This gives America hope. This gives our communities the sorely needed hope that we have been crying out for years and years and years. For all the pain that I know that I have suffered, my family and I, since the loss of our loved one, of Jordan. For all the pain and suffering for every family and every individual here that knows of someone who's lost a loved one to unnecessary gun violence. This is hope. Understand and know that this bill does not answer all of our prayers, but this is hope in moving forward to keep our communities safe from unnecessary gun violence. This is hope for our legacies, for the legacies of those that have been lost to this tragic gun culture. Because gun violence is the challenge of our lifetime. This truly is the issue of our era. And I know that my colleagues and I will never stop, and we will never give up. And we will succeed because you deserve to live in this country freely without the fear of unnecessary gun violence. And as God is my witness, I will never give up. And at this time, it is my honor to introduce to you a wonderful colleague, Robin Kelly from Illinois.
Thank you, Speaker Pelosi. We are here today to pass what is but should not be once-in-a-generation legislation. The bipartisan Safer Communities Act is an opportunity to save lives, plain and simple. My constituents know the trauma of daily gun violence. Children are afraid to play in the parks. Commuters are scared to drive on the highway, in and out of the city. I'm so proud that elements of my bill, the Prevent Gun Trafficking Act, are included in the legislation to crack down on the illegal gun trafficking and straw purchasing that is bringing guns into communities across this country. I know just how pervasive and detrimental trafficking can be on a community. More than half of guns used in Chicago shootings are brought into the city by trafficking. Too many have died, even more injured, and an untold number traumatized. Today, we will pass this legislation in honor of the victims, the survivors, and all the loved ones who never gave up hope. Thank you. And with that, I introduce my colleague from California, Rep. Judy Chu.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, Chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, and I'm proud to stand here in support of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which is heading to the President's desk today. The AAPI community is still reeling from the horrific Atlanta spa shootings from just 1 year ago, where a young man went to the store, bought a gun, and then just hours later went to an Asian spa in the Atlanta area to murder Asian women. And then with all deliberateness, he drove 27 miles away to 2 more Asian spas to kill more Asian women. In all, he killed 8 people, including 6 Asian women. This senseless act of gun violence not only cost 8 lives, but destroyed families and communities across Atlanta. They were daughters, mothers, grandmothers, and I will never forget the tears and sobs of their loved ones when we went down to Georgia to visit. So to see that again in Buffalo and Uvalde, where families had their lives ripped apart in an instant, is more heartache than our country can bear. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is such an important step forward. It will ensure deadly weapons are kept out of the hands of dangerous individuals through enhanced background checks for those under the age of 21. It will provide funds for red flag laws. It will close the boyfriend loophole. We know that there's more that we can do to end this epidemic of gun violence, but this bill will save lives. And we also will continue our fight. Thank you. And now I would like to present my wonderful colleague from Texas, Congressmember Veronica Escobar.
Buenas tardes, soy Verónica Escobar y estoy aquí para apoyar esta legislación de parte de las familias y mi gente en El Paso, Texas. Hello, everyone. I am here in support not just of this legislation, but also to express my deepest gratitude to our speaker, to our colleagues, and to everyone who has led the way to ensure that we are voting on progress today. I am also here to implore with our Senate leaders, especially in red states that refuse to enact red flag laws. Help us ensure that your vision is fully realized in states like Texas. I'm here to also thank the activists, the incredible activists without whom we would not be here today. The moms, the gun owners, the survivors, everyone who has been unrelenting, demanding change, telling us that these common sense laws would save lives. And who heeded your calls? House Democrats and Senate Democrats were equally unrelenting. I am so proud to be a member of a caucus that puts your lives, your livelihood, your safety, your security first. We will be there. We will continue to be there. Because while, yes, this is progress, we hear you, America. We hear you. We know that you are demanding more, and we are with you. And so while today we celebrate progress, and we will march up those steps and get the bill out of the House and to the President's desk, tomorrow, today, we continue to march. We continue to fight. And my friends, in November, we vote. Remember who was with you. Remember who uplifted you. Remember who your partners are. We will be there for you every step of the way. It is now my privilege to turn the podium back to the incredible leader of our caucus that will never give up, Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Thank you very much.
Okay, prominent House Democrats, they're touting the passage in the House today of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and now it heads to President Biden's desk for his signature. There'll be a ceremony tomorrow with remarks from the president about this groundbreaking, really once-in-a-generation piece of legislation that deals with all things gun safety, gun restrictions, gun reform. It hasn't happened in Congress in decades. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be getting more and more reaction from states across the country in the wake of the SCOTUS decision on Roe v. Wade, overturning 50 years of a constitutional right for a woman to choose to get an abortion. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this historic Friday night. We're still getting reaction from states across the country. We just showed you some live looks there in Los Angeles, also in Denver, Colorado. More of these protests popping up tonight as so many Americans are frustrated, voicing their opposition to this. Well, let's stay here in Arizona with a look at what the laws look like from now on, and they are restrictive. Joining me now to discuss this even further, Fox 10's Marissa Sarbeck. Marissa, what changes in Arizona now?
So many things change, Andrew, but restrictive is a good way to explain it. We're just not sure at this point which route it's going to take because we're talking about two different laws here in Arizona now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned. We're talking about one from 1901 that has been in place in law here in Arizona for obviously a very long time. We're talking about over 100 years this law has been in place. It's been superseded by the Roe v. Wade decision. But we're also talking about another possible law that could go into effect here in Arizona that was signed by Governor Doug Ducey just earlier this year. And we spoke with a few legal experts who say even they're not sure which one would go into law at this point. And when one of those goes into law, we're not sure when that would be. It's a law that's been on the books in Arizona for over 100 years, but unenforceable since 1973, when the Supreme Court ruled that an abortion was a constitutional right. But today, the court overturned Roe v. Wade, giving states the power to choose. Here in Arizona, there are more questions than answers about what will be the new law. Some believe we will revert back to the first abortion law on the books here in Arizona, which is targeted towards those who perform the abortion, not those who seek it.
The 1901 law is directed at someone who does provide, supply, and administer those medicine or drugs, right, with the intent to induce a miscarriage. So it's not directed at the pregnant woman herself.
The only exception, unless it is necessary to save her life.
It is on the books. It is a current law. That being said, a county attorney or the attorney general would need to exercise their prosecutorial discretion and choose to, in fact, file charges based on this 1901 law.
But Governor Doug Ducey signed a new abortion law in March, banning it 15 weeks after conception, also allowing the exception of if the pregnant woman's life is in danger. The governor says this supersedes the original law, but legal experts say nothing is going to change immediately.
Neither of those statutes is in effect right away because the Supreme Court decision that came down today doesn't go into effect for 25 days.
Now, if Arizona is moving forward with the new law put into effect by Governor Doug Ducey, that would take effect 90 days after Arizona's legislative session ends. So we're talking about this going into effect at the end of September. Now, that raises another question. In the meantime, before that happens, would we revert back to that 1901 decision and that original law here in Arizona? Andrew, the short answer is we just don't know at this point.
You know, Marissa, there's a lot of legalese, there's a lot of deadlines, there's a lot of timelines for some of these laws. From the women that you've spoken to, are they confused?
Women are confused. Everybody's confused. Legislators seem to even be confused. And like we said, Governor Doug Ducey here says that his law, the new one that he signed into law just earlier this year, he says that that supersedes. But it really comes down to, from what we've heard from the legal experts, who's going to be enforcing that. So that would be Attorney General Mark Brnovich, as well as the county attorneys, because that would go into their prosecutorial discretion. So a lot of questions here, and we're just not sure what would happen. And it is absolutely leaving a lot of people here in Arizona confused.
All right, Fox 10 Phoenix reporter Marissa Sarbeck there live for us in Arizona with a look at how some of these laws might be changing, might be staying in place. It is now a patchwork thrown to the states by the Supreme Court today. Marissa, thanks so much.
Andrew, thank you.
Okay, we want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be going out to the Bay Area, seeing how their laws in California will be impacted by this as well. Also, protests breaking out in San Francisco as so many Americans are taking to the streets tonight. We have this LiveNOW look. This in Denver, and we were seeing just kind of a medium-sized group go up and down some of the streets there in the Mile High City. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Staying in Arizona, we just had a report from Phoenix. Stephanie Bennett, Fox 10 Phoenix reporter, says just a little bit ago, tear gas everywhere at the pro-choice march. We had to jump in the car because of the fumes. A spectator tells us the group was trying to break into the building and police started using tear gas to get them away. Here's some video from the scene here This is right outside the Arizona State Capitol in Phoenix, not too far from where we are at LiveNOW from Fox, about a 5-minute drive. And so there you can see some of the tear gas, people running, covering their mouths and noses and eyes as things kind of got a little out of control here. No word on arrests, but that was the scene earlier today during the daytime. So many Americans coming out today, like I have said, voicing their opposition to what the Supreme Court did today. It's almost 9:30 here on the West Coast, almost 12:30 there on a very early Saturday morning in the nation's capital. We lost our Supreme Court exterior shot, don't have that anymore. We'll be speaking, though, very soon here to one of our Bay Area reporters breaking down what California Governor Gavin Newsom, other officials, how they are responding to the Supreme Court's decision. Let's listen into Governor Newsom from earlier today.
Your expressions that I think truly recognize the enormity of this moment, and in many ways, this has been said by a number of you, it's difficult to pick up on where you left off, and I want to just, though, express that while I'm, don't take this the wrong way, I'm sorry as well. I'm a little less sorry than I am pissed, a little less sorry than I am resolved and angry to do more and to do better. At the same time, expression of appreciation. I'm grateful I'm here in California. I'm grateful I'm governor of California. I'm grateful I represent a state that's fighting for freedom, fighting for reproductive rights, a state that has long stood tall. And I'm sorry that more people do not have those protections today. I am, though, very mindful that California can play an outsized role at this moment. I'm mindful of the fact that we punch above our weight. I'm mindful that this state is the largest and most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. I'm mindful of our history, our proud past, where we have led. We've said often, we don't imitate. We're a model in many respects to others. Future, in many ways, certainly as it relates to the rights movements, happens here first in the state of California. What we're doubling down on and have been over the course of the last few years, not just the last few weeks, not just the last few months in anticipation of this decision, is a recognition we did need to do more. We need to step up. We didn't want to rest on our laurels. We didn't want to rest on our progress. We have been leaning in, and I couldn't be more proud about the legislative package that not only has been introduced and is being advanced this year, but the legislative packages that we've advanced that have been successful over the course of the last many, many years in this state. There's simply no other state in the United States of America doing more to protect those that are the most vulnerable, not only to this decision, but the vagaries of life. And I'm proud of that. And I want folks to know all around the rest of the country and many parts of the globe that I hope we're your antidote to your fear, to your anxiety, perhaps to the cynicism that many of you are feeling about the fate and future of not only our state, but the world and country, the world we're living in. This is a profound and consequential moment, but it stacks on so many profound and consequential moments. Just 24 hours ago, many of us were together and others lamenting about a jaw-dropping decision where states' rights wasn't afforded on the issue of the Second Amendment, where we quite literally were debating about the meritorious nature of rules and regulations around crossbows and dirks and landscapes, where we were reflecting on historical records, not necessarily legal precedent, where we were reflecting on this notion of fundamental rights can be stripped. And now today we're talking about states' rights. The hypocrisy so extraordinary, so profound, that it was deeply pronounced in the dissent that came out here today. They didn't take any quarter. They pushed back aggressively in the dissent, making the case that was made a moment ago. It's not an assertion. In fact, it was said, as the AG said, with certainty. This is certain, the dissent said, comma, that women are not equal. That's a remarkable statement from members of the United States Supreme Court. Women are not equal. Women are not free. Women are treated differently than men, period, full stop. That's fact. That's not fiction. That's not hyperbole. That's not a political statement. That's a fact. And for whatever reason, we're here with a Supreme Court that believes women should not be treated equally. They should not be free. And we have men, dominantly men, in all these positions of power and influence that believe in government mandates, believe in government births. I don't believe in life, because if they believed in life, they would be doing all the things to support those after they're born. We know that. That's legendary. Their absolute indifference to life. They are pro-conception to birth, period, full stop. That's all this is about. If you think it's not, just consider in the dissent itself, they talked about a number of states, Mississippi being one of them, that has no interest in supporting expansion of Medicaid to extend the opportunities to protect those that are born for at least 1 year with critical medical support in that first year of life. They're not interested in life. That's why they cut programs on child care and prenatal programs, and cut preschool programs. They're not interested in family planning. They cut family planning programs and sex education. Don't even get me started with sex education. Can't say that word in many states. Spare me this notion of freedom, and spare me, or rather rights, and yes, freedom. Freedom? Really? That 13-year-old that's raped, or God forbid, remember, family, incest, and has to bear her sibling, has the freedom of what? So this is a remarkable moment, but we're here in California, and we're here to stand tall and to meet this moment head on and to lead and lean in. And I'm very proud that today I'll be signing one of what I look forward, as was stated by Shannon, over a dozen pieces of legislation that should make my desk in a matter of weeks that will codify our values and will advance our values. Yes, this November we'll be advancing a constitutional amendment codifying what we've done in statute and giving people something to be for proactively on the ballot as relates to constitutional right to privacy, the constitutional right that was firmly established up till hours ago in this country, but we'll assert that formally and foundationally here in the state of California. But we also are leaning in terms of providing additional supports. Tens of millions of dollars in grants to providers across this state, over 108 health clinics in this state, to provide resources and a more resourceful mindset to help people that may be seeking reproductive care to come into the state of California, to support those efforts, to expand the opportunity regardless of your income and your ability to pay, to make sure there are no co-pays, to make sure everybody is covering your care, not only the health plans, but that care is covered regardless of your immigration status. If you're from another state and you come into the state of California, we're not going to be asking for your ID. We're not going to be asking you a litany of questions that are asked in almost every other state. You have a right to confidentiality, not just privacy here in the state of California, but we're also mindful there's 33.6 million Americans that are likely to lose, that are of reproductive age, that are likely to lose that access if all 26 of these states move in the direction that many of us fear, that we can't absorb all of that, but we will do our fair share and more. And speaking of more, I'm really proud that we're joining in with others, not just the state of California, but other governors, Western governors have stood up as well. And I'm grateful to Governor Brown, Governor Inslee, that are asserting that the United States of America at least has the Western United States that will stand tall in terms of our reproductive values and reproductive freedoms. And we are a sanctuary. And we laid out the principles of what that means. One of them I'll be codifying with legislation that I'll be signing here today. We're also here to protect those that will be under assault. We don't think this, we know this. This is not assertion. Again, this is not hyperbole. This is fact. Look at SB 8. SB 8 in Texas, one of the largest states in America. The folks in Texas right now can be civilly fined through a private right of action for aiding and abetting someone that may come to the state of California, as an example, to seek their reproductive rights and reproductive freedoms. We will in no way, shape, or form support, enable, investigate, resource any of those activities or energies. That's part of the piece of legislation I'll sign today, but it's also part of our legislative package that will be moving forward, providing true sanctuary and providing legal protections for those governors and those legislative leaders in these red states that literally will deny women the ability to get support or even access to the resource to travel to states like California. You can't make that up, but those are facts. Read SB 8. What is SB 8? I saw some companies want to help with travel expenses to send folks to places like California, but under SB 8, they're subject to civil fines. You see what Marco Rubio's doing in Florida? He's got a law to strip all your tax breaks if you're a company and you're providing reproductive care to your employees. That's the country you're living in right now, we are living in. But it's not a reality here in California. The rights revolution, what we've come to accept and expect over the last 60 years, 50, 60 years, is being rolled back in real time. Wake up. Across the spectrum. They haven't been shy, they haven't been timid, and they're just winding up. I mean, Justice Thomas, his own words, saying, let's go. It's Griswold next. It's not just Hodges and same-sex marriage, it's Lawrence. The irony of that shouldn't be lost on anyone in terms of his own status with a relationship and the love of his life. Lawrence v. Texas, be reminded, in 1967, a guy named Richard Loving married Mildred Dreeder. And for that, he was sentenced to 1 year in prison or was kicked out of the state of Virginia. And God said in that race famously, or rather in sentencing him, God put different races. The judge said this to Mr. Loving. God put different races on different continents for a reason. God never wanted the races to mix. That was my lifetime. That was interracial marriage, which, according to Justice Thomas, should be considered. Not surprising, because you have a U.S. Senator from Indiana who said the same thing. They're coming after you next. Period. Full stop. This is not just about women. This is not just about choice. This is not just about reproductive freedom. They're coming after you next. It's a serious moment in American history. This great divergence now. Red states versus blue states. But in the spirit that I think defines the sentiment of many of us, and certainly the sentiment of those that spoke, we are many parts but one body. And when one part suffers, we all suffer. And so our empathy needs to be matched with our care and compassion and action to help support those Americans that are under real threat and autocracy, and I would argue tyranny.
California Governor Gavin Newsom there responding in pretty heated, tense language about what exactly he thinks about SCOTUS's decision today on Roe v. Wade. We have a live now look from Los Angeles at the moment. You just saw a bunch of these protesters kind of run down the street, not entirely sure what that was about. You can see police, though. Well, there you go. Police moving them back. Looks like batons are drawn, shields are out. It looks like they're in tactical gear. You can see a lot of people with their cell phones out. Let's put this tweet up, though. This is from an hour ago from the LAPD headquarters. They say that traffic is being impacted by demonstrators in the area of Hollywood Boulevard and Highland Avenue. Avoid the area, they are saying. So, we're going to keep an eye on this shot. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be going up to Northern California in the Bay Area. Gay pride events taking place across the country, in San Francisco, in New York City this weekend, with the specter of this Supreme Court decision looming as they kick off this weekend. We'll be discussing that and more, and about pride safety. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here. Back out to Los Angeles. Police in formation there on this intersection as some of these protesters have kind of tussled with police. You don't see very many of them, but it does look like a very large law enforcement response. And so right now we'll be monitoring this shot here. We want to take it, though, up to Northern California, the Bay Area specifically, as we are monitoring as well. As you know, it is Gay Pride Month, and Gay Pride Weekend is kicking off in both San Francisco and New York City. Joining me now to discuss that even further is Fox 2 reporter Alyssa Harrington. Alyssa, I know you're outside there on the streets of San Francisco, but what have you learned? How are officials preparing, safety precautions, and what are residents there saying with the specter of this abortion ruling hanging overhead?
It certainly has cast a bit of a pall over this, what's supposed to be a very exciting weekend. So what I've been told is that there's going to be a lot of security, there's going to be police, there's going to be government officials. But one of the San Francisco supervisors here told me that he has been hearing concerns that he has not heard regarding Pride ever. So there's certainly some fear, some anxiety. It, of course, has to do with the SCOTUS decision on abortion, but also some other current events. I talked to some people who talked about trans athlete bans, also bathroom bills. And here in the Bay Area, there was a drag queen story hour at a local library that was rushed by protesters. So all of those together are really causing some alarm for people who really want to have fun this weekend, celebrate Pride, but are also aware of what's going on in the world. And they're just kind of keeping a lookout as well. There hasn't been a live Pride parade in 3 years. So this is the first time that's going to happen since 2019. Everyone's really excited about it, but they say that they're also going to stay alert and make sure that it goes off without a hitch.
Alyssa, how many people are they expecting? Kind of what is the, schedule? Is there a parade? And, as far as, the law enforcement response goes, is this going to be just Saturday or Sunday?
So there's events all weekend.
Okay.
And earlier today, I was at a trans march where they show support for transgender and gender nonconforming people. There were thousands of people at that, and they marched through the city. And actually what happened is they ended up joining up with protesters who were there for a Roe v. Wade rally. And they say that they really wanted to unite and show support through this unity. And they say that they feel under attack, and they understand that many women feel under attack because of what happened with SCOTUS. So there's a lot of feelings of, again, anxiety here this weekend, but everybody's also excited to celebrate. Hundreds of thousands of people come out to the Pride Parade, and there's going to be, again, a lot of security, a lot of police presence, and I'm sure a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, definitely, somewhat of a good thing to look forward to, a parade, celebrating your identity, celebrating yourself, being happy, especially with so many horrible things going on. Speaking of Gay Pride, we've been following this story all day. Not sure if you had seen it. This out of Norway. The Associated Press was tweeting that Norwegian police, 2 people were killed, more than a dozen injured in a mass shooting in Oslo. And the shooting happened outside of a gay bar in the downtown area as Gay Pride celebrations were going on. Many others were injured. So not sure if this, was specifically targeted, of course, to the gay community, but authorities have to be on the lookout for incidents like this. Remember, just a couple of weeks ago, we saw in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, that 31 people were arrested. Those white supremacist neo-Nazis were arrested. They were trying to kind of infiltrate, start a riot in that Pride parade. So it's definitely probably on the minds of San Francisco authorities.
Absolutely. And I got a chance to speak with a lot of people at the Trans March today, and all of these issues really on everyone's mind. They say they're excited to come together. They're showing love through protest. And they talked about how some of these rallies and some of these parades this weekend may feel more like a protest this year.
All right. Well, Alyssa, we do appreciate your time, and we will definitely be talking to you again. Have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take just a quick last commercial break, and then we're going to get into some of these events that we have already shown you live throughout the day, into the overnight hours, into the weekend as well, kind of previewing as well what we are following Saturday and Sunday. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Solid. I'm Andrew Kraft. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It's been a very busy week. It's been a historic Friday. We hope you have enjoyed our coverage, found it informative, useful, and helpful as we navigate what has been a historic day, an unprecedented day, 50 years of the constitutional right for a woman to choose whether or not to get an abortion overturned today, 6-3 majority for the Mississippi case, a 5-4 majority in Roe v. Wade overall as it was overturned. A couple things to look out for as we go into the weekend. Remember, we'll be monitoring the fallout, the reaction, the aftermath. No doubt more protests will be taking place throughout the weekend in cities across the country. We have you covered on that front as well. Also, President Biden will be giving remarks tomorrow on that gun safety bill, known as the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. He'll be signing it into law. It is the first major piece of gun legislation in a generation. Of course, today, the 1-month anniversary of the Uvalde mass shooting at Robb Elementary School. Also, President Biden traveling to Germany on Sunday, heading to the G7 summit, meeting with G7 leaders, talking about a whole host of topics, no doubt the war in Ukraine. President Zelensky will be there virtually. He will not be there in person. It is in Germany. And then, of course, we have the NATO summit in the next couple of days as well in Madrid. This is part of President Biden's European trip there to shore up support for the war in Ukraine amongst Western European allies. Well, that's going to do it for us here on this Friday night. Have a great weekend. We do have live coverage, remember, Saturdays and Sundays. The news never stops, not even on the weekends, live, raw, and unfiltered. But for all of us here, have a good night.
Today is it's not hyperbole to suggest a very solemn moment. Today, the Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people that it had already recognized. They didn't limit it, they simply took it away. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans. But they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected women's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, a right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. As chairman and ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, as vice president and now as president of the United States, I've studied this case carefully. I've overseen more Supreme Court confirmations than anyone today, where this case was always discussed. I believe Roe v. Wade was the correct decision as a matter of constitutional law and application of the fundamental right to privacy and liberty in matters of family and personal autonomy. It was a decision on a complex matter that drew a careful balance between a woman's right to choose earlier in her pregnancy and the state's ability to regulate later in her pregnancy.